My name is David Murray. I'm the Associate Director at NIH for Prevention and the Director of the Office of Disease Prevention. And our office sponsors the Pathways to Prevention program. We're very happy to welcome you here today for our P2P on appropriate use of drug therapies for osteoporotic fracture prevention. I will speak to you a little bit further in a moment, but my main task right now is to just get everybody in their seats and to introduce Dr. Steve Katz, who is the director of the National Institute for Arthritis, Musculoskeletal, and Skin Disorders. Dr. Katz came to me almost 2 years ago, encouraging my office to put this workshop together, and he and I are both delighted that we're finally here today and having the workshop. Dr. Katz.
Thanks very much, David. And I want to thank Dr. Albert Su for taking on a responsibility that he didn't know was quite such a responsibility when he agreed to it. You know, we tell you in trickles as to what the responsibilities are. Good morning to everybody. I see many of my friends there, many of my colleagues from the institutes, and many of my former council members here. I do want to reinforce the fact that Dr. Su has led this workshop and the expert panel and will be issuing a report at the end of this day-and-a-half meeting. It's not unlike the meetings that we used to have, the consensus conferences, but it's far more sophisticated because it has a much better focus. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this Pathways to Prevention workshop and the appropriate use of drug therapies for osteoporotic fracture prevention. How did this start? It started actually by a discussion that we had at our council meeting. I was fortunate to have Elizabeth Shane and Sandeep Khosla on the council, and after my opening remarks, we usually open the floor for discussion. And at that time, about 1.5 years ago, it was clear that things were not going so well in the area of osteoporosis prevention. And the question was, well, what could be done about it? Certainly the ASBMR, which I'll refer to in a little while, could do something about it, but the NIH is the place where you can get a non-biased assessment of what is really going on in the field. So we took those suggestions in that discussion. I think Elizabeth and Sandeep are the first speakers of this at this conference. So the council, like all of you here, we recognize that osteoporotic fractures was an important public health issue with effective prevention strategies that in many cases were not being used. That was when there was an enormous amount of flurry in terms of adverse events. With our council's encouragement and support, we partnered with the National Institute of Aging. We could have partnered with many different institutes, and the NIH Office of Disease Prevention to explore ways that existing drugs can be better used to reduce the burden that fractures place on patients, their families, and society. I want to acknowledge Dr. Fei Chen, who will be speaking this morning of the NIMS, Dr. Lyndon Joseph of the National Institute on Aging, and Ms. Keisha Shropshire of the Office of Disease Prevention for leading the development of the workshop on behalf of the NIH. Those of you who have received hundreds of emails know how much work goes into this. Although these three NIH components are leading the effort, I must note the diversity of NIH entities and other federal agencies that are committed to reducing the burden of fragility fractures. These include, and pardon the list, but it's important to get a sense of the enormity of the interest in this area. The National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research, National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Diseases, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, the NIH Office of Behavioral and Social Science Research, the NIH Office of Research on Women's Health, the FDA, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Administration for Community Living, HHS Office on Women's Health, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, which oversaw the development of the evidence-based report around which this report is based. Now, as I told Dr. Su and a few others, there are big holes in the audience here, but those holes are being filled by people who are on the video cast. Since we started video casting, we have an enormous audience, and at some point will be able to tell you how many people are actually on the video cast. NIH is widely recognized as the leading government agency that supports biomedical research. As such, we need to continue to fill the significant gaps in knowledge regarding the appropriate use of fracture-preventing drugs and must play a role in disseminating information on what already is known about osteoporotic fracture prevention. But while the federal government ought to be a part of any national endeavor to reduce the burden of osteoporosis and improve Americans' bone health, the government cannot and should not do it alone. Leadership has to be shared among the many public, private, nonprofit, academic, and scientific stakeholders. And in this regard, I commend the American Society for Bone and Mineral Research for fully embracing a leadership role in such efforts by developing a coordinated call to action to aggressively reduce fracture risk in our aging population. I heard the first report of that task force in Montreal just a few weeks ago, and they really have a call to action, and I applaud that very, very much. More than 30 organizations have signed on to the ASBMR effort, pledging to intensify their efforts and collaborate to increase the testing, diagnosis, and treatment of high-risk individuals, and to better educate patients on osteoporosis treatment options. Many of these organizations are represented here today, and we hope that they'll be able to apply the evidence report and the expert panel report that will emerge from discussions during this workshop into many of their activities. So this is a team sport. It's not just an NIH sport. In closing, I want to thank the expert panel in advance for what is going to be a very hectic few days for you, in advance for what's really going to be, as I said, hectic yeoman's effort to consolidate everything you hear today, tomorrow, into a cohesive report that the NIH can then use to make recommendations for next steps in drug-based interventions to prevent osteoporotic fractures. While I'm not able to stay for the entire workshop, actually a family member just recently broke her humerus, and I'm looking after her, osteoporotic fracture. I must say that I have a vested interest in this. I've always had a vested interest in this. I think we all have a vested interest in what goes on here in the next few days. So we thank you very much in advance for your deliberations, not only deliberations during these 2 days, but also for your advanced studies of all the material that you've been sent, and exploring ways that we can work across the NIH and with professional societies and other stakeholders to better help people receive appropriate medical care is the goal. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to all the speakers for coming, for presenting the evidence, and again, thank you for the panel whose deliberations we'll look at very, very carefully. Thank you.
So I am David Murray. I'm the Associate Director for Prevention and Director of the Office of Disease Prevention. Tell you just a little bit about our office. Our mission is to improve public health by increasing the scope, quality, dissemination, and impact of prevention research supported by NIH. We're located in the Office of the Director. We work with all of the institutes and centers, so we're not focused on a particular disease or risk factor. Our role is to provide leadership for the development, coordination, and implementation of prevention research in collaboration with the other institutes and centers on campus. We have just released our new strategic plan for FY19 to 23. You can find out more about it on our website, and the link is shown here. We have 6 priorities for the next 5 years. We are very interested in conducting portfolio analysis, looking at the prevention research portfolio that NIH holds, and evaluating the impact of the prevention research that NIH supports. Very much related to this workshop, we're very interested in identifying research gaps, areas that need additional attention, and that's one of the main purposes of this workshop, is to determine what kinds of research are needed to move this area forward. We're very interested in improving the quality of the research methods that are used in prevention research supported by NIH. We're not going to advance the science if we don't use the best possible methods. We're always interested in promoting collaborative research. That's why all of these workshops are sponsored by 2 institutes or centers at NIH. We are very involved in tobacco research, particularly regulatory science research. supported by the FDA, but implemented by the National Institutes of Health. And then finally, we're very interested in communicating the results of that research, both with the NIH leadership and across the country in the extramural community. This Pathways to Prevention workshop addresses our interest under Priority 2, Identifying Research Gaps. Our goal is to identify new directions for research to improve the use of osteoporotic drug therapy for fracture prevention. P2P workshops start with a systematic evidence review. So that's been done. That report has been in the hands of the workshop panel for a little while so that they've had a chance to study it. And it reviews the literature for this content. We come together then for a day and a half, having studied the evidence review, to hear presentations from experts in the field who work in this area every day. We have participation by those of you in the room, also participation over email and Twitter from people who are watching the video cast. And as Dr. Katz mentioned, we will have far more people on the video cast than we actually have in the room. It used to be that these rooms were full to overflowing and we had to have kiosks in the back so people could watch. And then we started video casting, and lo and behold, people started watching these workshops from their offices instead of coming to campus. So there are many, many people who are watching over the video. The panel then needs to put all of this information together. The work from the evidence review, the work from the presentations, the input from the audience, and they will spend an awful lot of time over the next 2 days preparing a draft panel report. It'll be like all-nighters in college. The panel report will get posted for comment for a period, and then the panel will have a chance to revise it, and the final report will be published in the peer-reviewed literature. We at the Office of Disease Prevention are very interested in evaluating the impact of this workshop series. We have 1 or 2 P2P workshops every year. The program registrants represent a broad spectrum of scientists and stakeholders. We always publish the panel report and the evidence review and the peer-reviewed literature, and these documents often draw an awful lot of attention. Shown in this graph is the relative citation ratio for some of the reports that have been out for a few years. A score of 1 means it's about average in terms of impact, and a score of 2 or 3 means it's very much above average. And to hit 56.6, as we did with the opioid and chronic pain systematic evidence review, is remarkable. We hardly ever see numbers of that magnitude. We have a number of people who were key participants in these workshops. The Institute coordinators that you will hear from later today are involved from the very beginning, identifying the topics to be covered, identifying the speakers, working very closely with my staff. The AHRQ Evidence-Based Practice Center, and in this case 2 practice centers, perform the evidence reviews and provide that material to the panel. We have the panel itself, and I'll introduce them in a moment. Then we have the presenters who are here in the room and the audience, including both the general public and the scientific community. The Evidence-Based Practice Center centers, in this case, conduct systematic evidence reviews under a contract with AHRQ. We pay for that, and working with the Institute coordinators, the IC coordinators, provide guidance for how that review is to be done. As I indicated, for this workshop, we have 2 EPCs presenting. The presentation from the Minnesota EPC is one that we commissioned specifically for this workshop on long-term use of drug therapies. The second one we recognized we should include, not because we commissioned it for the workshop, but because it was underway under commission from the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, and it was so clearly related to the material, and it covers short-term use of drug therapies. So we will hear from both of those panels. The independent panel, we have 5 outstanding scientists with us today. They have no financial or intellectual conflicts of interest, and that is on purpose. People often say, David, none of these people are experts in the content area that you're talking about. That is on purpose. We don't want them to be people who work in the area or have any kind of conflict of interest. They do, however, have expertise in methods in clinical practice, in academic research, in public health. They're non-federal representatives, and they produce a report detailing the methodological and other weaknesses in the area and make recommendations for future research. Let me give the charge to the panel. I would ask that you listen to everything that is presented today very closely, that you attend all of the executive panel writing sessions, no matter how late they may go tonight and tomorrow night, and prepare a draft panel report within 2 days of the workshop closure. We would ask you to review and incorporate public comments that we receive on that draft report after it's posted, and we collect those comments for a period of time after the initial posting. Finally, we ask you to prepare a final panel report that summarizes the workshop proceedings and makes recommendations. That will be published in the peer-reviewed literature in about 6 months to 9 months from now. I'm very pleased to invite the members of the panel to come up and take a seat at the table. Dr. Albert Su, who is the panel chair. I will introduce more formally in a moment, but please have a seat. Dr. Heather Alor from the Yale School of Public Health. Dr. Daryl Brown from the Dornsife School of Public Health at Drexel. Dr. Susan Charles from the University of California at Irvine. And Dr. Matthew Lohman from the University of South Carolina Arnold School of Public Health. So welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you in advance for all the hard work that you're going to do and the late nights that you're going to have. I hope you got plenty of sleep before you arrived in Bethesda. Thank you very much. The speakers have been asked to disclose all relevant financial and other conflicts and to read their disclosures aloud, so you'll be hearing those over the course of the next day and a half. Please refer to the disclosure statements included as part of each speaker's bio to get information on that. The panelists, as I mentioned, are chosen because they don't have any conflicts of interest. So we vet panelists very carefully and have judged that they have no relationships pertinent to the workshop topic. I want to thank Dr. Fei Chen and Dr. Lyndon Joseph and Dr. Janelle Drugan from NIH for all of the work that they've done to help organize the conference. I want to thank representatives from the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality for coordinating the work of the EPCs. I want to certainly thank the 2 EPCs that are going to be presenting at this workshop. I want to thank all the speakers and the panel members, the WestStat staff who've helped take care of all the logistical activities related to the workshop. And finally, I want to thank members of my staff, particularly Keisha Shropshire, Deborah Langer, and Carrie Kilbundy, and Kate Winsick, who've been very involved in all the activities bringing this workshop together. It's now my pleasure to introduce Albert Su, who's going to chair the panel and lead the activities over the next day and a half. Dr. Su is professor of the Brookdale Department of Geriatrics and Palliative Medicine at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. He's director of the Geriatric Research, Education, and Clinical Center at the James Peters Veterans Affairs Medical Center. He earned his MD from Yale, his master's in public health at the University of California, Los Angeles. He also completed a residency in internal medicine and a Robert Wood Johnson Clinical Scholar Fellowship at UCLA. He was chair for 14 years of the Department of Geriatrics and Palliative Medicine, one of the largest geriatric programs in the country. He's principal investigator on the National Institute of Aging Claude Pepper Center at Mount Sinai. His research aims to improve the quality and delivery of care provided to geriatric populations. His studies have focused on the measurement and improvement of functional outcomes in the elderly, as well as on evaluation of system interventions to improve their care for chronic illness. Importantly, Dr. Su served for 12 years on the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force as a member, as vice chair, and finally as chair. He's a senior associate editor at Health Services Research. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Albert Su.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Murray and Dr. Katz. Let me give my panelists a second to return to their laptops. Welcome, everybody, to this P2P workshop sponsored by ODP to consider osteoporotic drug treatment, OTC, not to be confused with ODP, as we consider over the next couple days how we might prevent vertebral fractures, VF, both CVF as well as RVF, as well as NVF, as we also consider AFF and ONJ. And by the end of this morning, you will be familiar with all of those acronyms. So thank you for coming. Let me see if I can advance these slides. Let me try this. Okay. I have no financial or non-financial disclosures to report. Let me take this opportunity to thank my fellow panelists who've been introduced before. We will be sitting up at the front and be available, to take on our charge, as Dr. Murray indicated. What we will be doing we have read the EPC report, the systematic evidence review that has been prepared for us. And over the next couple of days, the next 2 days, we will be considering the evidence from the speakers and the comments, from the audience. We are looking forward to particularly, to the public discussion that will occur today. Over the next 2 or 3 days, we will be drafting a panel report in which we will briefly summarize the current literature, briefly address the evidence from the speakers, what we know about osteoporotic drug treatment, as well as outline 5 to 10 recommendations of gaps for future research, areas where we don't know and where it would be important to find out, what to do to go forward, as well as to highlight what should be prioritized to move the field forward. As Dr. Murray indicated, we'll be spending the next couple of days drafting an evidence report. This panel process is exempt from IRB review because I don't think any of us would have agreed to do this if we had been fully informed in advance, what was going to be required of us. The draft report will be open for public comment on the ODP website. I didn't mean to advance this. And as Dr. Murray indicated, it will appear in a peer-reviewed journal as well as a companion piece for the EPC systematic evidence reviews that you will be hearing about later this morning. The EPC systematic evidence review covers the benefits and risks of long-term osteoporotic drugs. We will have speakers who will cover both short-term and long-term use. As Dr. Murray indicated, one of the other EPC reports will also discuss short-term benefits as well. Each session addresses one of the workshop key questions. The first talk of each session will summarize the EPC review, and subsequent talks address research gaps or provide other information. I will be asking each speaker to introduce themselves, name, title, affiliation, presentation, and title, as well as, their disclosures. And each session ends with a 40-minute discussion in person among those of you in this room, as well as remote attendees who are encouraged to participate. I'm going to ask everybody to hold their questions and comments until the discussion at the end of each group of speakers. At that point, the panel will be allowed to ask questions first. There's no time limit for the panel questions. Each public commenter is restricted to 3 minutes. Comments submitted by videocast will be read at the microphone if time permits, and will be given to the panel for consideration if not read. And there will be a 10-minute break between sessions. Sessions will start on time. And I'm going to ask all of our speakers, out of consideration to the speakers that follow you, to try to stay within your allotted time limits. I have been to conferences which have run over time and where speakers at the end of the day have been asked to restrict their prepared remarks to half of their length, and we don't want that to happen. So those are the ground rules for today. As Dr. Murray indicated, comments are encouraged on Twitter, by email, and other forms. Anonymous comments can also be submitted by a laptop computer that's located outside the auditorium. So thank you. We are relatively on time, and I believe that we're going to kick this off with an overview of osteoporotic drug treatment, and Elizabeth Shane, I believe, is the first speaker.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that I'm very excited to be here today. My name is Elizabeth Shane. I'm a professor of medicine at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons in New York. And I just think it's a very exciting time to see what happened at Council a year and a half ago come to fruition in this wonderful conference. And I'd like to thank everybody involved for bringing it to pass. Here are my disclosures. I have industry support to my institution from Eli Lilly, Amgen, and Merck. The objectives of my talk today are to summarize the clinical impact of osteoporosis on older men and women in the United States, and in so doing to present the rationale for holding this P2P conference at this time. I hope you'll permit me, as someone who grew up in Canada, if I borrow a phrase from the Declaration of Independence. These truths we hold to be self-evident. And I will present evidence during my talk today about each of the following truths that will serve as the outline of my talk. Osteoporotic fractures affect millions of older men and women in the United States. Low bone mineral density, which is a major predictor of fractures, affects millions more. Fractures beget more fractures. Women and men who fracture have significantly increased mortality and morbidity, decreased quality of life, and ability to live independently. Osteoporotic fractures are associated with greatly increased healthcare costs. They can be prevented with effective medications, but these effective medications are not being used effectively. These statements can be considered truths because they're supported by a wealth of evidence available because of the contributions of thousands of men and women of all races, ethnicities, and nationalities who volunteered for high-quality epidemiologic studies of osteoporosis, randomized controlled trials of drugs to reduce fractures, because of the efforts of thousands of basic and clinical investigators worldwide, and because of hundreds of millions of research dollars that have been directed towards conquering osteoporosis. Osteoporotic fractures affect millions of older men and women in the United States. There are 1.5 to 2 million fractures in the United States alone every year. Vertebra, hip, and forearm fractures and pelvis fractures are the most common. Women, mainly non-Hispanic white women, sustain about 70% of these fractures, and men, mainly non-Hispanic white men, sustain about 30%. And 50% of women over 50 and 25% of men over 65 are going to sustain one or more osteoporotic fractures during their remaining life. And this means that either you or someone you know is going to have an osteoporotic fracture. Low bone mineral density, a major predictor of fractures, affects millions more. The prevalence of osteoporosis and low bone mass in the United States, based on bone mineral density of the spine and femoral neck, was just recently updated using NHANES data from 2005 to 2010. This recent update found that 10% of adults over age 50 have osteoporosis defined by a T-score below minus 2.5, and almost 44% of adults over 50 have low bone mass. Multiplying by the census in 2010, this means there are about 10.2 million people with osteoporosis, and about 43 million with low bone mass. And you can see that women make up the majority, but men are substantially represented in these numbers. Using the National Bone Health Alliance criteria, the prevalence of osteoporosis may be higher. And these criteria are a hip or spine T-score below -2.5, or a hip fracture, or low bone mass plus a qualifying low trauma fracture, or a FRAX score of more than 3% for a hip fracture, or more than 20% for a major osteoporotic fracture. 30% of women over age 50 and 16% of men over age 50 have osteoporosis as so defined, and the incidence increases steeply with increasing age. Low femoral neck bone density predicts incident fractures, and this is evidenced by mainly in postmenopausal women in this country, the study of osteoporotic fractures, or SOF, and Mr. Oss in older men. And these studies have shown that low BMD predicts not only low trauma fractures, but even traumatic fractures. Moreover, in a meta-analysis of about 9,000 men and 29,000 women from 12 international cohorts, at the age of 65, for every 1 standard deviation decrease in femoral neck bone density, there's a 3-fold increased risk of hip fracture and about a 40% increased risk of all osteoporotic fracture. Further evidence that low bone density plays a central role in pathophysiology of fracture risk was recently published in the British Medical Journal in the form of a meta-analysis of GWAS from 25 international cohorts. This was a very large study with genotype and fracture data on more than 565,000 people. The GWAS examined 15 genetically determined risk factors for fracture. All of the 15 loci that were associated with fracture were linked to bone density. There was a 55% increase in fracture risk per 1 standard deviation decrease in BMD at the femoral neck, and a 43% increase in fracture risk per 1 standard deviation decrease in BMD at the lumbar spine. Fractures beget more fractures. In SOF, prevalent vertebral fractures increased the risk of an incident vertebral fracture by about 5-fold, of an incident hip fracture by 3-fold, and of any non-vertebral fracture by 2-fold. Also in SOF, a prevalent vertebral fracture predicted the risk of a second fracture for up to 15 years. A study by Lindsay et al. Showed that 26% of women with an incident vertebral fracture had a second fracture within 1 year. In the GLOW study, women with a hip fracture had a 3.5-fold higher risk of a second hip fracture during only 2 years of observation. And in a recent retrospective claims analysis, almost 17% of patients over 65 and almost 12% of patients over 50 had a second fracture within 1 year of an index fracture. Women and men who fracture have significantly increased mortality and morbidity. This is most evidence for this is after hip fracture. And I'll just show one study of a meta-analysis of 49 international cohorts of women and men over age 50. And there was a 5- to 8-fold increased risk for all-cause mortality during the first 3 months. And that mortality persisted for more than 10 years. It was higher in men than women and higher in African Americans. Increased mortality has also been reported in association with other fractures, mainly based on SOF in women and on DUBO in men and women. Vertebral fractures of all types, including incident, prevalent, and clinical vertebral fractures, have been associated with increased mortality, as have pelvis, femur, tibia, multiple rib fractures, and even minor fractures. Now turning to quality of life and ability to live independently. After hip fracture, it's been reported that 50% of patients have walking disabilities at 12 and 24 months after the event, and there is significantly more transferring and grooming disability. Older patients and Black and Hispanic patients have worse outcomes. Vertebral fractures are associated with back pain, disability, limited ADLs, and this is true whether they're clinical or asymptomatic, whether they're incident or prevalent, and it is worse with increasing number and severity of vertebral fractures. And this is important because vertebral fractures affect younger people, and the lifetime risk of vertebral fractures is higher than hip fractures. Here we have a figure that shows from a study in Korea that shows health-related quality of life. In the general population, patients with osteoporosis have a lower quality of life significantly, as do patients with any form of fractures, and lowest is patients who've had 2 or more fractures. Now turning to the increased healthcare costs associated with osteoporosis. In 2005, there were 2 million incident fractures in this country that engendered $17 billion in annual costs. With the aging of the U.S. population, by 2025, this is estimated to increase to 3 million incident fractures and $25 billion in healthcare costs. Healthcare costs have also been estimated in association with different fracture types. The estimated per patient direct cost for the first year after a fracture is about $30,000 for a hip fracture, about $11,000 for a non-hip, non-spine fracture, and about $8,000 for a vertebral fracture. However, because there are so many more non-hip, non-spine fractures, 5 times more, they actually are more costly than hip fractures. In about 50,000 Medicare patients recently, total annual direct costs were about 70% higher in fracture patients than non-fractured controls. Moreover, not surprisingly, fracture patients who go on to have a second fracture have even higher total health care costs, about 1.75-fold higher in Medicare patients and about 2-fold higher in commercially insured patients. Osteoporosis fractures can be prevented with effective medications. And I would like to point out that it is very important to encourage adequate calcium, vitamin D, and exercise, and to implement fall prevention strategies both before and after osteoporosis is diagnosed. But once this disease has developed, drug therapy is necessary to prevent fractures. And we are fortunate to have several FDA-approved medications that have been shown in the short term, 3 years to 5 years, to decrease fracture risk in large randomized placebo-controlled trials. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because it will be addressed by other speakers, Dr. Khosla and Rosen. But just to show this, this table of short-term use of FDA-approved osteoporosis therapies by fracture type and by class, you can see that we do have an abundance of therapies. However, we really need more evidence to guide long-term use of osteoporosis therapy, and that is going to be an important topic of this workshop. These effective medications are not being used effectively. Here we have a graph of oral bisphosphonate use since their initial approval in the mid-1990s. Their prevalence of their use rose to a peak in about 2006. And since 2008, there has been a steep 50% decline. This decline followed media reports of osteonecrosis of the jaw and atypical femur fractures. And we should point out that a portion of this decline may be entirely, and is probably entirely appropriate, related to our ability to learn how to more precisely target therapies to those at highest risk of fracture, and also may speak to the practice of initiating drug holidays. However, osteoporosis use has declined even after hip fractures, which everybody agrees are a manifestation of osteoporosis. And here we have 2 recent studies, each including about 100,000 hip fracture patients over 50, both showing decline in initiation of osteoporosis drug therapy after the hip fracture. The study by Solomon, which was published in 2014, patients were being initiated on treatment at a rate of about 40% after a hip fracture in 2002 and 20% in 2011. And a more recent study that showed that patients were being initiated at a rate of about only 10% in 2004 and are down to 3% in 2015. These studies do differ in that the Solomon study included patients that were and were not on bisphosphonates before their hip fracture, and the DECIDE study only included those who were not on bisphosphonates before their hip fracture. Recently, even more concerning data has been published showing that the declining hip fracture incidence in the United States between 2002 to 2012 may be leveling off. And this is an analysis of Medicare claims factor for hip fracture in women over 65, and you can see that hip fracture rates have steadily declined from 2002 to 2012, but plateaued at higher than expected rates in 2013, 14, and 15. And for the first time in 30 years, hip fracture incidence rates increased by 2.5% in patients 65 to 69, and by almost 4% in the 70 to 74-year-old age group. The authors estimated that this leveling off during this period has resulted in almost 11,500 more hip fractures, $459 million more in medical costs, and almost 2,300 more deaths. Some attribute this 50%, this decline in hip fracture rates, or this leveling off in hip fracture rates, to a 70% decrease in reimbursement for office-based DEXA that has occurred since 2002, which was temporally associated with a decline in DEXA testing and a decline in the diagnosis of osteoporosis. However, in my clinical experience, fear of side effects looms very large for both patients and their physicians, particularly osteonecrosis of the jaw and atypical femur fractures. And this was brought home to our scientific community by the famous 2016 New York Times article by Gina Kolata that reported about how osteoporosis drugs were being shunned because patients and doctors were afraid of these rare side effects. And it was further brought home to our scientific community by the publication by Jha et al., which showed the marked spikes in internet search activity that occur immediately after media reports of safety concerns, and which I should point out that the spikes are related to the lay press in red are 4 times higher than those related to scientific reports in blue from the American Society of Bone and Mineral Research and even the FDA. So we have to find a way of publicizing the good things about osteoporosis treatment to the community. And we know from multiple sources that the risk of major osteoporotic fractures dwarfs the incidence of ONJ and atypical femur fracture. And here we can show the risk of a major osteoporotic fracture in high, moderate, and low-risk women compared to the risk of osteonecrosis of the jaw and atypical femur fractures after 2 or 8 years of bisphosphonate therapy. And yet that is not really how patients see it or the public sees it. When Sandeep Khosla and I contributed this invited editorial to the JBMR shortly after the Kolata article was published, about 35 patients responded by email, each describing their AFF experience. And as physicians, these accounts were very harrowing for us to read, and we really realized that we had not truly been listening to patients, and that even worse, we'd lost the trust of many of them. Because in AFF patients' view, these fractures are not rare. They believe they are underreported, and they point out that the risk is low until it happens to you. And one particularly cogent remark was, it appears as if the presumed number of fractures that may happen without treatment is a statistic of more value to your society than the real people who lost their health on many levels, lost their dreams, spent their retirement funds on medical bills, and in most cases live in pain every day. So, while a central goal of this P2P conference is to conduct an unbiased examination of the science underpinning the diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of osteoporotic fractures, as clinicians and scientists, we must also listen to the concerns of patients and physicians about side effects, understand what the barriers are to treatment initiation and adherence, find effective ways to communicate that osteoporotic fractures too have devastating effects on people's lives, recognize that simply quoting statistics is not going to convince people to take drugs if they're afraid of them, and use the knowledge that we've gained over the past 10 years since these side effects became recognized to prevent them by identifying people at high risk and using technology to detect side effects before they occur. So to sum up, osteoporotic fractures are common, costly, debilitating, disabling, and deadly. Although we have drugs that prevent them, those drugs are not being used. There are many reasons for this, but they may include concerns about side effects and lack of evidence supporting long-term use. And these are the reasons for holding this P2P conference at this time. Thank you very much for your attention.
My talk is on reviewing the FDA-approved pharmacologic options for fracture prevention. These are my disclosures. I'm an unpaid consultant for Active Life Scientific on the Scientific Advisory Board of a biotech company. This presentation will not include any discussion of unlabeled products. So we were asked to provide a summary slide that summarized our findings. And my main messages that I'll expand upon in the next few minutes are that the past 30 years have truly witnessed remarkable progress in the development of new drugs to prevent or treat osteoporosis. Despite this remarkable progress, however, there remain profound challenges, as Elizabeth has alluded to, in osteoporosis treatment, driven in part by concerns about rare side effects related principally to bisphosphonate use. And I think addressing these challenges by enhancing the appropriate use of existing drugs, and I think developing new drugs that both lack these side effects and are perhaps even more effective in reversing osteoporosis, remains an important goal for research and clinical practice. So I joined the faculty of Mayo Clinic in 1988, and when I went to the osteoporosis clinic, basically, I would offer women calcium and vitamin D and estrogen at that time, oral estrogen. We had little to offer men. We could use a bisphosphonate, ethidronate off-label, and some people used calcitonin, although it's rarely used today. So that was in 1988, and this is where we are today in 2018, where we have a number of options, 2 different formulations of estrogen, a selective estrogen receptor modulator, raloxifene, 4 different bisphosphonates, a rank ligand antibody, and a PTHRP and PTH and PTHRP analogs in teriparatide and abaloparatide. I could put calcitonin on this list. I don't, because even though it's FDA approved, it's rarely used in the US. And strontium is not approved in the US, and I believe it's rarely used now in Europe. On the horizon is another important drug, the sclerostin antibody, romosozumab, that will be reviewed by the FDA. And we almost had another drug, odinecatab, that unfortunately, despite a huge investment on the part of pharma, was finally pulled from market because of unforeseen cardiovascular side effects. So in terms of estrogen and SERMs, I want to briefly kind of review with you how we got to these drugs and how the process of drug development has really changed. Estrogen actually goes back more than back to the 1940s in the days of Fuller Albright, where he first observed that women who had had menopause or oophorectomy lost bone, and using estrogen, he could reverse the calcium balance and the phosphorus balance in these women and prevent bone loss. So this is a very old drug that was really developed based on astute clinical observations by Dr. Albright. Following that, selective estrogen receptor modulators were developed primarily using a medicinal chemistry approach. These drugs have favorable effects on bone, but neutral effects on breast tissue and the uterus, so presumably have a better safety profile than using estrogen. The other drugs, the first of which was alendronate in the mid-1990s, were the bisphosphonates. And the discovery of these drugs is of interest because they had been known for many years as analogs of pyrophosphate compounds. They're naturally occurring pyrophosphates which circulate in the body as endogenous water softeners. And the early use of bisphosphonates was actually nothing to do with medicine. It was as corrosion inhibitors and as complexing agents in other industries. They were subsequently almost accidentally found to inhibit calcification and later found to inhibit bone resorption. And in fact, even though these drugs have been widely used, their underlying mechanisms were actually worked out decades after their clinical use had been initiated. These drugs are extremely effective. You can see for either vertebral or hip fractures. For vertebral fractures, they result in anywhere from 40 to 70% reduction in the relative risk of vertebral fractures and anywhere from 40 to 50% reductions in hip fractures. So the bisphosphonates really came about almost as an opportunistic discovery. Drugs, compounds that have been used for something else were found to have opportunistically effects on bone. PTH and PTHrP are the drugs that can actually increase bone mass. All of these drugs inhibit bone resorption and prevent further loss of bone. These are the only two approved drugs related to each other that can actually build up bone mass. And the discovery of these drugs actually also goes back to Fuller Albright, where he made an important clinical observation that if you had chronic parathyroid hormone excess, it caused marked bone loss due to increased bone resorption. But he also noted there were increases in bone formation. And then animal and then human studies showed that in contrast to continuous exposure to PTH, if you gave PTH intermittently once a day, that actually increased bone formation with smaller increases in bone resorption. And then, of course, the pivotal clinical trial for teriparatide, which is the 1-34 fragment of PTH, was done in 2001, showing important fracture risk reduction. And then abaloparatide is an analog of PTHrP, highly related to PTH. It may have some advantages over teriparatide in terms of greater increases in bone mass, but overall it's quite similar. And I think importantly, despite investigation, the underlying mechanisms for the anabolic effects of intermittent PTH on bone to this day remain unclear. So again, this kind of falls in with these drugs in terms of clinical observations leading to animal and then human studies as a new drug was developed. The first drug that really came about from a totally different approach was the rank ligand antibody, or denosumab, and the discovery of this is of interest. It was developed independently by two groups based on the discovery of a related molecule, osteoprotogerin. So OPG was discovered by both the Amgen group, published in Cell, and a Japanese group. The drug discovery process was interesting in that the Amgen group at the time had no interest in bone. They were interested in molecules related to the TNF family, and they were just making transgenic mice overexpressing different TNF molecules. One of these transgenic mice happened to have a marked increase in bone mass, and that's in fact how that drug company got interested in bone, because they were mostly interested in inflammation. So when they knocked out OPG, these mice had severe osteoporosis, as well as, interestingly, arterial calcifications. They then used OPG as a probe to identify OPGL, which is also known as rank ligand. It's identical to two other members of the TNF family. And it became clear that with MCSF, RANKL is both necessary and sufficient for osteoclast development. So this discovery coming out of really genomics discovery opened up a whole new area of bone biology. And when you knocked out rank ligand, they had severe increases in bone mass. They also had some immune defects and defects in mammary gland development. And then RANK was easily identified because it was already known as the receptor for rank ligand. And if you knocked out RANK, they also had an increase in bone mass. So this then led to unraveling this whole pathway of rank ligand driving osteoclast development, which drives bone resorption. OPG is a natural ligand for rank ligand that neutralizes it. And of course, denosumab is the monoclonal antibody to rank ligand, which blocks this process. So denosumab is extremely effective. These are the fracture data for non-vertebral fractures. You can see the almost 70% reduction in non-vertebral fractures with denosumab. The effects occur very early and are sustained out to 3 years. So in contrast to these drugs, here it was really fundamental bone biology, discovery science driving a novel therapeutic. This is also true of the new drug on the horizon. And this is related to Wnt signaling and bone. And the development of this drug actually goes back, as is increasingly common, to rare families with inactivating mutations in LRP5, which is a receptor for Wnt, which resulted in osteoporosis. Activating mutations in LRP5, in fact, led to a high bone mass, and high bone mass was also associated with inactivating mutations in SOST, which is a protein that prevents binding of Wnt to LRP5. So if you knocked out SOST, you would expect to see an increase in bone mass. So really, the whole Wnt LRP5 SOST story originated with these rare families. And so a neutralizing antibody to SOST, sclerostin, romosozumab, reduced the incidence of new vertebral fractures by about 70%. This is at 12 months and at 24 months. So again, a very effective therapy. Really rare bone disease to fundamental bone biology to a novel therapeutic. And I don't have time to go into adanicata, but that also came out of a rare bone disease. Mutations in cathepsin K, the Toulouse-Lautrec syndrome, again, driving this novel therapeutic. So I think as you look at drug development and what's happened in the field, around 2000 was a watershed year, I think. Prior to that, most of these drugs, estrogen, SERMs, bisphosphonate, really came out of astute clinical observations or opportunistic discoveries, medicinal chemistry. Since 2000, it's really been either the fundamental biology or rare bone diseases that have driven the new drug development in osteoporosis. And these drugs are as effective or more effective, in fact, than some of the earlier drugs that had been developed. So compared to when I went to the osteoporosis clinic in 88, now when I go, I can offer women estrogen, raloxifene to women and perhaps even to men, 4 different bisphosphonates, pteria and abaloparatide, denosumab, and perhaps Romo in the future. As I tried to note, the paradigm for drug development has in fact shifted from observational and opportunistic to really pathway-driven by advances in fundamental bone biology and to a large extent in rare diseases, which is similar to what's happening, for example, in the cardiovascular field. And when I give talks here or to my colleagues at NIH, I think this is osteoporosis actually is a really good example of how investing in discovery science, both by federal resources and by pharma, in fact, has paid off. It has translated into a number of novel therapeutics that would not have been there without that investment in fundamental discovery science. So here's the problem. Elizabeth alluded to this. This was in June 2016, a couple of weeks before the NIAMS Council that Elizabeth and I attended. This top-of-the-fold paper by Gina Colada, Fearing Drugs' Rare Side Effects, Millions Take Their Chances with Osteoporosis. As Dr. Katz mentioned, this is what we took to Council, and many thanks to Dr. Katz and others who took our concerns seriously and really led to this effort, as well as the ASBMR effort with the Center for Medical Translation Policy. So the problem, as Elizabeth alluded to, is bisphosphonate use peaked around 2006 and 2007 and has declined ever since. So I think given the fact that we have so many terrific options for the treatment of osteoporosis, yet treatment is declining and fracture rates, instead of continuing to decline, are starting to plateau or go up, I really think now is the time for action. I think somehow we have to figure out how to enhance the appropriate use of existing drugs. It involves all of the things that Elizabeth mentioned, engaging primary care physicians, listening to our patients. It was, I have to echo Elizabeth's sentiments that after we wrote our paper in the Journal of Bone and Mineral Research on the crisis in osteoporosis, the letters that we got were truly heart-wrenching. These were patients who had suffered really bad side effects from these drugs, and yet they were a profound minority compared to the thousands of fractures, the hundreds of thousands of fractures that had been prevented worldwide. So we had to keep in mind all of the good that these drugs had done against the rare side effects, and how can we use these drugs better to minimize or prevent those side effects from occurring. I still think that despite the armamentarium of drugs, that we do need new drugs that lack these rare side effects and have even greater skeletal efficacy. And the point here is that if you want to reverse the disease, almost all of the drugs that we have prevent further bone loss. But if you truly want to cure osteoporosis, you want to build the bone back up. Teriparatide and abaloparatide do that to a limited extent. Romosozumab is perhaps better. But in all of the drugs that we have that stimulate the formation of new bone, the effects of those drugs wane over 6 to 9 months. So we really, even with all the new drugs, will not have a drug that can take a patient with a T-score of -3 and bring it back to -1.5. We just do not have those kinds of drugs. So I think that's why there needs to be continued search for new drugs that are actually able to fully cure osteoporosis. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good. I'm Fei Chen. As Dr. Katz and Dr. Murray have introduced, Lyndon, Joseph, and I, we are the scientific co-organizers for this workshop. So in the next 10 minutes, I want to give you a sense of NIH activities that are informing osteoporotic fracture prevention. But before I get into that, I want to just first thank our panel for all the hard work you'll be putting into this workshop. And we want to thank our speakers for all your time and effort. And we want to thank our leadership and our colleagues for helping and for supporting us in bringing this meeting together. We have no conflict of interest to disclose. So my talk will focus on our research portfolio, but I will also note 2 other important activities of NIH. One is training the next generations of researchers, and the other one is disseminating the research findings and the other related health information to all Americans. NIH investment goes to support basic, translational, and clinical research, mostly conducted at institutions around the nation. Well, NIMS and NIA are the largest funders of osteoporotic research. Many other NIH institutes and centers and offices also support work in this area, as you can see on the pie chart on the left-hand side. So NIH-supported osteoporosis research covers a very wide range of topics, such as bone quality, bone formation and turnover, and the role of mechanical loading in bone health, just to name a few. In addition to funding research, NIH also invests in training the nation's next generations of researchers. You can see on the right-hand side that we use different grant mechanisms to support training of basic and clinician scientists at different stages of their career development. Now let me give you a few examples of how NIH-supported research has contributed to our understanding of fracture prevention. So we probably all know that the Women's Health Initiative, the results from that study have shaped our current use of hormone therapies. And we all know probably that NIH has supported this research. WHI also has a very strong osteoporosis and bone component. For example, it has shown the effects of calcium plus vitamin D and hormone therapy on fracture risks, as well as what happens to the fracture risk if one discontinues hormone therapy. Dr. Rebecca Jackson, who's here, who has led several WHI bone studies, will talk about the considerations of using hormone therapy for preventing and treating osteoporosis later. NIH has also supported several large epidemiology studies on osteoporosis, such as the study of osteoporotic fracture in women, SOF, and MISLA-OZ, which is the study of osteoporotic fractures in men, just to name a few. The studies have reviewed many of the risk factors we know now on osteoporosis and fracture prevention. For example, among their very important findings, Sof and Mr. Oz were the first studies to show that bone mineral density, BMD, strongly predicts whether a man or a woman will suffer an osteoporotic fracture. As you may know, osteoporosis drug trials for FDA approval so far have used fracture as outcomes. This really requires a large number of patients to be enrolled for a relatively long time, and that cost of the trials can be very high. To address this issue, NIH, along with FDA, have collaborated in a public-private partnership in the Bone Quality Project with many of the pharmaceutical companies who have brought the osteoporosis drugs into clinical use. So the goal of this project is to use patient-level data to develop surrogate endpoints for fractures. This should significantly decrease the resources and cost required for developing future osteoporosis drugs for FDA approval. Initial data look very promising, and you will hear more about this project from Doug Bauer later at the meeting. So with unprecedented access to such a huge amount of data, and with expert investigators, including our speakers, Dr. Dennis Black here, and Richard Estelle, and also our NIAMS own Dr. Gail Lester as project chair, we are really looking forward to this project coming to fruition. Now, we have talked about that BMD is one of the most important risk factors as well as predictor for future fractures. However, BMD does not always reliably predict fracture risk. So for example, as illustrated here, these two bone pieces, they have similar BMDs, but they have different microarchitecture and different bone stiffness. So this has stimulated search for other factors that contribute to bone fragility and bone strength, and we support a robust research portfolio focusing on this area. I want to mention other NIH-supported studies that are looking at how we can better use the drugs we have available for now. For example, NIH-funded studies have explored the potentially beneficial effects of combining anabolics and anti-resorptive drugs. And also, some of the studies found that the sequence of using these drugs can be important as blunting effects can be observed when PTH is sometimes used bisphosphonates. And this is possibly due to the coupling effects of bone resorption with bone formation. Many of the osteoporosis grants we support address fundamental mechanisms governing bone remodeling process, including, say, the bone formation process and the bone resorption process, with the cells and the factors regulating them. There are a lot of examples how knowledge from NIH-funded basic research and NIH-funded investigators have contributed critical information to eventual osteoporosis drug development. For example, we know from Sandeep that the RANK ligand antibody denosumab is an effective anti-resorptive drug. And actually, Dr. Kosler was among the first ones to show the role of RANK ligand in mediating increased bone resorption induced by estrogen deficiency in postmenopausal women, thus highlighting its therapeutic potential. The other example, I think Dr. Kosler has gone through very nicely related to the study of the rare bone diseases caused by LRP5 mutations and the investigation into the Wnt LRP5 signaling inhibitor sclerostin. And you know that the sclerostin antibody is currently being reviewed by FDA as a potential osteoporosis drug. As you have heard from Dr. Shane, and we'll hear a little bit more later, rare but serious adverse events associated with osteoporosis therapies have been heavy on patients' and physicians' minds. A typical femur fracture is one of such events. NIH is receiving and supporting research on related topics such as risk factors for AFF, prodromal syndrome that may serve as a harbinger, and the influence of drug treatment duration and drug holidays on the patient's risk. Drs. Dennis Black, Bob Adler, and Juliet Compston will address atypical femoral fracture later at this meeting. Osteonecrosis of the jaw is another rare but serious complications. National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research, NIDCR, supports investigation on this topic. So I want to mention that when this topic first came up, NIDCR issued a field program announcement. This is an approach NIH sometimes will use to stimulate research in a particular topic. So much insight has been gained from research supported by this program announcement, along with those from the dental practice-based research network that's conducting research at the front line in real-world dental practices, as well as investigator-initiated research. So we know now from this research that much better we know about the multifactorial aspects of the risks and mechanisms of ONJ, and we also know better how to manage it and what can be done to decrease the chance of it happening in the first place. And you will hear more later from Dr. Argulo on this topic. Now, I have shown you a few important studies related to this workshop's focus. It is essential that we get these results and results from other studies and important bone health information out to the community through information dissemination. What do we still need to know to get people to appropriately use the medications that can prevent osteoporotic fractures, and what can be done to maximize benefit and minimize risks? This is the focus of this meeting. We look forward to hearing the discussions over the next day and a half, and we're also looking forward to the panel report and recommendations, because we do intend to use them to foster research that will move the field forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, I'm Teresa Kehoe. I'm the clinical team lead in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the Food and Drug Administration, and our concentration is on the on bone drugs. So I'm going to talk today about how FDA proceeds with the translational pipeline. Now, I can't tell you much about the translational pipeline because that's confidential commercial information. So what I'm going to do is walk you through how the FDA gets to the point of a new drug being approved for marketing in the United States. And this pathway really has existed for all the drugs you've heard about already from Dr. Khosla and any new drugs that will be coming up the pipeline. I have no information to disclose, either financial interests and the presentation will not include unlabeled use. But I do have a disclaimer, being from the Food and Drug Administration, that the views expressed here are really mine and not the official position of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. So what you heard from Dr. Khosla was, it's a very active and dynamic basic science interest in bone that will translate into drugs coming eventually to the market. But before reaching the FDA, development of new and novel therapies really begins with that basic science, understanding the targets, whether it's based on a rare disease or some other form of the science, and then creating therapies that can that can interact with the target in a beneficial way. But also, the basic science can provide some insight into potential side effects that once we at FDA are looking at this drug, we can make sure are targeted and evaluated during the clinical research pipeline. So this is just let's see, I might need help with this one. Okay. This is just a graphic of the timeline for drug development. And as you can see with the first part of this graph, it's all the preclinical research. This is all happening before we ever see the application. So when we see it, it is an investigational new drug application. And an IND, as we call them, is required for clinical investigations when an unapproved drug is administered to human subjects in the United States. Our objective when we see a new IND is to assure that the safety and the right of the subjects in all phases of investigation are being upheld, and also in later stages of development to help assure that the quality of the scientific assessments are adequate to permit us to make an evaluation of the product's safety and effectiveness. So by the time we get an IND application for a new therapy, it contains all of the animal studies in 2 species that support safety for the first dose to be given in a human. We review that animal data and determine if the human dosing is safe to proceed. We're looking at the dose, the level, the timing, and all of the things. Sometimes the animal data will also tell us of safety evaluations that need to occur in those early studies. But specific to osteoporosis drugs, these animal investigations also include studies specific to bone. That is, biomechanical studies and mineralization studies that are important for later development. So when we get into clinical research for drug development, we start with the phase 1 studies, and these start with the first in human and progress on. And this is usually 20 to 100 volunteer healthy patients usually. It can occur over several months, and the most important focus here is safety with some on dose. So when you have a new product that you're starting to clinically develop for as a new drug, only about 70% of these that enter at phase 1 actually move on to phase 2. So phase 2 is where you get into the longer-term multi-dose studies. It usually takes several hundred patients, and it can take months to years depending on the program. And you're starting to look at efficacy as well as safety. The dose-finding study is probably the most important phase 2 study. It is generally a longer-term study. And 33% of these products will move on to the next phase. Phase 3 is really the key pivotal efficacy studies, and they can enroll 300 to 3,000, or as we know with osteoporosis drugs, many more thousand patients than that. Tend to be 1 to 4 years in duration, and the focus here is efficacy and also adverse event profile to be able to label the drug. And then we would get a marketing application and the phase 4 studies after marketing. So FDA really follows the safety pattern of a drug throughout the development, starting in phase 1 with those animal studies. We can impose a clinical hold at any time if later in as development progresses, there is a safety signal that is of such concern we don't think the drug could be used in humans. You can either do a full hold where the drug has to stop, or a partial hold if you're looking at certain subsets of patients you don't think should receive the drug. In later phases of the clinical development, we also work with our sponsors on the efficacy endpoints and the trial design, as I briefly spoke about. And bone mineral density changes for us, we frequently use these for dose-finding studies. But when we get into our efficacy trials, we really, at this point, require fracture reduction, be the primary endpoint. And that is morphometric, or the radiographic evidence of vertebral fracture. And then non-vertebral fracture and hip fractures are optional. And as we know, when you start looking at these optional endpoints of non-vertebral fracture and hip fracture, that's really what also drives the number of patients required in the studies. The largest study for an osteoporosis drug that we have seen has been required 17,000 to 18,000 patients be enrolled. So when you start to look at a hip fracture endpoint against even placebo, you're starting to look at very large trials over a number of years to answer that efficacy question. Bone mineral density is done as a secondary endpoint in most all of our studies. And as you heard from Dr. Chen, there is an active look at trying to find a surrogate endpoint to requiring these fractures. There's history of why we do, which I'm not going to get into that, but we do feel, from our perspective, that there is a perhaps not as much interest in pursuing new therapies, because by the time you get into phase 3, it's a very large trial, which requires a large amount of funding that some companies may not be willing to progress with. Now, demonstration of safety is the second part of what FDA, our main focus. And for a chronic disease like osteoporosis, we rely on the ICH guidelines. And those guidelines for a chronic disease, it's 500 to 1,500 patients that are exposed total. So 300 to 600 patients for 6 months and 100 patients exposed for a year. So obviously with our osteoporosis fracture trials, we are well ahead of the curve in the number of patients exposed, looking at safety and adverse events. But when you look at these chronic trials, the safety evaluations in the clinical development are not expected to characterize rare events like we've seen with osteoporosis drugs. You're really looking to characterize events that occur in more than 1 in 1,000 patients. So these very rare events, even with the very large trials we have, are not sufficient. These trials are not sufficient to capture those rare events. So what we're seeing in osteoporosis is up to 8,000 patients exposed for at least 2 years. So we are well beyond what the ICH guidance calls for. So again, now we've looked at our clinical studies and we're ready for a marketing application. And for that would either be a new drug application if it is a small molecule, or a biologics license application. The regulations differ slightly, but they are pretty much the same. And when we get the marketing application, it is a complete application that contains all the information to support the safety and effective use of the drug. So that is the chemistry, manufacturing, and controls, the non-clinical data, the clinical pharmacology data, and the clinical safety and effectiveness data, as well as any data on a device, if a device is part of the way that the drug needs to be administered. And so FDA is looking for and receiving all this relevant study reports and the data that are submitted. Our goals in the look at the a marketing application is whether the drug is safe and effective for its proposed use, and whether the benefits of the drug outweigh the risks. Whether the drug's proposed labeling, their package insert, is appropriate, and we frequently will change what we feel needs to be contained in that labeling. Whether additional risk mitigation strategies are needed beyond the labeling, and then whether the methods used in the manufacturing of the drug and the controls used to maintain the drug's quality are adequate to preserve. So we have 6 to 12 months of a review timeline for an application like this. And our decision is either to approve with the product labeling or a complete response if the application cannot be approved. So in a complete response, we'll outline to the applicant the issues that preclude approval, and also outline the actions that they can take to place the application in the condition for approval. Now, for us, that information is not publicly available. That will go to the sponsor, and what the sponsor might release to the public is really up to them. But at this time, complete response letters from FDA are not publicly available. Now, once a drug is marketed, we're in the post-marketing situation, and a major part of our focus, especially for public health, is to monitor safety signals once that drug gets out into the general public. The monitoring tools that FDA has is the FDA Adverse Event Reporting System, and these are reports that patients, physicians, drug companies can submit to FAERS if they feel that they've had an adverse event due to the drug. We monitor published studies and case reports, and also newer on the armamentarium is the Sentinel. Sentinel is an active surveillance program that uses electronic records for over 190 million people from multiple partners, such as electronic health records, insurance data claims, and registries. Now, even Sentinel would not be something that would be able to pick up the rare events that we've seen with the osteoporosis drugs. But once we see a safety signal, FDA has some ability to require updating the drug label with new safety information. We can require new safety studies. We can require a risk evaluation mitigation strategy, and we can remove the indication or the drug from the market if things are so dire and serious. And we also can issue public safety communications. This is just a screenshot of the FDA the drug safety page. It's also the same page that has the drug shortages information. And you can see in the columns that the drug safety communications, you can easily click the link to. Now, of course, we've heard already about osteonecrosis of the jaw and atypical femoral fractures. For FDA, the osteonecrosis of jaw was first noted in the bisphosphonates in the oncology setting, and the FDA began their evaluation in 2003. And the warning in all osteoporosis bisphosphonate labels happened in 2005. Now, for atypical femoral fractures, FDA became aware and started our evaluation in 2008. We had a safety communication that was in response to a major news publication in March of 2010. We were working closely with the ASBMR task force, and so we requested the safety change and had our drug safety communication in October of 2010. And this is our view of what happened to the bisphosphonate prescriptions. A little bit different. This is by prescription, not by patient. And as you can see, there were approximately 30 million prescriptions from 2006 to 2008, and then things really started to tail off. And they continue to dwindle through 2017. Now, just because a patient got a prescription doesn't necessarily mean they're taking it. So in summary, the basic science and translational pipeline is active many years before FDA becomes involved in product development. FDA does assist in guiding drug development throughout the IND phase, and we begin monitoring drug safety in the IND phase. Once all studies are complete, FDA will review the marketing application and reach a decision within a year. And after approval, we remain active in the safety surveillance for all marketed drugs. And I'd like to thank you for your attention. And I believe that takes us to our first break. And we will reconvene at 10:10.
We're starting the next segment, and we're going to kick it off with a presentation from one of the EPCs, and Dr. Viswanathan.
Thank you. So thank you for inviting me to this P2P workshop to talk about short-term treatments to prevent osteoporotic fractures. My name is Meera Viswanathan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the RTI-UNC Evidence-Based Practice Center. And I'm here to present the findings of a systematic review that we did for the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, which was recently published. So some disclosures before I get started. We have no conflicts of interest. None of the authors have financial or non-financial conflicts of interest. The work was funded by AHRQ and has been published on the AHRQ website and in JAMA in June of this year. Thank you on behalf of the RTI-UNC Evidence-Based Practice Center team. Their names are listed here. So the next slide tells you a little bit about what I'm going to say over the next 20 minutes. I will start with a fair bit of context because the purpose and the audience for our systematic review is different from the one that you'll hear later today. Later in the day, you'll hear on long-term treatments from the Minnesota EPC. Because our audience was the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, I'll refer to them from now on as the USPSTF. Because our audience was for that, our audience determined our questions, our analytic framework, and our methods. So you'll want to keep these differences in mind as you listen to my presentation because that'll influence how the findings might differ from that of the Minnesota EPC. After I'm done with a bit of context, I'll go over key questions, analytic framework, methods, results, limitations, and conclusion. So our review is independent of the Minnesota EPC. It preceded it by several months. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, the USPSTF, asked us to conduct a systematic review in order to update their guidelines on screening to prevent osteoporotic fractures. Now, because this systematic review is meant to answer the question, does screening improve health outcomes? It asks, the overarching question is, does screening reduce fractures and fracture-related morbidity and mortality? Now, the reality for most USPSTF reviews is direct evidence on that link is missing, and so you often have to go to indirect links. The first of that being on the validity of screening, on identifying those at risk, and then moving on to treating those at risk. And so because our review focuses on that particular pathway, we have a different, it's not identical, our inclusion criteria are not identical to that of the Minnesota review. One thing I will say is that on treatment duration, we're supposed to present to you on short-term treatments. All of our studies had treatment duration under 5 years, but a few of them did have treatment duration between 3 and 5 years. And as I go through the review, all of the results that pertain to those intermediate duration trials will be marked with a red box, and so you'll know what those are. So here's what our analytic framework looked like for the entire systematic review. You will see that there's an overarching arrow that goes from screening all the way to treatment. That's the overarching link between screening and health outcomes. Now, in the absence of substantial evidence for that, we looked at the indirect pathway, which is how well risk assessment performs, and then for those who are identified to be at risk, how well treatment works. And because of the nature of what we're doing, we're trying to support the USPSTF go, no-go decision on screening. We start with a population of adults without low trauma fractures, without endocrinopathies, and without steroid use. So this is not, screening is not meant to identify those who are already at risk, right? And then once you identify those at risk, you go on to do further risk assessment and you attempt treatments in them. And so the population that I'm going to talk to you about today is adults without low trauma fractures, without endocrinopathies, without steroid use, but who are at increased risk of fractures. And in those populations, we looked at treatment questions around efficacy and harms. So I'm going to present the results of 3 questions. The first of these is how effective is pharmacotherapy in reducing fractures and related morbidity and mortality. The second question, 4B, relates to how the efficacy, how that varies in subgroups, specifically by menopause, age, sex, baseline BMD, and baseline fracture risk. And the third question is about the harms of pharmacotherapy. Our methods, we reviewed a variety of published sources and gray literature sources. We hand searched the literature. Our updates run through, we did formal search and systematic searches through October of 2016, but we continue to surveil the literature through March of 2018, and the systematic review was published in June. I'm going to go over these are study selection criteria. I won't go over every line in detail, but I will point out to you the specific criteria that served as limitations. So the first of these is about population. I've already mentioned that to you. We looked at those who were at increased risk, but without trauma, low trauma fractures. The second to pay attention to is, again, keep in mind that this was being done for the USPSTF, and the question there is, should we screen or not? And therefore, the appropriate treatment group, the comparison was an active comparison against a placebo for benefits and against a placebo or no treatment for harms. We did not compare active treatments. So there's no comparative effectiveness data in what I'm going to present to you. Another slide on study selection criteria. Again, I will focus on the 2 issues that served as constraints to what we did. The first of those is that we focused on very highly developed countries, on the Human Development Index. And the second is that we restricted the evidence base to studies of good and fair quality. So much for the methods. I'm now going to talk about yields. We ran the searches to from the last review was done, I believe, in 2013, I think. And so we ran the search to update that evidence review. We picked up over 4,700 citations and found 744 of those to merit further review. From those, we screened and identified 129 studies to make it into our review. But of those 129, only 22 are relevant for the benefits question, key question 4, and 49 for the harms question. And so that's what you will hear me talk about for the remainder of the presentation. I did want to talk a little bit about duration of treatment, and because the distinction between short and long term is important for today. Of the 22 benefit studies, 21 of them had treatment durations of under 3 years. So there was only one study with a treatment duration of 4 years, that's on raloxifene. Similarly, for the harms question, 45 of the 49 studies actually had treatment duration of under 3 years, 3 years or less, and 2 of the studies on alendronate had treatment duration between 3 and 5 years. One didn't specify, and then a 4th study on raloxifene had treatment duration of 4 years. So those studies between 3 and 5 years are possibly the ones with some degree of overlap between my presentation and the Minnesota presentation. Again, you will see all those results highlighted in the little red box as we go through the results. So now I'm going to start, now that I've gone through the methods and the yields, I'm going to go through the results. The first of the results I'll present to you is on the benefits question. And what I'll do is give you the bottom line first and then present some slides to explicate and support that bottom line. And if the people have questions later, we can always, I have plenty of backup slides. There's a lot of text here, and I'm not going to expect you to read all of it. I won't read all of it out loud, but I wanted to point out a few key things. The first of these is that there's a lot more evidence of benefit for women than men. When there's evidence on both men and women, the findings are generally consistent in the direction, but not in the size of the effect or in statistical significance. The second is, I'm sorry, this has gone out. The second is that there's a lot more evidence on bisphosphonates and on vertebral fractures than there is on other drugs and on other outcomes. Let's see if this is. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can get this to highlight. No? I'm trying to scroll down here and it's not working. It won't let me do that?
Notes.
Yeah.
I can't really see here.
There.
I don't know. It's not showing up. It might be calibration on your pad. Not really sure.
So we'll keep going. The third thing to point out is that the evidence is dominated by large studies, typically one for each body of evidence. And finally, the other thing that I want to point out on this slide deck is that we used many different criteria to come up with judgments about how effective these drugs are. So what we came up with after looking at both the effect size, the risk of bias, consistency, and precision is strength of evidence grading. So we judged that the evidence was moderate for bisphosphonates, for vertebral and non-vertebral fractures, and low for hip fractures. We judged that the evidence was moderate for raloxifene for vertebral fractures, and it was low or insufficient for other drugs and other outcomes. And the fifth thing that I wanted to point out is that on raloxifene, there's a little bit of evidence from studies with treatment duration between 3 and 5 years. So now the next few slides will present some of this evidence in more detail. So these three outcomes come from pooled analyses for vertebral fractures, non-vertebral fractures, and hip fractures, therefore bisphosphonates in women. And the strongest evidence is for vertebral fractures, less of an effect size for non-vertebral fractures, and the confidence intervals span the null for hip fractures. For bisphosphonates for men, as for women, there's a strong effect of bisphosphonates on vertebral fractures, but the confidence intervals for non-vertebral fractures span the null. For raloxifene, one study provided 3 to 5 year treatment, so it's marked in red, and it found a significant difference for both vertebral and non-vertebral fractures for women. For denosumab, that effect was significant for all measures of outcomes, vertebral, non-vertebral, and hip fractures. For parathyroid hormone, there was an effect for women on vertebral fractures, but not on non-vertebral fractures, and that was true for men as well. For men, the confidence interval spanned the null. So now I'm going to move on to subgroup analyses for benefits. As a reminder, we looked at whether the effects varied by patient characteristics such as age, baseline BMD, and prior fractures. So here's the bottom line. We found we didn't observe any differences by group. So some of the details that help support this, a few things to note. First, all of these results came from single studies. So there's very limited data here. The second is that not all of the results came from tests of interaction. So for alendronate, for example, the results actually came from comparing results in the overall trial with a subgroup analysis. But for the other 3 drugs listed here, they actually did come from tests of interaction. And then the third set of results, my final set of results for today, is on harms. So I'm going to start with the bottom line. Again, there's a lot of text in here, so I'll point out a few key things. So first, for harms such as discontinuations, serious adverse events, upper GI events, and cardiovascular events, the confidence interval for the pooled results span the null. For outcomes such as osteoporosis and atypical female fractures, we didn't find any evidence in the included studies that suggested a harm. But keep in mind that our frame of reference, our pool, the inclusion criteria were relatively narrow. And then a couple of other points to note. One is that as with benefits, the evidence on men is very limited. As with benefits, the evidence is dominated by single trials for bodies of evidence. And then finally, there's some evidence from treatment studies with durations between 3 and 5 years. Those will be marked as we go through the remainder of the slides. The next few slides will explicate what the bottom line was for harms and help provide support to those findings. So the first of these is on bisphosphonates. We were able to do pooled analyses on discontinuation, serious adverse events, and upper GI events. And as you can see from some of the numbers here, these are a lot of patients. So we didn't have a problem with precision. These studies were pretty precise. The pool estimates were precise, but they failed to find an effect. The confidence intervals span the null for all 3 of these outcomes. The next one, is going down? Yeah. Yeah. So the next one's on raloxifene. And for raloxifene, we were able to do some pooled analyses. We did find harms, increased incidence of hot flashes and leg cramps, but not for DVT and discontinuations. The other thing to note about this is that these results did in fact include one trial with treatment duration between 3 and 5 years. And then the next set of slides is about denosumab and the harms that we found for it. So now 3 trials gave us evidence on discontinuation, serious adverse events, and serious infections. In all cases, the confidence intervals span the null. For parathyroid hormone, we found one trial in women which indicated an increased incidence of discontinuations. For men, the results did not indicate that there was an increased risk of discontinuations, but that's when you look at the FDA-approved dose of 20 micrograms. The study also did look at a 40 microgram dose, and that did have an increased risk of discontinuations. and there was no reported increased risk of cancers. Now, on to osteonecrosis of the jaw. No studies that met our inclusion criteria reported increased incidence of osteonecrosis of the jaw, but that's again because of the population that we looked at. When we looked at a systematic review that wasn't restricted to primary prevention, we found that they did report an increased incidence, marginally increased incidence in when compared to the general population. But if you looked at the oncology population, the range was quite a bit more. Similarly, with atypical femur fractures, the studies that we included didn't report an increased incidence, but from studies that weren't restricted as we were, there was a higher increased odds, and there was quite a lot of heterogeneity in the results. So what are the limitations of our review? Our review is limited by the frame of reference that we took on. We were seeking to address this primary prevention question. Regarding the limitations of the evidence, there's a lot of underlying heterogeneity in baseline risk, prior fractures, prior treatment, and duration of follow-up, but very limited evidence. So regarding future research directions, clearly there's not enough treatment trials in men. Data on subgroups, particularly age, baseline BMD, and baseline fracture risk is insufficient. And long-term evidence on harms is also lacking. In conclusion, treatments reduce the risk of vertebral and non-vertebral fractures. We did not find consistent increase in harms from included studies. Rare harms such as osteonecrosis of the jaw and atypical femur fractures may exist, but we didn't find evidence of that. Thank you.
Pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the organizers for asking me to talk. I'm going to do something a little different, and that is provide you some evidence from some of the original data sets. Okay, great. Okay, so that's the wrong talk. So we'll get there one of these days. Okay, he's got it now. Should I get it? Okay. All right. Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to talk about some of the short-term drug therapies for osteoporotic fractures. You heard some of this in the previous talk, although my talk will be more limited to females, and it will also involve people at highest risk. So I think this will give you some distinction between the overall evidence-based review and what we see from some of the clinical trials in individuals at high risk, and I'm going to emphasize that several times. I have no disclosures. So first I'll define short-term therapy, and then really focus on who's at risk for fractures, because those are the people who benefit the most from therapy. Then I'll go through a couple of the anti-resorptive and anabolic therapies, finish with another EPIC study that was done at the Mayo Clinic evidence-based review to look at the data, and finish with some conclusions. So my summary is in some ways very similar to the previous talk. Short-term treatment for osteoporosis should be focused at women at highest risk, including those from all ethnic and racial groups. So it's a little different from primary prevention, and here we're focused on the highest risk individuals. Algorithms as well as bone density can predict the women at highest risk of fracture. Anti-resorptive therapies reduce short-term risk of both vertebral and non-vertebral fractures, as was shown in the previous talk. I'll talk about anabolic therapies. And there are some on and off target side effects from short-term anti-resorptive therapy that I'll mention. So short-term therapy for osteoporosis is defined conventionally as 3 years or less of treatment, and that's really due to the registration trials, which were mandated to be approximately 3 years, although Teresa mentioned they could go from 1 to 4 years. And so we think of short-term as 3 years, and anything beyond that as long-term. And again, this is somewhat arbitrary, but this is what we're left with. So who should be treated to prevent osteoporotic fractures? And the algorithm is it's those at the highest risk. And who are those women? And I'm going to focus on just some data showing you why we focus on the women at highest risk, because the drugs that are most efficacious are the ones that work in those individuals who are at the highest risk of fracture. So two components are present on this slide that are important. One, gender is extremely different in terms of risk. And second, that age is an independent risk factor for fracture. And here you can see that age by itself increases fracture risk immensely. So age and being a woman are two major risk factors for fracture. What else can we use to predict fractures in those that are at highest risk? And this is from the study of osteoporotic fractures that you had heard about previously. And this data demonstrates that those women in the lowest BMD quartile have the highest risk of fracture. A single bone mineral density 25 years out can predict those individuals at highest risk. So bone density is a strong predictor of subsequent fracture. And as Elizabeth pointed out, previous fractures beget new fractures. So the absolute risk of recurrent fracture after a first fracture really mandates treatment. And here you can see that over time, over 5 years after a fracture, the risk of having a recurrent fracture is considerably increased, both for total fractures and also, importantly, for hip fractures. Similarly, the cumulative hip fracture incidence after a non-vertebral fracture is considerably greater if you've had a non-vertebral fracture. And again, hip fracture is a very significant endpoint, as Elizabeth pointed out, in terms of morbidity and mortality. And so a seminal event in an individual after the age of 65 that has a non-vertebral fracture is their potential risk for a subsequent hip fracture. So we talked about age, and we talked about gender, and we talked about previous fracture and bone density. And these can be combined in an algorithm that we use in the United States, FRAX, but are present in a number of different algorithms that can be used at the point of care. And they integrate a number of risk factors that help us predict who are the individuals who are at greatest risk, because those are the individuals we want to focus on that can prevent fractures, but not only that, have the highest degree of success in reducing those fractures. So I will point out, however, that that exclusion by race or ethnicity is not something we should be thinking about, because it's true that other individuals can fracture besides white non-Hispanic women. And here you can see from the Women's Health Initiative just the differences in hip fracture rates among different racial and ethnic groups. So excluding those individuals because of their background is not a reasonable approach to understanding those at highest risk. And again, these algorithms help us provide those that we're focused on treating. So with that in mind, the short-term therapeutic options that we have, short-term being 3 years, include the anti-resorptives as well as the anabolic agents, teriparatide and abaloparatide, as you've heard about. I did not include romosozumab in this discussion because it's not FDA approved. So I just want to point out, and you'll hear this this afternoon from Rebecca Jackson, but estrogens have a profound effect, and Sandeep mentioned it as well, on reducing fractures. This is the calcium and vitamin D study of the Women's Health Initiative, one of the largest ones, in which people were randomized to calcium and vitamin D and estrogen or no estrogen. And you can see there's almost a 45% reduction in hip fractures in those individuals who were on active hormone therapy and calcium and vitamin D. So estrogen, long established to have a significant effect on fractures. And I should point out in this talk, I am not talking at all about changes in bone density. You will only see fracture data because these are patient-specific outcomes we're interested in. So you've heard a little bit about raloxifene, and Becky will talk about it some more. Just want to point out a couple things about the MORE trial, which was a very large trial of over 7,000 women. And one of the most important points about this slide and about this study was that the difference in the rate of incident vertebral fractures was almost fourfold greater in those women who had a pre-existing vertebral fracture. And so the efficacy was quite significant in both groups, but as you can see, these individuals were at the highest risk. So the MORE trial recruited people who had both had fractures and those that did not have fractures. And here you can see the separation in terms of risk over the follow-up of the trial. So in the fracture intervention trial of Dennis Black and Steve Cummings, they showed a very significant reduction in clinical fractures in women with existing vertebral fractures. So in FIT1, which was one component which you had to have a fracture to get in, the risk reduction was significant. And this also holds for hip fractures. So although in the primary prevention meta-analysis and systematic review, it didn't appear to have an effect because they pooled both FIT1 and FIT2. In the highest risk individuals with existing vertebral fractures, there was a 50% reduction in the risk of hip fractures. Risedronate also was shown to reduce both vert and non-vertebral fractures. This is another registration trial done over 3 years. And risedronate also reduced hip fractures in elderly women who were randomized between 70 and 90 years of age. And here you can see that there is risk reduction for hip fractures, independent of bone density, but very dependent on age. The Horizon trial was performed and published in 2007 for zoledronic acid, 5 milligrams a day, 5 milligrams once a year. And here you can see that all fracture types were reduced with a single dose of zoledronic acid given yearly for 3 years. And those hazard ratios are quite significant. In addition, from that trial, a trial by Lyles and colleagues, also using 5 milligrams of zoledronic acid after a hip fracture. So these individuals were at very high risk of fracture. These are individuals who came in with hip fractures, and then they were administered zoledronic acid or placebo, and you can see the risk reduction in all categories with zoledronic acid. So if we look at the benefits of therapy in these high-risk categories, you could prevent 71 spine fractures with the bisphosphonates, 29 non-vertebral fractures, 11 hip fractures for every 1,000 osteoporotic women treated for 3 years. And again, these are high-risk individuals that fit the trial and registration data. You've heard a little bit about denosumab, a biologic monoclonal antibody. And here you can see that denosumab administered twice yearly subcutaneous reduced the risk of fractures in high-risk individuals in the FREEDOM trial. It also decreased non-vertebral fractures by 20% and reduced hip fracture risk by 40%. And again, the FREEDOM trial randomized a number of individuals who were at very high risk for subsequent fracture. The teriparatide study, as we move to anabolics, also showed that there was a significant risk reduction. Again, this is women for new vertebral fractures and for non-vertebral fractures. And as alluded to in the previous talk, there was no statistical significance because of the small number of hip fractures to show efficacy for hip fracture reduction. However, abaloparatide, the most recent anabolic therapy in the study by Paul Miller and colleagues, showed that abaloparatide reduced the risk of all fractures, and that it was very similar to teriparatide, although in some cases it actually was somewhat better than teriparatide in reducing the risk of clinical fractures, non-vertebral fractures, major osteoporotic fractures, and new vertebral fractures. So I just want to finish by showing a couple of slides from a recent evidence-based review done by the Mayo Clinic group as part of the Endocrine Society, which we took on over a 2.5-year period to try to understand how benefit and risk evolved in the treatment of postmenopausal women for osteoporotic fractures. Several people in the audience were involved in this, Dr. Estelle, Dr. Black, and Dr. Schoback, as well as myself. And I just want to show you that our PETA diagram of the vertebral fracture risk reduction shows a very consistent effect for virtually all the therapies that I've mentioned, as well as some other ones based on, again, a systematic review. This is currently in press and will be published soon. Similarly, for hip fracture, one can see that several of the trials show a significant risk-benefit ratio. So what are the risks from short-term therapy? And this was nicely outlined by our previous speaker. There are some on-target effects. That is, in the skeleton, ONJ was mentioned, very rare, but often seen with cancer patients who are treated with bisphosphonates. And then atypical femoral fractures. And you're going to hear a lot about that from Dr. Black and others, and the potential risk associated with that and the duration, but less frequently, as you'll see, with short-term therapy. There are also some modest off-target effects that should be considered, particularly esophageal irritation and Barrett's esophagus, which are much less commonly reported since the frequency of use is less, but also the formulation is a little different. Muscle pain does occur. Atrial fibrillation was reported to be slightly increased in the alendronate group, and it was significant in the fracture intervention trial. And then cardiovascular effects, and I think Dr. Jackson will mention this as well. Estrogen, as you all know, may have a negative effect on the cardiovascular system, and of course DVTs, which play a role as a risk and something to discuss with patients in terms of the use of either SERMs or estrogen. And then the role of bisphosphonates in cardiovascular disease remains an open question. There are some data supporting a no effect from bisphosphonates, and there's at least 1 or 2 new papers that suggest there may be some risk reduction. So stay tuned for that, because I think that still remains an area of active investigation. I just want to show us one slide from the atypical femoral fracture, new data that you'll hear a lot about from Dr. Black, who's been a pioneer in the field, looking at use of bisphosphonates and the risk of atypical femoral fractures, because that's what drives patients to not take their medicine or not to even get a prescription in the first place. And here you can see that the frequency of these events is much greater as years go on with use of bisphosphonate, but much more will be talked about by Dr. Black in terms of characterizing those, as Dr. Kosala mentioned, identifying those people at the highest risk. So who should be treated short term? We think anybody with a previous fracture in postmenopausal woman, incident fractures within the past year, any hip fracture, and that's really critical because most hip fracture patients leave the hospital without a prescription for treatment. High-risk individuals with low density and previous fractures, even remote fractures, and those over the age of 65 with other risk factors, previous fractures, steroid use, maybe diabetes, and inflammatory disorders. Who we don't want to treat are people who have bone density above -2.5 with no clinical risk factors, premenopausal women, postmenopausal women who have osteopenia but no risk factors, and children. So my conclusions are there are highly efficacious treatments for osteoporosis, particularly short-term, but in individuals who are at high risk. The evidence-based reviews confirm risk reduction in those individuals who are part of the registration trial, and I'd like to make that distinction from the larger evidence-based presentation that you heard, where it was on primary prevention and included individuals who were not at high risk. And of course, there are risks associated with osteoporosis. These need to be treatments that need to be balanced, particularly when considering short-term therapy, and long-term risk will be considered separately. So our recommendation, screening for postmenopausal women at high risk of fracture is essential for optimal treatment paradigms, short-term anti-resorptive therapy or anabolic therapy in those at highest risk of fracture, including women with previous fracture, and anabolic treatments can be used for short-term therapy. Thank you very much.
And own a small practice in Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware. I also do research in quality and outcomes, primarily focusing on primary care. And I want to talk to you today about treatment, screening and treatment of osteoporosis in the primary care setting. I'm also the reason I'm here is because I'm a member of the board of the National Osteoporosis Foundation, and I guess that's I care about osteoporosis, so I guess that's sort of a disclosure. What I want to try to talk about, I'm going to summarize first about what I'm going to tell you. And first, while most diagnosis and treatment of osteoporosis occurs in the primary care setting, rates of screening and treatment of osteoporosis in primary care are suboptimal. Well, that's probably no surprise to anyone here, because that's why we're all here. But what I believe is that the main barriers in primary care are not about knowledge about osteoporosis, but rather the logistics, meaning putting guidelines into practice. And I'll show how using a structured approach to treatment of osteoporosis or screening can improve this. And what might be particularly effective is using a team-based approach to care, meaning relying on office staff, chronic care management nurses, and other staff to facilitate screening and treatment. And while education of primary care physicians and other clinicians about osteoporosis is important, I believe that it's less helpful in getting us to where we want to be. So first, to talk about what I'm going to focus on here. I'm going to focus on primary prevention in women. So treatment of osteoporosis in women with no previous history of a low-impact fracture. Now, certainly other components of osteoporosis, such as treatment of osteoporosis in men and treatment of osteopenia in women who are at high risk, are also important, but somewhat less common in primary care. So I'm not going to focus on those here. And again, most diagnosis and treatment of osteoporosis in women, which I'm focusing on, occurs in the primary care setting. And when I say primary care, I'm talking about family medicine, primary care internal medicine, and primary care geriatrics. To some extent, it could also happen in gynecology settings and sometimes other specialties, but less so. So I'm saying that knowledge gaps are less important, so let's talk about that for a minute. I believe that generally primary care physicians know the basics. So they know that osteoporosis is common, they know that it leads to poor health outcomes, they know that postmenopausal women should be screened, and we'll talk about the guidelines, and that treatment prevents fractures. No, the knowledge is not perfect, but I think physicians and other primary care clinicians know the basics. And there are good recent guidelines from the American College of Physicians that are very helpful in terms of treatment, and basically say bisphosphonates are the first choice. But despite what I think is this reasonably good knowledge, significant gaps exist. So I'm a family physician, and the American Academy of Family Physicians follows the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force guidelines in this area, which recommends that all women ages 65 and over be screened for osteoporosis with a DEXA, as well as women at high risk. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But we know that only about 1/4 of women ages 65 to 79 get screened, and it's even lower for older women. And certainly treatment rates for women with known osteoporosis are also low. So what's the problem? I believe that the problem is in the implementation, and that means putting evidence into practice. Why is that? Well, primary care is the most complex healthcare setting, and physicians and other clinicians manage the broadest array of problems, even in a single visit, where it's not uncommon to have 6 or even 8 problems in a single 20-minute visit. So it's no surprise that sometimes osteoporosis diagnosis or treatment can get lost. And just to reiterate how complex this is, there were some studies done down at Duke that show that to care for all the preventive, acute, and chronic care that's needed for a typical physician's panel of patients would take 22 hours per day. Obviously, that's impossible for a physician to do. Even the screening part is complex. If you just look at screening, similar Duke studies show that it takes 7.4 hours per day just to do all of the screening and prevention recommended by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force for a typical panel of patients. And to make it worse, until recently, Medicare, which is the insurance for most of the women we're talking about, did not even pay for preventive care visits. So this is why I think that just telling physicians or trying to educate them about the importance of osteoporosis is not going to get us to where we want to be. So given that this is logistically impossible, how do we improve it? Well, first, I think a structured approach. So what do I mean by that? One example is having visits that are dedicated to prevention. And this sounds like a no-brainer. We've been doing preventive care and, quote, physicals for non-Medicare patients for years. And recently, Medicare introduced the Medicare Wellness Visit. And I think that's a good model. It can help to catch up on prevention. But even for this, it's having a visit dedicated to prevention, there's still not enough time. And I'll show you in a minute why that's true. But the other reason is that very few patients actually come in specifically for a Medicare wellness visit. So the way physicians deal with this, because we're now measured by how many Medicare wellness visits and preventive services we do, most of the time in our office and many offices, we do Medicare wellness visits as an add-on to a problem visit. So when the patient is there for her diabetes, plus depression, plus vaginal bleeding, plus, oh, by the way, I fell down and hurt my arm yesterday, we add on a Medicare wellness visit and do that at the same time. So as you can see, this makes the time even more limited. So how can you make this feasible? Well, one thing you can do is to have templates, such as a checklist. So I'll give you an example. In the airline industry, we would never say to pilots, well, you just need to be educated about all the things you need to do to keep the airplane safe. And then we're just going to rely on you to try to remember to do that each time before your plane takes off. That would be absurd. We have a checklist. We need to do the same thing in primary care. So I'll give you an example in our office. In our office, we follow what's called the American Academy of Family Physicians guidelines, which are almost identical to the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. This is our checklist. You can see that there are a whole lot of things, and that's why I said that even if you just have a visit dedicated to prevention, it's still extremely complex. So just if you check through the things that are needed for a patient over the age of 65, there's at least four vaccines that are recommended. If you get into screening, there's colon cancer screening, of which there's at least 3 different options. There's cholesterol screening, hepatitis C screening, and some of these vary depending on your age, breast cancer screening, and then also osteoporosis screening. And again, on our checklist, we have what's recommended by the AAFP, which is that all women 65 and over get a DEXA. And then below that, for men, there's aortic abdominal aneurysm screening. The good thing is that I think that if having all these things on one sheet allows, or prevents, I should say, kind of a bias. I think there's some sense that docs think that osteoporosis isn't as important. But if you have it in a checklist, it helps to protect against that. But I would actually argue that some of the things on this list get done even less commonly than osteoporosis screening. For example, AAA screening for men 65 to 75, rates are extremely low. And for hepatitis C, until the commercials came on TV, those rates were even lower. Okay, so it's great to have the checklist, but the physician can't do this alone. And again, as I mentioned, these are often add-ons to the patient who has, I'm here for my diabetes, depression, vaginal bleeding, and I hurt my arm yesterday. So it will be impossible for a physician to do this. So what you need to do is a team-based approach. Have the staff focus on the prevention while the physician is focusing on management of other problems. So in our office, we have a clerical person who prepares the checklist that I just showed you before the patient gets there. Then at the beginning of the office visit, when a medical assistant rooms the patient, they go over each of the preventive services that I talked about, look in their chart, what was done and not done, and then prepare a preliminary plan. Then the doctor is there primarily to answer questions. And there are studies, again, the same Duke studies, show that non-physician, non-clinician staff can do about 80% of what's required for prevention. And then the final plan is given to the patient after that's finished. And that helps the patient to not forget to get done the things that are supposed to get done and that are agreed to. But of course, patients still forget. So it's important to do the follow-up, and that's the next step of the team-based approach. Medicare also has something called chronic care management. Medicare estimates about 70% of patients qualify. I would estimate it's more like 90. So the vast majority of patients qualify, and you can have a chronic care management nurse or other clinical staff follow up on whether that DEXA that was ordered actually gets done. If it wasn't done, they can help the patient to facilitate getting it done. If it was done and it was normal, they communicate that to the patient and update the patient's chart. If it was abnormal, they notify the physician or other clinician and schedule the patient to discuss treatment. That's what we do in our office. Oh, by the way, when the checklist came up, you might have noticed, if you're familiar with the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force guidelines, that there's actually something that was missing on our checklist, and that's screening in postmenopausal women under the age of 65. We actually did not put that on our checklist here. And I would argue here that probably the knowledge gap is greater. And I would say specifically, most physicians probably don't know that simply being a thin white woman puts you at high risk. The new U.S. Preventive Services Task Force guidelines are also helpful here. They actually have a number of suggested risk scoring instruments that help you to determine which patients are at high enough risk to do DEXA on, even if they're under 65. This is the table that they have, and they have 5 different scoring instruments that you can do. But as you can tell, again, we're talking about logistics. Most of these are actually fairly complicated. There's one up here that's really simple, and I would argue that that's the one we should be using. Now, I'm not arguing that the other ones can't be used, but isn't that pretty simple to say the osteoporosis self-assessment measure, just saying, if I'm a woman under the age of 65 but postmenopausal, if my weight in kilograms is not 10 greater than my age, I'm at high risk. That's pretty simple. That can actually be put into an EHR, for example, and that can help get these women who are not over the age of 65 but are high risk. I would argue that some of the other tools that physicians probably are more familiar with, like the FRAX, is much more complicated and very cumbersome to implement in primary care. Any of these can be inserted into the EHR, and for example, in our office, we did that. If you just look at each woman at each age and say, show me all the women whose weight in kilograms is not 10 greater than their age, that will bring up the women who are not caught at the Medicare wellness visits. We just recently did that in our office and found lots of women. Okay, so once osteoporosis is diagnosed, then how about treatment? I would actually argue that the knowledge gaps are not the primary problem here either. Although we hear a lot today about all the different options with osteoporosis treatment and what the pros and cons are, the ACP guidelines actually give pretty good guidance to primary care physicians. Bottom line, bisphosphonates are the first choice, with some options, certainly for women who can't tolerate or who have side effects to the bisphosphonates. But for the most part, for most of primary care, bisphosphonates will be appropriate and acceptable in the large majority of women. Again, the issue is implementation, getting women to start the medication that was ordered and then stay on it once you're on it. This is a big issue for sure, but I'd argue it's really not that much different than all the other diseases that we work with in primary care, particularly the ones that are the silent chronic diseases, diabetes, hypertension, which we deal with all the time. And that means, for example, women who never start the therapy or who stop therapy but don't talk to their clinician. The women who have a side effect and they're not sure if that's from the medication or not. So an example might be aching in my legs. Is that from potentially impending atypical femoral fracture? Or is that just because of the statin that I'm on? There's other things like when to retest, et cetera. But again, I would argue that team-based approach. Don't rely primarily on the physician to figure this out. Use the chronic care management nurses to help to talk to the patients and also to facilitate discussions with the physician. Okay, so we were supposed to talk about where are the gaps. I would argue that in primary care, most of the research gaps are about logistics, and that's implementation science. So, for example, what's the best model for implementing screening and treatment of osteoporosis in primary care? Is it the old model of clinician-driven encounters? I don't think so, but I don't know if we've ever studied that. Is it a team-based approach using templates for screening? Is it using staff at office visits to figure out who's due for testing? Using staff for this outside of visits? Chronic care management model with staff for staff to follow up after patients get tested or even treated. I would surmise that those are probably good things. I don't know that we have the research base to suggest which of those is best. How about for women under the age of 65? So I think that there's probably a significant knowledge gap there. Is that true? I don't know if we have the science for that. What's the knowledge about primary care clinicians about valid screening tools? What's the best screening tool to use? How to integrate it in primary care? And lastly, I think there's a lot of underlying assumption that we treat osteoporosis different. Is that true? Do primary care physicians really treat osteoporosis differently than anything else by giving it low priority? I don't think we have the research base for that either. How about for treatment? Well, what percentage of women actually stop treatment in primary care? The studies need to be done in primary care in order for this to be valid. And what are the effective ways to identify those women and intervene? And is adherence, again, is it different than any other disease? Is adherence to osteoporosis medications any different than adherence to blood pressure medicines, diabetes medicines, or other things that we do for silent diseases? So in summary, I think the bottom line is in primary care, we have problems. What do we need to do? First, focus on the basics. Initial screening and treatment, and that's where the large majority is falling through the cracks. I think we should implement models to put guidelines into practice, particularly structured approaches, a team-based approach using staff, chronic care management nurses, and other staff to help with screening and identify patients who need screening, but also in treatment and following up patients with treatment. And again, I don't want to diss the importance of knowledge among physicians and other clinicians. In order for this to work, the physicians and other clinicians need to buy in. But just a lot of CME about osteoporosis is not going to get the job done. And when we do CME, when we do educational information for physicians and other clinicians. We need to focus on the areas where there likely are gaps. For example, defining high risk, what tools are best to use for high risk. And I would encourage people who create CME to focus less on general knowledge about osteoporosis. And I think that's what's going to help to get us where we need to be. Thank you very much.
My name's Stu Silverman. I'm a rheumatologist at Cedars-Sinai and UCLA. And we heard a good talk by Dr. Gill a moment ago about the role of the clinician in the healthcare team. Let's flip it to the other side and let's take a look at the patient. My disclosures are shown below as Speakers Bureau, consultant, and grant support. And the summary is that patients make decisions based on their individual perceptions of risks and benefits. And as we'll see, these decisions are surprising to some of us because despite the patients being at high risk of fracture, they frequently choose not to initiate therapy. And they're basing this on their perception of risks and benefits. The risks include the risk of events, as well as the risk of perceived and or experience adverse events. And there are multiple factors we'll discuss, and I'll try to use some findings from cognitive sciences to help us in that regard. Patients perceive the benefits of therapy differently, and communicating that risk is challenging to us. As I mentioned, patients frequently choose not to initiate osteoporosis medication despite having high risk of fracture. So GLOBE, for example, there were 13% of almost 28,000 participants were at high risk, yet only 35%, a little over a third, reported treatment with an anti-osteoporosis medicine. In another study at Kaiser, where the cost was not an issue, only about 30% of patients filled their prescriptions. We're able to look actually at the electronic health records and see when the prescriptions happen. There clearly is a need for us to understand the lack of willingness of patients at high risk to start osteoporosis meds. Well, why are patients not willing to start? Well, we first have to understand how patients make medical decisions, and they make these decisions based on the perception of their perceived risk in relationship to the perceived benefit. So risk is the product of the probability of a hazardous outcome, but it's individually interpreted by patients based on their individual perception of the likelihood of that outcome. The perception of risk includes the perception of risk of event, am I at risk of a fracture, but also perception of the risk of a perceived or experienced adverse event. We've been hearing a lot about ONJ and atypical femoral fracture. Now, perceived risk is based on the patient's understanding of the medical information that we as clinicians provide to them. Unfortunately, 40 to 80% of the information that we give them is forgotten immediately. The greater the amount of information we give our patients, the lower the portion is correctly recalled. And actually, what some of us sometimes forget is we have understanding from fuzzy theory that patients' understanding of the risk of events and risk of side effects results not from complete information, but from what they perceive as the gist or central message of the information. So the gist and actually detailed numerical risk concepts are parallel but independent. And actually, we often forget precise and detailed facts about risk may not necessarily be effective in encouraging a health behavior. Patients get the facts right, but they don't get the proper meaning. They may take a numeric estimate, as such as 1% or 15%. For some people, that's small. Other people, that's large. So risk is influenced by multiple factors. The source of information, we'll discuss some of the physician, the pharmacist, media coverage, or hearsay from friends, family, or peers. Trust in the healthcare practitioner. The immediacy of that information, biases, framing effects, emotions, denial, and finally, disease perception. Well, as you would expect, information is judged more likely if you remember it. It's easily brought to mind. It was recently heard. So something that was recently covered in the media, public media, you'll remember that. But there's also social media here, which includes Google searches, Facebook, and role of influencers. I often joke that Dr. Google is often consulted as a second opinion whenever I talk to a patient. There is an inverse relationship, as we've heard, between media coverage of an adverse event and the number of prescriptions that are filled. And I think we all appreciate now that patients are now much more likely to suggest their own treatment plan. With the endless supply of information online and medical apps, patients read extensively, search the internet, bring to my office printouts, and come armed with well-researched ideas and suggestions. Now, this could be good, but it can also create challenges when that online source isn't trustworthy or doesn't account for the individuality of our patients. And I want to point out some statistics here. Health is happening on major social networks. About 30% of patients say they've used social media to find health-related consumer reviews, either of treatments or physicians. And about a third use YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and in older groups, Google searches to find medical information, research, share their symptoms, and look at options about doctors' treatments, etc. But we also recognize that social media has limitations. I won't go through all of them, but we recognize there's a lack of reliability, there's quality concerns, there may be risk associated with use of harmful or incorrect device, information overload, and finally, not sure how to apply that information found online. Trust in the healthcare practitioner. Patients who trust their healthcare practitioner are more likely to believe the information they get and follow that healthcare practitioner's advice. In some studies that I participated in focus groups of patients, trust is identified as a critical domain. Now, there are the biases that we're all seeing. Optimism biases. Well, that patient, that person over there has the same risk as I, but they're going to be the one to get the fracture, not me. But again, there's the pessimism bias. Well, I know it's extremely rare, and I know that the risk might be 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, but you know me. Whatever there's a side effect, it's going to be me. I'm the one. Then there's framing effects. When we talk to our patients, we need to say stating that a treatment is 97% effective is clearly more impressive than stating it's only 3% ineffective. Most patients' assessment of risk is determined not by facts but by emotions. And let me go through some emotional reactions. So first example, I think one of the reasons ONJ and atypical femur fracture has got a lot of concerns by our patients is they're rated as catastrophic. My jaw's falling off. There's a fracture. Unfortunately, one of the other problems is, while we might see a side effect with one class of osteoporosis medication, even for other classes that don't have that same side effect, patients tend to generalize across the medication indication. That's called categorical bias. We put patients on holidays. Well, obviously, if you have to take me off that drug after a couple of years, that means it must be risky. And of course, there's the male who feels less masculine for taking medicine. Now, patients certainly may actively avoid hearing or understanding information about their disease, and this may be helpful to avoid their concerns and might be a coping method. This slide, just to remind you, is to show that there is a difference between patient and physician severity. On the left is patient-physician agreement, and you can see about 14% of patients rated their disease as more severe than their healthcare practitioner, and 20% rated as less severe. On the right is concern. 30% rated greater concern about osteoporosis than their physician, and 21% reported lower concern. Now, self-perception of fracture risk is actually kind of important. In GLOBE, when we looked at it, only 11% of women with a lower baseline self-perceived fracture risk were taking medicines for osteoporosis, compared with almost half of women who had a higher perceived fracture risk. And use of medicines was increased in the years after a fracture. And what's important is women who have a lower self-perceived fracture risk, who fractured, still reported lower use of osteoporosis meds than women with or without a fracture who had a higher perceived risk. If we look at medication attributes, there's multiple: cost, convenience, efficacy, delivery system, side effects. And we mentioned side effects can be perceived or not yet experienced. And they're individualized, but they may vary by race and ethnicity. But if you correct for age, socioeconomic status, and gender, that tends to disappear. In terms of benefit, patients think, is osteoporosis really treatable? Have they convinced that? I think it's just a disease of aging. Are there really medicines that actually work? And how effective are these medicines? And how long have they been studied? A couple years? That doesn't sound like long enough, because I hear there are long-term side effects, and do they work in everyone? One crucial thing that's often ignored is in decision-making is the role of the other. patients often do not make a decision alone. They may make it with family. In some cultures, for example, we've studied, we find, for example, that the woman actually has to consult with her husband first, who may agree or disagree with the decision. Or there may be your children who you have to talk to, or social groups. In another study, we looked at estrogen prescriptions. It took 28 days to fill an estrogen prescription. During that time period, women tended to consult their peer group, their walking group, their mahjong group. There is an importance for the role of other. And sometimes when we're looking at adherence or we're looking at physicians, we forget that the patient alone is not the only one making that decision. Taking a medicine is actually a learned behavior. Patients on no medicine, patients on multiple meds are less likely to fill a prescription for an osteoporosis med in a study we looked at. So patients who are not taking any are a little hesitant. This is going to be the first medicine. It means I'm really sick. Or patients who have so many medicines, I don't want to take another one. And it's influenced by gender, with women, as we mentioned, taking longer to fill a prescription than men. Now, how can we communicate risk? I think you got to be careful about using verbal terms. Verbal descriptions don't communicate risk effectively. And I think they need to usually be followed by numerical data. Use a consistent denominator. Don't mix up 1 in 200. Maybe for some patients, it's a bigger risk than 1 in 25. We talked about framing. Using absolute numbers, not relative risk. It's easy to get confused on percentages or interpreting statements. Something's 3 times more likely to cure with treatment A than B. Use visual aids might be helpful, and we'll talk about that in a moment. We need to make sure as clinicians that our patient's decision is based on information. Giving data alone is not information. Well, do visual aids help? I refer to a Mayo Clinic study called the Osteoporosis Choice Trial. Decision aid compared to Frax and usual care. There were twice as many patients who received and filled prescriptions in the decision aid arm. That certainly sounds like this is really helpful. But I'm going to defer to our next speaker, Debbie Gold, to explain to me medication adherence to 6 months was no different across arms. Well, I was asked to look at who are the low-risk patients who request osteoporosis meds in my practice. Well, they're the worried well, and probably some of them have that pessimism bias that they're convinced it's going to be them. The frightened daughter who doesn't wish to be bent over and fracture as her mother or grandmother did. You know, when you mentioned a patient who feels she's more likely to ever fracture someone else with similar risk. So what are my key recommendations? Well, Brewer has told us before that actually our goals as clinicians is, first of all, to give information to our patients, to share information with them, then to change their beliefs, and then change their behavior. So that's what we try to do. So we need to share the information to help the better understand how the patient perceives risks and benefits. And we've heard about this information and that it's probably better that you could start verbal, but you want to get numerical, although you might want to avoid terms like number needed to treat. Can use absolute numbers, absolute risk, relative risk, depending in our patients. But even then, I would argue that's not enough. You know, as I pointed in my last bullet point, actually, one of the things I find most important actually is for patients to understand what the consequences are to them. These things are abstract concepts. You know, we're talking largely an asymptomatic disease until you fracture. Patients, you need to spend time with the patients. Sometimes, very often, that might be more than one visit where you can understand what are the patient's priorities. You might be able to convince a patient greater than any verbal description, any numerical description, by having them understand the risk of no treatment versus risk of treatment to their roles as wife, husband, parent, daughter, or son. It's very important if I find out that they're really looking forward to their grandchildren. Well, you know, if you fracture, you may not be able to play with your grandchildren as you've been anticipating. You've been looking forward to having grandchildren, but you may not be able to play with them if you fracture. That we have to find out what resonates. And I think that's one of our great challenges in a very short time, is to figure out what is important to our patients. And we need to go look at it from their perspective. And then we need to improve our communication with our patients. We need to better understand the role of the other. And I would want to emphasize there's really a dearth of evidence in terms of how social media works for decision making. I certainly, I think that we need to look, for example, at patient listening. There are now efforts made in some diseases right now, for example, in HIV, to look at patient conversations in social media. We have the ability to look across all media, Facebook, et cetera, up to Google searches in our older patients and understand what they're thinking and saying. We need to be able to work with them in terms of social media as well. I think one of their problems is they don't know how. We talk a lot right now in our conversation nationally about misinformation politically. Well, there's a lot of medical information, and we're just starting to work on what a lot of us call cyber hygiene, which is how to label perhaps misinformation about facts. We really haven't done that as well. For example, Facebook now will have like, dislike, or question that data. We need to do the same thing exactly with medical information as well. That's not started. Social media relies on online communities. I'm very excited to look at some of the nonprofit advocacy groups such as NOF are looking toward goals to establish online communities which can be monitored and where there can be better information for our patients. At the same time, I think we mentioned earlier about information. I would like to point out that visual aids we've mentioned might be helpful. And so there is a starting point right now to develop visual aids that are web-based and online. It would be great if we had web-based online visual aids that clinicians could use to talk to patients or patients could look at to understand their risk of fracture and to also understand the benefits of treatment. This is an area we need to explore. So again, my emphasis is we need to work on patient-clinician communication and increase trust in the healthcare provider and team. Thank you.
Yep, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
He didn't want to have a mishap again.
Yeah,
I
no, I know.
reprimanded her.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Gold. I'm a professor of medical sociology at Duke University Medical Center, and I'm here to talk to you today about what may be the most important aspect of drug therapy, and that is actually getting the patients to take the drugs. I'm a consultant for Amgen, Lilly, and Radius, and a speaker for Amgen and Lilly. And I would like to show you that we have a substantial amount of data that shows that adherence with osteoporosis medications is extremely poor. Very few interventions, no matter how well conceived or carried out, have made any difference. Perceptions of osteoporosis by patients and physicians needs to change. This is not a normal consequence of aging, it is a disease. And we also need to try to reduce the cost of treatment and to help patients understand the risks of not taking their medications, which they don't yet understand. Now, we have done a wonderful job in the last 25 years of providing patients with options in taking their osteoporosis medications. The first non-hormonal medication approved by the FDA was alendronate back in 1995, and oral bisphosphonate with anti-resorptive therapies. The most recent FDA-approved medication was abaloparatide, which is a daily injectable parathyroid hormone analog, and was just approved in 2017. Anabolics, as you well know, build bone. In between these two approvals, 6 other medications received FDA approval, and then previously 2 hormonal medications had already been approved. So here is a list of the medications and the type that they are. And there we go. And then not only do we give them choices of medications, we give them choices of how to take the medications. You can take them daily, weekly, every 2 weeks, every month, every 2 months, every 3 months, every 6 months, every year. In fact, my belief is we gave people too many options in taking osteoporosis medications. And then the question came, do all those options really make a difference? And we know that adherence with all of the medications is really poor. That is true for every asymptomatic disease. Look at hypertension or hypercholesterolemia, and the adherence with those meds is not good. The early medications, the oral bisphosphonates, had extremely convoluted dosing regimens that set the tone for the rest of the medications and that patients found burdensome. Then, as you have heard from, I believe, every speaker who's talked, those side effects that are so rare but so scary frighten people off of these medications. A now classic review by Lee and Company, which looked at the data from 1970 to 2009, found that dosing interval was not the principal factor in whether people took their drugs. Factors more important than dosing were drug effectiveness, the side effects, and the route of administration. Factors equally as important as dosing were medication cost and availability of patient support programs. So that entire list of daily, weekly, monthly, yearly actually raises the question of why did we do that when it doesn't seem to matter to patients as much how often you take the medication as how well it works or how bad the side effects are, the perceived side effects. Even the very recent studies have shown that adherence is quite poor across all medications, across multiple patient groups, and even using a variety of different interventions. There was one study published recently in the Osteoporosis International Journal that showed that older Asian women had 29% good adherence and 71% poor adherence, with Asian stereotypes, shall I say, as being very positive about doing things to make themselves better. Another review showed that adherence levels haven't changed appreciably since the year 2000, despite the many interventions that have been developed and tried. And then another article looked from 2012 to 2017 and found that FLS and pharmacist-based interventions had modest successes, while behavioral interventions did not fare so well. I know the National Osteoporosis Foundation has been supportive of FLS, and there now are data that suggest that was a good decision. But so many of the other interventions we're trying just aren't working. Now, patient beliefs are incredibly powerful in their making a decision to start a medication, that is primary adherence, and then to continue the medication, which is secondary adherence. It is still stunning, 20 plus years after the first FDA-approved medication for osteoporosis, that women out there are saying, my mother had it, my grandmother had it, it's a disease of aging, I don't need to take any medication. This is, the next belief may be true, and that is that osteoporosis medications are expensive, and that most people can't afford them, prevents people from even going to doctors and asking to be considered for osteoporosis medications. Again, the complex dosing regimens or the delivery methods, suddenly there are millions of people in the country who are afraid of needles, are overwhelming. And then the perception that physicians are not worried about this disease. Well, if you go into a physician's office, you have 7 minutes and 9 conditions. It may be that osteoporosis gets left off at the end. That's unfortunate. Finally, in terms of screening, I've never been screened before, so I don't need to be. That's rather illogical, but it's the way many women report why they haven't been screened for this disease. Physician factors also cause poor adherence. The changing attitudes toward physicians can result in compromised relationships with their patients. When I was a child, doctors were gods. Sorry, guys, not that way anymore. And with, as Stuart mentioned, with Dr. Hugel being the #1 rated physician in the United States, it is difficult to get patients to listen and carry on a conversation without they're pretending to have better medical knowledge than physicians. Sometimes, as people said, the oral bisphosphonates are the first choice, but many people can't take oral bisphosphonates. And it's a shame that we have to have our physicians spend so much time and effort to get people on medications that will actually help them without causing problems. And then some of the system factors that have led to the reduction in visit length. Less time to develop a relationship, less time to focus on osteoporosis as a problem, and much less time to educate people about this disease and its consequences. So what do we do now? Those of us who have done adherence research, and there are many sitting in the audience today, have thought over time we'd figure it out. We'd get a way to have patients pay attention and listen and take their medication. Hasn't worked. Given the poor outcomes of the intervention trials that have been done to this point, what should we do next? Unfortunately, behavior changes and education are not likely to make significant changes in adherence. Some adherence informations work only in the short term. You just heard about that. But improving long-term adherence by just talking at people will not work. We need to make medication taking into a habit. Is developing habits easy? No, not ever. Ask anybody who has ever tried to develop a good habit of running every morning or doing some exercises, and it's not simple. Remember when you tried to teach your kids to brush their teeth every day? That was terrible. Earlier it was a fight. Now they're doing it, we hope. And two challenges in particular are responsible for making adherence to osteoporosis medications difficult to achieve. Challenge number one, the media perceptions and information about osteoporosis. We've seen Gina Colada's article in the New York Times up on the screen twice today, but I would argue that since the awareness of osteoporosis by medical personnel has increased, the media have worked tirelessly to misconstrue and misinform the people about the disease and its treatments. There was a recently published review article that did an excellent job of talking about media's problems. Awareness of osteoporosis as a major health problem, perception of the effectiveness of the medications, and fear of the adverse events. In continuation, the authors said several truths about the media. An abundance of data show that alarming reports about osteoporosis medication in the news media have rapidly been followed by the reduction in the use of these medications. We saw that in chart form a minute ago. Started here, came down to here. Second, the current crisis of osteoporosis care is in part due to the media's reporting. I don't know why patients believe their newspapers or their computers more than they do their doctors, but they do. Finally, the presence and/or absence of media reports can strongly influence the level of awareness of osteoporosis and also the level of concern about fracture risk. So they can underreport and patients underperceive. The second challenge has to do with demographic or social factors. Many of these factors affect whether people feel that they can or should take these medications. One is poor education and poor health literacy. Another, low income. Another, high cost, inadequate understanding of the disease and its medications, and uncertainty about medication safety. Now you'll notice I've followed each of these factors with an or. So poor education or low income or high costs, et cetera. But the truth is, in the real world, they should be followed by ands. It's poor education and low income and health, high costs and inadequate understanding of the disease. The cumulative effect of these factors is overwhelming and requires long-term multidisciplinary interventions that are not limited to simply the taking of medication, but that change people's perceptions about their health and what they can do to improve it. If I look at the literature on adherence with all medications and not just osteoporosis, we find that incentivizing behavioral change through economic means is more effective than any other strategy. Let me translate for you. Money, money, money. If we can reduce costs, we are more likely to bring patients into line with what we hope they will do to manage their osteoporosis. Medicare ought to be allowed to negotiate drug prices, as happens in virtually every other country. And when I sat with two of my British friends last night at dinner and listened to what the costs of medication are there, I just shook my head and I thought about why the U.S. is supporting the world's medication use. This isn't a magic bullet, but it could initiate system-wide changes that could much improve adherence for many medications, statins, et cetera, not just osteoporosis drugs. And finally, Austin Frakt said in the New York Times at the end of 2007, high-tech approaches and reminder packaging don't work well to improve adherence. Reducing prices does. And it may be the only way to make a significant difference in how we effectively treat osteoporosis and improve the bone health of Americans. Thank you very much.
Could I ask all the panelists, not the panelists, the speakers to come up? Here we go. We're now going to go into the first of our discussion sections this morning. And while I wait for the speakers to come up, and the panelists get the first crack in terms of asking questions. So let's give everybody a few minutes. Thank you. So let me open it to the panel. This first question.
Hi, thank you all for your presentations. Dr. Shane shared with us that fractures occurring within 1 year of an initial fracture was very high. We heard about a number of different therapeutic approaches. Can any of you share with me what you know about whether therapies that are applied shortly after a fracture, any part of the body, would have an effect of reducing that second fracture, which seems to be most likely within a given year?
I think I'll start and just say that the Ken Lyle's trial with zoledronic acid administered 5 milligrams of zoledronic acid once to individuals after a hip fracture. And it was a very large randomized trial of zoledronic acid or placebo. And they showed a significant reduction in all fractures after subsequent treatment with zoledronic acid, in addition to a 27% reduction in mortality, which I don't think any of us quite understand. But that was probably the most notable and largest populated trial to look at post-fracture intervention.
I also have another question about the FDA, but I don't see our speaker up on the panel, but we'll do our best. So now with the inclusion across the age span and with the FDA, it seems like there has been a mismatch between who is in trials and the general population that's most at risk of fractures. Many of the trials did not have the proportions of persons 80 and older, And it seems like we really don't have the power of the studies to really understand a lot about some of the racial and ethnic groups. One of you showed a slide of a 2010 JAG study that showed within Native Americans, they actually had the highest, and yet I haven't seen any other information presented on these high-risk groups that are beyond a FRAX score, some of the other measures. So could you comment about that mismatch between what the NIH has been funding and what is the true population at risk?
I think Dr. Kehoe has
This is Teresa Kehoe. So I think as far as what you see in the FDA trials, especially the most recent trials, the problem we're up against is the Declaration of Helsinki, which talks about is it ethical to have trials, placebo-controlled trials that have the potential to harm subjects when there are adequate therapies on the market. So what has happened to the population of patients that are able to be enrolled in the trials based on the institutional review boards and the ethics of the situation is that the women that are enrolled in the fracture trials now are much less at risk. They are lower risk patients than there were with the initial trials. When you go back to the 1990s and look at the early bisphosphonate trials and even the raloxifene and the Forteo trials, over 90% of those patients had a fracture at baseline. You do not see that anymore because it is frankly unethical to enroll those patients in a placebo-controlled trial. So I think that's why there's a little bit of a paradigm shift in what we see in the trials, the drug registration trials. Our belief is the demonstration of fracture reduction efficacy in that lower risk population would translate to a similar fracture reduction risk in a higher risk population. I mean, that's the premise that we operate under at this point in time. Does that answer your question?
That answers it regarding new drug formulations, but it doesn't actually answer it when talking about the American public that's funding this research, which is a different sort of question.
So I could just start by saying that most of the trials that you heard about and most of the evidence is from industry-sponsored trials for fracture efficacy. The NIH has not been involved in many fracture intervention trials. The Women's Health Initiative is one of the biggest ones that had multiple outcomes from it. But most of the NIH-funded trials are smaller, non-fracture intervention studies looking at bone density. So here we depend on industry. And for that, for registration trials, obviously their best approach is to get those people at the highest risk. And I'll just reemphasize what was previously said from the FDA is that as we move along, we are less likely to involve high-risk individuals in a placebo-controlled randomized trial because of the ethical implications of not allowing them to get adequate treatment. And so it's a very tricky balance. But I think your point, you did make one really important point about ethnic and racial input, and we have not done a good job in terms of recruiting individuals from minorities for these kind of trials, because as I showed and others, they clearly compose a risk population and need to be involved. And so this is an issue, an important research gap that really has to be filled. And I think it's difficult at times to do that, particularly if the NIH is not funding these trials, because the fracture trials are so expensive. Dr. Kosala mentioned the Odana-Katib trial, which showed tremendous efficacy, but off-target effects. That was over $1 billion trial, and so it's less likely that these kind of trials are ever going to occur again. Now, we do have a new trial with romosozumab, which compared it to alendronate, and those kind of comparative effectiveness trials are probably what we will see in the future.
So many of you treat patients, and some of our other speakers may also treat patients. It seems that those with multiple chronic conditions that are taking multiple medications, we were just hearing about if you're taking no medicines or you're taking multiple medicines, you may be less likely to take medicines. No one has really discussed if there were any sorts of concerns among people that have multiple morbidities. If there were, when we heard some information about subgroups, I have no idea if they were properly powered to actually measure any subgroups. But how do you feel about, many of these older adults that may be at highest risk, may also have other chronic conditions, and may be on multiple medications?
Sure, I can answer that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. My personal practice is a little skewed towards kids, but I certainly take care of a fair number of elderly people as well. People are on multiple medications. Honestly, I don't see the same concerns in practice as seems to be being brought up here. For the most part, patients do what their doctor recommends they do if, and I think Dr. Silverman brought up the issue of trusting your physician. That certainly is an issue. I don't think it's as big of an issue with multiple comorbidities as the issue of excuse me, of getting to someone that you trust and working with them. Usually in those cases, patients do what their doctor recommends.
Let me just jump in here for a second. I don't think this is, here we go. Let me just jump in here for a second and follow up on that a little bit. Dr. Viswanathan, I don't know to what extent did the short-term trials that you reviewed include individuals with multiple chronic conditions, et cetera. I understand that they were done within the context of trying to do this for the USPSTF and a primary prevention question. But were these individuals in the trials?
Yes, so the trials were represented a population as long as they were not at higher risk of fractures. I mean, they didn't have already established risk factors, they would be included. So on the whole, I can't tell you because I didn't go back and look at what proportion had multiple chronic conditions, but those were not exclusions in the studies that we looked at.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I have a question about adherence. And so you mentioned two large barriers to people taking the medications, and one is it's silent disease, and the second one is there's a very low probability of some very serious AFF and ONJ, and with that, very painful stories, and we'll hear more about that after lunch today. I'm just wondering about that combination of those two factors and whether you see this combination unique to osteoporosis or not, and if not, is it the same, better, or worse when you compare the profile, that constellation of silent disease plus that low probability of something very serious in the outcome?
Well, it's pretty clear that silent diseases give birth to poor adherence. I mean, you see it in the hypertension literature and in a number of other areas, and that is certainly true. But I sit and see these commercials on television for some of the new drugs and the litany of side effects that they recite very fast before the commercial goes off. And it doesn't seem somehow to be as serious a problem as perceived by the patients as it is in osteoporosis. We watched women go like this over their life course, and we thought it was just because they were getting old. And to try to convince that audience that no, that was a disease, that's why you need to take the medicine, was difficult. And then once the ONJ problem came up, the media really ran with it, and that was the beginning of a very difficult time in trying to get patients to even consider taking an osteoporosis drug. The other factor is that they believe that all of the side effects result from all of the drugs. That is not true. But in some ways, again, the media and their own conversations make them think that. We also have the problem of listening to people who don't know anything. So our dear friend Ethel Cyrus from Columbia had a patient come in and say, I'm not going to take the drug you gave me anymore because my cleaning woman said it's not good for me. And Edge said in response, and where did your cleaning woman go to medical school? But she listened to the cleaning woman rather than her physician. So that's a problem as well.
Yeah, I would just add one point to back what actually one point that Debbie made. Actually, there was some excellent work by Jeff Curtis, one of our colleagues, showing that actually people who are poorly adherent to statins puts them at higher risk for being poorly adherent to osteoporosis drugs.
I'm just going to make a quick comment that certainly has happened with other diseases as well. A number of years ago with the whole thing with statins and rhabdomyolysis was a big deal. Some people might say, well, that's reversible, but also, I know we're not supposed to use brand names, but Invokana and risk of amputations. Lots of hope with the SGLT2s, and then came out with Invokana risk of amputation. So these things do happen in other conditions, and honestly, you deal with it. I mean, it's not. I don't particularly perceive it much different than other conditions. It's there are risks, maybe a little bit higher here or higher perceived than other conditions, but in the aggregate, not much different than the other things we deal with.
I would argue that other conditions don't result in the dentists, when I go into the dental office, saying to me, you're responsible for all the oral health problems in the United States because you work on osteoporosis. And I just think there's a very powerful combined group of people who have made this their mission. If you get online and look up Bone Babe, for example, she thinks, I don't know who she is, but she thinks she knows everything about osteoporosis and how awful the medications are. She has no qualifications to make those statements, and yet people swear by them.
Dr. Lohman, Dr. Brown.
Testing, okay. A few questions. I'm trying to understand the context of screening today. Given the managed care environment, is the screening issue passive, or are we looking at some sort of thing like in disease management where you want to have your patients get those recommended scheduled screenings? So what is it like? I mean, to help me understand what a patient would be
Yeah, so it's not different than other conditions, again, other than the fact that there might be a perceived, it's less foremost in the minds of primary care physicians, but it's really no different. There is one issue that I think maybe you were getting at with managed care, which is that quality measures are often being used, HEDIS measures and other quality measures by managed care, by a Medicare Shared Savings ACO. Screening for osteoporosis is not one of the measures that's usually used, nor is treatment of osteoporosis once it's diagnosed. So there might be an issue that it's not on the radar of people who measure quality or implement those quality measures as much as A1Cs for diabetes, as much as colorectal cancer screening, as much as mammograms for people. So, so it's not on the radar as much.
But there is in those measures the indicator for falls. So is falls a primary precursor to the fractures that may be due to osteoporosis or no? Because my question almost to that line is that if we understand that women have a greater risk for osteoporosis than men, is there a greater risk for falls, differentiating between men and women?
Is the risk of falls different? So, by the way, falls is a measure that we look at in our ACO, and certainly people who fall, if you're at risk of falls and you have osteoporosis, then you're obviously a much higher risk of fracture. But what I'm saying is no one's checking to see, no one's looking to see as a measure, did you check for osteoporosis? Did you screen for osteoporosis or not? But I think your question is a little different. Are people who are...
No, if falls are a key element, and we see that men are not as high a risk for falls as, as osteoporosis for women, is falls that magic bullet that we could be looking at?
So I would argue that it's probably one of the most ignored history-taking aspects that we do, especially in older individuals. So women live longer than men, so their falls are greater, obviously. But clearly falls are a major risk factor for fracture, and it's off the target of a therapy and more on to prevention and questioning and what's the rug situation at the house, what is, how do they use slippers, all these things that are so important. My mom's 95 and she's got great bone density, but she falls 3 or 4 times a year, and trying to understand each one of those risk factors for falls is very important because she will ultimately fracture. So I think it's really an essential component, and I think it probably needs to be on the prevention scale, but time is a limiting factor, and it requires fairly careful questioning.
I was going to add, just if you look at FRAX does not include fall. And the major reason that it was not included as part of the FRAX steering committee is we have no medications that reduce the risk of falling. But that is not but that aside, there are other algorithms of risk, for example, the Garvan instrument, which do include falls and which many of us use when we see a patient who is not sure of therapy. If you add their falls and the like, and multiple fractures, you increase the risk. So I think we really often ignore falls, and I don't really see very well, I guess, Dr. Gill, as that actually assessing patients' balance, unfortunately at this point, is not routinely done by many physicians. And we recognize that we can reduce the risk of fracture perhaps 50%, but the other 50% is not falling.
A couple more questions. In terms of the cost thing, I want to understand this. Now, in cancer, the diagnosis of the disease extends to the payment of immunotherapy, chemotherapy, and whatnot for those drugs. It doesn't work that way with the diagnosis of osteoporosis?
First-line treatment is oral bisphosphonates, and it's not until you fail that in many insurance situations that you become eligible to try some of the other things. Look, I'm going to give you a choice. You can have cancer or you can have osteoporosis. Which one do you want? And that's what people do, and they see it as not anywhere near as important. And so why should we spend money on the drugs like we do on cancer drugs? But the fact is, there are a bunch of people in this country who are miserable or who are dead because of osteoporosis. And it just doesn't get that same level of attention. Look at all the people in nursing homes who are bed-bound or wheelchair-bound. It doesn't take very long for bone density to drop once you become unable to ambulate on yourself. And yet, I don't see people running in with zoledronic acid or other less frequently dosed medications that might actually make a difference. Well, they're in a nursing home. They're going to be dead soon anyway.
I do think in response to your question, though, there is a sort of rhythm that you go through as a practitioner when you're prescribing drugs, and cost does become a factor, and insurance reimbursement becomes a big factor. So after alendronate, which is very inexpensive as a first-line drug that people either won't take or don't want to get the prescription or don't adhere, then you start going to, and they've had another fracture, these second-line drugs that are expensive, PTH, teriparatide. It started out as $9,000 a year when it was approved in 2000. It's now $30,000 a year for the same drug. To get insurance to pay for that as a second-line failure, so they're failing because they fractured again, is a real conundrum for us in practice. I mean, because we have to jump through all the hoops to try to get that approved. And so this becomes a real issue of cost and time spent to try to get reimbursement to move into those second-line therapies.
Another question. One of the slides presented the bone absorption and, resorption and bone formation. Are those mutually exclusive? Can you have it all?
The body's designed to balance resorption and formation. So in a normal situation after puberty, when you have a little more formation than resorption, you're building bone. Then you have an acquisition, then you have a maintenance phase. And it's really after 60 or 55 or after menopause that balance gets disturbed, and so there's more resorption than formation, either because the bone is not forming as well or there's accelerated resorption. And that's what leads to the drop in bone mass and the bone loss, which predicts subsequent fracture. And you'll hear some of the surrogate stuff from Dr. Bauer tomorrow about measuring some of those resorption indices as a way to predict those people that are going to lose bone and ultimately fracture.
I just wanted to piggyback on a prior question. We heard a lot about patient perception, and especially the media in driving patient perception and how that affects initiation and adherence for these drugs. We heard a little bit about the physician's role in addressing that issue, but I was wondering if you could speak more deeply about potential role of research in addressing those issues of adherence and patient perception.
As a non-physician, I'd be happy to talk about the physician role. But at any rate, research is obviously very important. It's something that is read widely by scientists who have an interest in the area. But in order to get research results to patients, one of two things has to happen. Either their physicians have to have the time to do that, or the media or some other source has to translate that into understanding. And we just are dealing with a very difficult concept to understand, which is bone density. We're dealing with a negative standard deviation, which patients don't get. And you say it's less than negative 2.5, and they're confused already. But the physicians I know who work on this work their tails off trying to help patients understand the reality, not of what's going to happen if you do take the drug, but of what might happen if you don't take the drug. And that's where we've had a loss of real understanding lately. They're so busy worrying about ONJ and about AFF that the idea of a hip fracture is just lost in the context. And Jim has said several times that there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between osteoporosis and other conditions in terms of side effects, et cetera. That's not the way I see it in talking to the people who go to physicians and who hear the results from their physicians and who interpret it or listen to their cleaning women and really don't get it. I think physicians have to be given a certain amount of literally time to be able to do what you're saying, translate the research for the patient so that they understand what the consequences, what the risks, and what the outcomes are. And they don't have it right now.
Yeah, I would also want to add that another phase, part of that is that, what about the research and understanding it a lot better? And I'm afraid that at this moment, I think Debbie and I both agree, adherence, primary or secondary, is still a black box. We really don't understand it, and we don't know the best way to communicate risk. I think we clearly need a lot more help in terms of how we as clinicians can communicate better with our patients. And whether it's, as I said, web-based online visual aids, we don't really know. And I think we do need a lot more work on improving physician-patient communication.
And you can make all the wonderful medications in the world and even pay for them, but if people won't take them, they don't do any good.
Yeah. I mean, some of us wrote an editorial that concluded it's all a matter of choice.
Just one other comment about, so I think, actually, I do think the side effect thing is important and probably perceived greater, but the issue is that in the scheme of things, it's a relatively small part of the problem. We have to remember that 3/4 of women aren't even getting screened. So no one's talking about adherence, perception of meds, side effects, cost. 3/4 of the women aren't even getting a step 1. Okay, let's focus on step one, at least as a part of what we're doing, as a significant part of what we're doing. And let's not put all of the focus on the small percentage of women who are getting screened and then the small percentage of the women who get diagnosed and then the percentage of them who have misperceptions about side effects. Yes, that's important, but don't miss the 3/4 of women who aren't even getting screened. That's the big bucket.
Yeah, but women, Jim, are now not screened. In my community, women are not screened because the landscape with decreases in DEXA reimbursement. We all know almost all the gynecologists in my community who had DEXAs and were screening women gave up their DEXA machines because it didn't make any financial sense. So I think we have to face that one of the biggest problems for screening is just the lack of reimbursement, which has been one of the focuses for ISCD, and it still remains so.
Good. Let me just jump in with a couple of quick questions on the evidence that we were presented today. Two related questions. The first one was that at least the first part of this segment was titled about short-term treatments. But correct me if I'm wrong. The trials were not necessarily done with the intent of selecting patients who might benefit from short-term treatment and that it would be ended at the, after 3 to 5 years. These are really trials with perhaps, longer intent.
And yes, you're completely correct. And the title was a post hoc decision to try and distinguish what we were doing from what you're going to hear later in the day. It was not at all the intent to treat them for a short duration of time. That was just what was in the trials.
Right. Yeah. So Dr. Rosen, even though you talk about, treating the highest risk of fracture, you don't really think, are you really thinking, that there are patients that we ought to select out, for short-term treatment only?
Well, I think that absolutely, if you have somebody who has a fracture, then obviously short-term treatment is indicated because their risk of a subsequent fracture is so high. Let me just emphasize that when these trials are designed, they're designed to power for the most efficacious, for the best effect, which would be in those individuals who are at highest risk. So their recruitment is going to be those individuals who have had a previous fracture, who have bone density lower than a T-score of -2.5. That's a very different story than screening everybody, because as Dr. Black proved in the fracture intervention trial back in 1996 in FIT2, if they were not at high risk, the efficacy of alendronate was much less and was not statistically significant. So from a design point of view, your goal is to show the most pronounced effect, and that would require recruiting individuals who have had, particularly individuals, as Teresa said, who have had a previous fracture.
Right, but the risk does not go away.
Oh,
after
absolutely not.
treatment,
No,
so.
no. I mean, it's artificial. I made that definition at the beginning. 3 years is artificial. It's registration trials that set it up as 3 years. It's not because we decided that short term means 3 years and therefore the risk goes away. And in fact, it doesn't go away as you go on further. So the idea that somehow, well, we'll stop at 3 years, the bisphosphonates are a little different. And you'll hear about that this afternoon, that there are drug holidays, but there's an overall risk that continues.
Right.
I just want to clarify something about the systematic review that we did, and to clarify that we didn't look at people with established risk factors such as low trauma fractures and endocrinopathies, but they all had to have increased risk, and that was typically defined as low bone mass or osteoporosis, but not necessarily fractures.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also important to emphasize that treatment of osteoporosis is a lifelong management. We really haven't said that very clearly, and the point is, if we might have short-term therapy, but if you go on a bisphosphonate, we'd say holiday is a holiday. It is not retirement. So you're going to have to, once somebody has declared that they're at high risk and has had a fracture, just like somebody who has blood pressure, you're going to have to continue to follow them. And you may make decisions later to continue therapies. We might induce some increased bone mass, perhaps with an anabolic, but you're still going to maintain it with bisphosphonate. This is a lifelong journey for our patients who are at increased risk. I think we need to emphasize that, and that's something that's often missed in our discussions.
And the second follow-up on the trial results is what do we know about the adherence of participants in the trial? You know, were these outcomes, you know, and these harms, you know, associated with poor adherence to begin with?
I do not recollect seeing in those the trials that we looked at statistics that consistently measured those, but I think other people on the panel might be able to speak to that.
The adherence in trials is much better than it is in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And the way these medications work is based on the adherence that happens in the studies, and which unfortunately doesn't translate into the community.
And which probably wasn't perfect either.
Exactly.
Great. I mean, I think in a clinical trial, you're constantly reinforcing with frequent clinical visits to monitor, sometimes even phone calls in between, which we don't necessarily do in practice. But even efforts to mimic that actually in practice with navigators has not shown actually dramatic increases in adherence.
Okay. Dr. Brown?
Testing. Oh, there we are. Okay. From the research vein, the aspect of comparative effectiveness, any sense of the qualities derived from one particular medicinal approach versus another?
Sure, maybe you can clarify that a little bit. You mean in terms of a comparative effectiveness trial?
And the outcome being qualities.
Qualities. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Stu, do you know whether there's been
there
any?
Are certainly cost based on cost per quality. Yeah, we've been able to look at that. Has been looked at. Yeah, and the question is if you enrich in certain populations, for example, that are at very, very high risk who've already had a fracture, actually the comparative effectiveness suggests that an anabolic might actually be preferable to start off with because you have such a high frequency or incidence of events happening fairly quickly. And whether it was the Vero trial or several trials now that looked at it, that you actually, that early intervention with anabolic in very, very high-risk patients actually will reduce risk of fractures, hospitalizations, and actually be preferable to using another drug such as a bisphosphonate, which may not be as effective as an anabolic in that initial period. Yeah, that has been done.
Great. Anything else from the panelists before we go to the audience?
I make a point because I think it was brought up by the first panelist, and that is we do have a research gap. You asked about medications confounding with other medications, and that is a big issue that we really have not studied. The combination of 2 or 3 frequently used drugs. Jonathan Skinner at the Dartmouth Atlas has done some work on looking at the combination of opioids and PPIs. PPIs have been shown to have an increased risk, although we don't understand the mechanism. But when you see these combination usage in the Medicare database and the risk of falls and fractures going up, partially, of course, due to sedation or confusion stuff, but also fractures going up, we need to investigate what those mechanisms are, and they are extremely important because polypharmacy is a state of life for elderly individuals. So I think it's a research gap that we have not systematically looked at.
Right. No other questions from the panelists? Let me open it up to the audience, starting with the one on the right.
Hi. I have a comment and a question. My comment is...
Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Deborah Jaffe from the National Cancer Institute, and this is not my area of expertise, but I have a comment. I haven't heard any discussion of education across medical disciplines. For example, you have your patient who's on bisphosphonates who goes to the oral surgeon to get a dental implant, and the oral surgeon says, sorry, you need to be off this drug for 6 to 9 months. They come back and they say, I don't want to take this drug anymore. My oral surgeon isn't going to treat me. And then their insurance company says, well, we're not going to give you any other drug because you're doing really well on this drug and all the other drugs cost a lot of money. Or you have the gastroenterologists who are treating patients with GERD or ulcerative colitis with drugs that impact bone biology for extended periods of time, and they do not ever tell their patients they should be screened for osteoporosis. So I'd like some discussion on that before I ask my next question.
Just say that's a big problem in practice. It's a huge problem. I think the inter-physician or inter-provider communication is miserable at times.
And there an example for me, good example for me about absence of guidelines are men. While we do have now some guidelines for women on aromatase inhibitors, we don't have really good guidelines for men. So yes, I think there is clearly a need for us to reach out to our fellow specialists and to start developing to increase awareness. You're right.
Okay, and my question, which is really kind of a pie in the sky because I'm pretty much sure I know the answer, is in this day and age, electronic health records is really kind of an emerging area. It's not really well established, and you have a patient who travels a lot either for business or pleasure, has 3 fractures in 5 years, simple fractures, forgets to tell their primary care physician because it's 11 months after they saw them, you know, the simple fractures, no surgery. Is there any way to harness the insurance companies so the insurance company who sees all this information can red flag that person and say, hey, you need to go in for osteoporosis screening?
I think you're right. I think it's very clear. I often see patients who had been to an ER with a wrist fracture, and the ER didn't notify me. And now that we have EHR that covers our whole health system, we are beginning to get notice of those effects, and they are being screened by fracture liaison services. That is correct. But I think yes, insurance companies do play a role right now. I have gotten notices that your patient's on steroids and has not been started on osteoporosis med. I think they need to step up to that role. It's a good suggestion.
In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we try to move the question, keep the question short and the answer short. We have 9 minutes left.
So this question comes from one of our online viewers, and they noted that it's directed primarily towards Dr. Rosen, but could be answered by other members of the panel. How does one make treatment decisions about those women who fall in the middle between those at highest risk, based on the risk factors you discussed and those who should not be treated? And given that we don't have data on the benefits of long-term therapy, is it better to wait until a woman is over 65 or older if she has some risk factors such as a BMD score below -2.5, but not other risk factors, for example, a previous fracture?
That's a complicated question, and it really represents a summation of both clinical science and some art that's involved in patient to physician or patient to provider interactions. But I think you have to weigh the particular risk factors in certain ways. Stuart mentioned some of the different risk predictors that we have. But generally, once an individual is over 65 and their bone density is lower than -2.5, they're already emerging into that risk factor situation where therapy should be considered or at least discussed with the patient. Because even if they are at high risk, one has to spend a fair amount of time making sure that there's shared decision-making, that everybody's on board with the concept that there should be an intervention. And I think that's as much of a challenge as anything else. And there are those intermediate people who don't fall into that. And oftentimes, doing no harm and educating but not treating is a reasonable approach. I think sometimes as physicians we want to do everything, and we want to treat the bone density score, and that's it. And it's much wiser to say, let's watch this. We can do follow-up. We can talk more about decision-making. It doesn't have to be an absolute thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not common for me sometimes when someone is at high risk but wishes to defer therapy, I'll make a contract with them. Would you mind contracting with me to repeat your bone density in 1 or 2 years? And if you fall, can we reconsider together?
Dr. Khosla, you've been waiting.
So I just have 2 brief comments that I think may be helpful also for the panel. So one is Jim's point about screening. And the problem we have is that beyond screening, there are so many patients who've already had a fragility fracture who aren't on appropriate treatment. So the focus, in fact, of the parallel ASBMR effort is really on secondary prevention. You know, getting people who've had a clinical vertebral fracture or a hip fracture, which obviates the need for even getting DEXA. I mean, you could get it for monitoring and so forth. So the focus really for that effort is to at least try to get those patients who've already fractured on therapy. The other point is, and this is perhaps helpful for the panel in terms of the history, the reason we're in a bit of the mess that we are is because we actually, in the 90s, really went for primary prevention similar to the use of statins for MI and so forth. So many of us, when alendronate came out, started to treat women with osteopenia with alendronate because we didn't want them to get osteoporosis. Now, you know, the field got really bad press because of an NPR perspective on drug company kind of expanding the use of DEXA testing and pushing the concept of osteopenia in their mind to enhance drug sales. It turns out that a lot of those women who were treated for osteopenia were exactly the women who ended up getting the atypical femur fractures for a drug that they probably didn't need to be on. And so I guess the point is we've learned a lot more about how to use these drugs and when not to use these drugs. Dennis actually has some data showing that it's actually those women that have better bone densities, the ones that we're treating back in the 90s, that may be most prone to getting these atypical femur fractures. So there is a history in terms of what we did for primary prevention that kind of got us here. The problem is negating all of that by saying, well, we've learned, we're doing better, we know how to do this better, we're going to focus on secondary prevention, and that really, I think, is a challenge for us.
Good.
Hi, Doug Keel, Boston, Harvard Medical School. Hearing this morning's session, I think I've come away, you know, agreeing that we have a lot of evidence that supports the efficacy and low side effect profile of the approved drugs. And what I'm hearing is that we don't know how to implement in real patients who are not screened for clinical trials how to get therapies into use. So in those situations, it seems that pragmatic, cluster, randomized types of efforts need to be undertaken to test all these things that the panelists have said we just don't know. We don't know how to improve adherence. We don't know how to assess patient beliefs. We don't know the best way to screen given the busy primary care schedules. So it seems to me that's a very obvious gap in implementation science.
Comments?
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for a great session this morning. I'm Paul Miller from Denver. I think one of the, when I'm sitting with patients, I often show them the slide from the Mayo Clinic Proceedings of Singer to show the annual cost of 4 diseases in the United States, the annual cost in the last 10 years. Heart attacks, breast cancer, strokes, and osteoporotic fractures exceeds the rest of them. And they drop their mouths, they pale. They have no sense of what this kind of information. And why don't they? We don't have a spokesperson. This is a gap, and there's a suggestion. We don't have a hero for osteoporosis. Bob Doyle, Senator Doyle did for prostate cancer. Senator Reagan did for hip fractures, although they went into Alzheimer's and they did a wonderful job. We need to find the right person, probably coming out of this city, that will stand in front of a camera and say they have osteoporosis and not have that word perceived by the public as being old and frail and because it doesn't win votes.
Dr. Shane, I'm going to let you have the last word before lunch.
Okay, thank you. So this is really to go back to the issue of short-term and long-term for the panel. I think that the short-term data are very strong because they reflect the duration of most of the randomized controlled clinical trials, and they definitely show benefit. And the issue of long-term, I mean, I think in the old days we thought that we would just continue these drugs, that they were safe, and didn't seem to have very many adverse effects because we didn't see any adverse effects in the short term. And then the long-term data, it's really an artificial construct based on the fact that we have very little long-term data because those were not captured by randomized controlled clinical trials, and so we have very little in the way of placebo-controlled long-term data. And the other point about the long-term issue versus short-term is it was in the long term that it became apparent that patients were at higher risk for these side effects in the long term. So I think short-term versus long-term is more a matter of study designs, what we do and we don't know because of how studies were designed and what data we have from placebo-controlled trials, which are the most highly valued and relevant, and an appreciation as time went on that it was the people on very long-term therapy who were at a greater risk for side effects, even though that risk was still relatively low compared to the risk of fractures. So I just wanted to try and clarify that point for the panel, that short-term, long-term is sort of in retrospect or through the retrospectoscope as opposed to how we really intended to do things.
Very good. We are breaking for an hour for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Klabundi. I am the team lead in the Office of Disease Prevention for the Pathways to Prevention program. And over the next 20 minutes, we're going to take a pause from the scientific presentations to hear from 3 patients about their experiences with osteoporosis, osteoporotic fractures, and drug therapy. So we've heard this morning the concerns that many people who are at risk for osteoporotic fractures are not being prescribed medications that could prevent fractures, and that some patients who do receive a recommendation to go on drug therapy are actually not taking the medications that have been prescribed for them. The main purpose of this workshop is to identify research gaps and to shape a research agenda. And we have a number of researchers and clinicians here who are sharing their data and their perspectives. But clarifying research needs and gaps also means understanding the patient's role, their preferences, and the barriers that they may face in deciding whether or not to go and to stay on treatment. So this afternoon we have 3 patient representatives who will share their unique experiences. And each one will have 5 minutes to talk. And in presentation order, they're Jerry O'Connor, Barbara Hannah Grufferman, and Nancy Ostrov. The workshop planning committee identified these individuals through outreach to one of our content area experts, as well as to the National Osteoporosis Foundation and the American Society for Bone and Mineral Research. And we are very pleased to have them here with us this afternoon. And we are going to start with Jerry O'Connor.
Looking for my thumbs up. Okay, here we go. Hi, everyone. I am very happy to be here to share my story so that women can get the right information they need from their doctors. I know that every patient's journey is not the same, and it was very different for me. And in fact, I felt like the system, there was a broken link when it came to my care, and I faced many unexpected hurdles along the way. First, I'd like to share, I am currently an employee of Radius Health. The video that you will see in a few moments was produced and paid for by Radius, but it reflects my own personal journey. In fact, my journey took place a year before I joined Radius, so the story I tell happened before I joined the company. This is my data slide, okay? So Isabel and Sophia, you'll learn why I call them the culprits. But the data, I think, is evident. 2 dogs are going to increase your risk of a fracture. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that. The truth is, I love to take long walks with the dogs, but they can misbehave when they see other dogs. And now I'd like to tell you a little bit about my background. I had always been very physically active. And in my 40s, I actually developed a passion for competitive rowing and distance running. Later in my 50s, my plan was to migrate over to yoga and perhaps cycling. And, but since I broke my hip, I have stopped all strenuous exercises. And in fact, when I hear there's a report of bad weather in the area coming, I get really anxious about it, and you'll learn why. When I was diagnosed with osteoporosis, my treatment options, to me, seemed very unclear. And please don't get me wrong, I love all my doctors, I continue to see them, but what I've done is added an osteo specialist to my healthcare team, and you'll see why. I was actually diagnosed about 10 years ago with osteopenia. At the time, I was told it's the precursor to osteoporosis. About 10 years later, I went to see my gynecologist, and she said maybe it's a good time to have another bone density study. A few days later, I learned that I do have osteoporosis. I went to my PCP. She said, you know, I've never treated osteoporosis. Why don't you go on Chewy's for a year, and then we'll reevaluate. And I'm thinking, Chewy's, how serious is this condition? I don't have any symptoms. My doctor isn't sure what to tell me to go on. I'm thinking, osteoporosis, it's an older person's disease. I think I'll be okay. I was going to take my dogs out for their last walk of the evening, and I slipped on the wet grass and landed on my left hip. You know, at the time, I think I was in shock. I thought, I've just sprained my thigh. I will be fine. Not sure how much longer I sat out there. But I crawled back into my place and made sure dogs were okay. Crawled up and down the stairs a couple times, and by the middle of the night, the pain was so excruciating. I knew I had done something more than a sprain. At 6 a.m., I called an ambulance, was taken to the hospital. By about 8 a.m., I was diagnosed with a broken hip. I had a partial hip replacement. I was overwhelmed with emotion and concern about how I was going to handle this. While I was in the hospital, 2 of the orthopedic surgeons on the team said, you need to treat this. You need to be on medication. And I can tell you, when I went back to the GYN office and shared my story, that physician said there's a lot of confusion in the field about how to treat osteoporosis. You could be helping your mom, your grandmom, your sister, your wife. So one thing we didn't talk about this morning, I think, there's a physical aspect to osteoporosis. There's also an emotional when you do experience the type of fracture I did. But how I personally think you all can continue to help is to continue to educate doctors about the seriousness of this disease. If a woman in her 50s falls down, she's not just being clumsy. She could have osteoporosis. Also ask doctors to think about all the risk factors, not just the most common ones that could be affecting a woman. You know, I used to give a list of my medications, and they would measure my height, and they never made the link to osteoporosis for me. So at the end of the day, I do remain very optimistic and an unofficial patient advocate for this disease state, because I think together we can empower women to understand the disease, their treatment options, and to have a good bone health plan in place. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. That's a very tough act to follow. It was a great video. Thank you so much, and thank you, Radius, for helping me make it. Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Hannah Grufferman. I'm a writer, a speaker. I focus on women's health and well-being, and I'm also a a trustee, a board member of the National Osteoporosis Foundation, have been for a couple of years. I'm very deeply involved in this issue of osteoporosis and bone health. My story, I know I must be very brief. I don't have a video or anything. I should have a photo of my dogs up there too, because my dog was involved in, my little accident when I broke my arm. But when I went through menopause at about 49, I started to experience a lot of what many women experience, and that's weight gain and feeling what I call my umpies, lumpy, grumpy, frumpy, and every other umpy you can think of. And so anyway, I decided to take some action and do the research. I didn't see a lot out there, and that's when I wrote my first book. And it was geared to women over 50. And I did start an exercise program. I started to follow all of the recommendations from the experts I interviewed. And on one of these little jaunts with my then dog, who is now up in dog heaven, I just stumbled over my own 2 feet as we were walking home. I mean, I really can't blame him. It was me. And it turns out I did break my arm. And I was about 50. And luckily, I do have a PCP. Dr. Gale, I don't know where you are, but you'll be happy to hear this. He did recommend, eventually, when I saw him for my next physical, so it took a while, to get my very first bone density test. And at that time, it showed that I was osteopenic and that it was a low bone mass. And for example, my total hip was at about 1.2, minus 1.2, excuse me. And so with his blessing and in partnership with my doctor, I took all of the steps I felt was really right for me and appropriate at that time. Increased calcium, calcium-rich foods, vitamin D intake. I take 2,000 a day. That's my own recommendation to myself. It seems to kind of be working. I increased my strength training, and I also started to run, whereas before I was just walking. In fact, I'm proud to tell you that I'm running in the New York City Marathon on Sunday, 5 days from now, and it will be my 6th marathon, all since turning 50, all since this time. So I'm really very excited about that. It's never too late, as I always like to say. I periodically get my bone density tests per my doctor's recommendation. And the very last one I had was a little less than a year ago. And it does, each passing test I get, it does show some decrease in bone density. Even though I'm doing everything I feel I should be doing in terms of lifestyle to address the issue. However, my last one did show, for example, by comparison, the total hip was minus 1.7. So, in this case, my PCP said, keep doing what you're doing. He was quite comfortable with everything as it was. And I then said, being extremely proactive, especially now that I'm focusing on women's health and well-being, and I'm a health freak, I did say, let me take these numbers to a specialist, and let's just get someone else to weigh in on this. He was totally cool with that. And off we went. And this endocrinologist agreed that we should continue to monitor me. Now, I have to tell you, based on everything I heard today so far, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful day, and I've learned so much more, and I feel that I'm so connected to this issue because of my role at NOF and my involvement and my engagement with all of the wonderful, wonderful members of the board. On the medical side, but I learned so much more today, and quite frankly, I'm really, really wondering if the path I'm on right now is the right path for me, and I am always open to medication and treatment. I want to be very clear about that. But again, I am not on that path because of the recommendation from 2 doctors. But I will continue to be very open-minded about it. Now, in the interim, since this last bone density test, actually this past January, my mother, who's 82, fell and broke her hip, and she had emergency surgery, and she was mobile. She was, semi-independent, and now she is not really mobile. She can't go from here to there without the help of a person or a walker. She is no longer living independently, and I look at that and I say, no, this is not This is not the life I want for myself as I get older. My goal now, as I'm 61, when I think about all the things I do for myself and what I write about and talk about and encourage others to do, is so that I can be mobile and independent for as long as possible. I do not want to fall and break a bone and become other than mobile. So that is the path I'm on. Thank you for listening to my story, and thank you for all the good work that you continue to do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job. Okay, so my turn. Hi. Afternoon to everyone. I'm Nancy Ostrov. I've got a doctorate in experimental social psychology. I was an FDA risk communications researcher and policy developer for 21 years. So that's my background. I've had at least 2, probably 3 lumbar wedge compression fractures after I had been treated for osteoporosis and then had to stop because I got better. I'm back on treatment now, but I'm even shorter than I started, which, you know, at my height, it's hard to lose that. And I'm a little bit paranoid about fracturing more vertebrae, especially after the orthopedist said that if I ever had that kind of pain again, I could probably assume it was another fracture. So now, even before menopause, I knew that I'd be at high risk for osteoporosis. I'm female, white, you know, the little white female. Small frame, lactose intolerant, hence not a big calcium consumer, and I'm hypothyroid to boot. But I was always active. I can't sit or stand still for long periods of time. I'm a fast walker. I teach and I take Tai Chi. Back in my 40s, I started Taekwondo with my kids, and I got my 2nd degree black belt. Before I stopped, I was even on the school's demonstration team. I have been diagnosed at different times with osteoporosis and osteopenia, mainly in my lower spine, although now it appears that my forearm is osteoporotic as well. Now, important piece for me, I think that the T-score-based distinction between these 2 conditions it really contributed to the fractures that I experienced. I first tried to address my concerns about osteoporosis and the fact that I was diagnosed with osteopenia by enrolling in a clinical study of raloxifene for prevention. And now I'm virtually certain I did not get this study drug because, well, the active placebo was alendronate, and I'd never had heartburn before in my life until I started that clinical study. That was despite very carefully following the instructions about lessening risk. Plus, my BMD didn't improve. So following that study, I enrolled in an open-label trial of denosumab. After 2 years of treatment, my numbers had improved significantly, so I continued with that after the trial ended. And then my T-score improved sufficiently to the point where I was no longer osteoporotic. So my physician, the endocrinologist, basically couldn't justify continuing treatment because I was no longer osteoporotic. And the federal employee program is pretty generous, but they needed an osteoporosis diagnosis. So a year and a half later, I fractured L1 and L2. Despite my continuing active lifestyle. My orthopedist even thought I'd fractured L4 probably after the initial 2 fractures. So how did that happen? I didn't fall. I was playing with my granddaughter on some playground equipment. I took her weight and I twisted my back the wrong way, obviously, and boom, that was it. Now at the time, I just figured I'd pulled some muscles. I thought I heard a cracking noise, but you know, I've torn ligaments, I've sprained muscles before, and I figured it was just my imagination. After about a month of the intense pain I had every time I changed position and insisting I didn't need to go to the doctor, my husband finally convinced me to go to the doctor. So prednisone for spasming back muscles and an MRI later, and we knew it hadn't been a muscle sprain. Ultimately, I had to locate a rheumatologist on my own because my orthopedist knew nothing about treating osteoporosis. This is an orthopedic surgeon. And my primary care doc also didn't have a referral for me. I had no idea what kind of specialist I should see, and apparently neither did they. They were both men, but I'm not holding that against them. The rheumatologist put me on a year of teriparatide, which increased my spinal BMD to the point that it was osteopenic again.
Now, however, I'm still getting denosumab injections twice a year because I've had a fracture and therefore I'm considered high risk. So the insurance plan at this point doesn't balk at paying for the expensive biologic to treat me. Maybe if they'd let me continue taking it in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. So what are the takeaways? I did everything I could. I educated myself. I knew I was at risk. I tried to get sufficient calcium and vitamin D. I exercise on a regular basis. None of that prevented it. I didn't fall. This was not the traditional falling thing. My docs didn't know what kind of specialist treats osteoporosis and couldn't offer me any referrals. My primary care specialist at my primary care doc had tried miacalcin, but it really didn't do anything. Medications have helped. This is good. Real big one, making sharp T-score based distinctions between osteopenia and osteoporosis for clinical and insurance-related decisions doesn't make sense from a treatment standpoint, although I'm sure it makes sense from a cost perspective. I understand that arbitrary cutoffs are sometimes needed, but there also needs to be consideration of ranges rather than specific numbers, and a greater emphasis based on assessing the relative risks and benefits of both the condition and the medications used to treat it. Thank you very much.
Oops, I did not. Can you hear? Okay. Okay, well, I'm Howard Fink. I'm a physician and researcher from the Minneapolis VA Medical Center. I'm an investigator with the Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center. And I'm going to be presenting three presentations taken from our evidence review. The first one is on the long-term benefits and effect modifiers of benefits, and here's the, and then you'll see. Okay, so disclaimers. So this presentation is based on Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center research contracted to AHRQ. The findings are ours. I have no financial interests or relationships to the state, and then we're not going to be discussing any unlabeled or investigational uses. The medications in the review are all FDA approved for at least some indication. So the goals of the systematic review are the overall review are to review the evidence on the benefits and harms of long-term osteoporosis drug therapy and of osteoporosis drug therapy holidays, and on factors that may modify these effects. So whether the treatment effects vary as a function of different factors. The first talk this afternoon is going to be focused on the long-term treatment benefits and their possible effect modifiers. So the key question for this part of the review is, among men and postmenopausal women aged 50 or older with osteoporosis or osteopenia, what is the efficacy of long-term osteoporosis drug treatment in reducing the risk of incident fracture and on change in bone mineral density? And as people talked about earlier, it's a little arbitrary, but long-term for this review is defined as greater than 3 years. And then the second thing was, does the efficacy of long-term drug treatment for reducing the risk of incident fracture vary by patient, bone, or osteoporosis drug characteristics? So just a real brief background is, as you heard from a number of speakers earlier this morning, there are multiple osteoporosis drug treatments that reduce the fracture risk with short-term treatment. The data are largely from postmenopausal women. The benefits of long-term treatment are less clear, and understanding factors that modify the likelihood of benefit with long-term treatment may inform treatment decisions. So that's a reason for looking at these potential treatment effect modifiers. So the methods of our review It's involved a search of electronic databases, going back far enough to get the earliest alendronate trials, and through June of this year, we've been searching the literature since then to update it, and have incorporated some studies published since then into the presentation. We also looked at references of systematic reviews. The populations of interest for the review were adults 50 or older with osteoporosis or osteopenia treated to prevent fractures, so that could have been that the whole population met that criteria, or that the study reported on a subgroup that met that criteria. We excluded studies that were focused on patients with known secondary cause of osteoporosis who had metastatic cancer, where the purpose of the treatment was to look at the effect on bone healing. As I mentioned before, the long-term treatment was defined as more than 3 years, and we looked just at FDA-approved treatments, FDA-approved drugs. So romosozumab, for example, is not included in our review because it's not yet FDA-approved. For looking at the effect on incident fracture, we looked strictly at randomized controlled trials and controlled clinical trials, and we did not look at observational studies for efficacy. The primary efficacy outcome we looked at was incident clinical fracture, and here's some of these abbreviations. Any incident clinical fracture is CF, and I made that abbreviation sheet that I think everybody got with their handout. There's hip fracture, there's non-vertebral fracture, and there's clinical vertebral fracture. As a secondary outcome, we looked at incident radiographic vertebral fracture. And then in our report, our third outcome was change in BMD, but I'm not talking about BMD outcomes in this presentation because it's less of a patient-important outcome, or not a patient-important outcome. So the possible effect modifiers that we looked at in our review were in 3 categories: patient factors, bone factors, and drug treatment factors. The patient factors that we looked for to see if studies provided data looking at whether these factors affected the treatment outcomes, or whether treatment effects varied as a function of age, sex, race, osteoporosis category. So that's like whether they were osteoporotic or osteopenic, if they had a past fracture history, their FRAX score, their estimated risk of hip or major osteoporotic fracture over the next 10 years, and comorbidities. For bone, we looked at BMD, bone turnover markers, and for the drug treatment, we looked at whether treatment effects varied by dose, frequency, duration, or route. When we evaluated the strength of evidence for our findings, it was based on looking at several domains: the quality of the individual studies, whether the studies provided evidence that directly linked the intervention to the outcome, whether the results were consistent between studies, whether the estimate of effect was precise, and whether we could detect any reporting bias. So high strength of evidence is generally when we have high confidence that the estimate is close to the true effect and the findings are likely stable, and that additional studies would be unlikely to change either the direction, the magnitude, and going the other extreme, insufficient strength of evidence would be when there's either no evidence, when the evidence is so limited that we're unable to estimate an effect, or we have no confidence in it. The decisions about whether something is high versus moderate, low, or insufficient ultimately involve judgment and some subjectivity, although we attempted to maintain consistency in our process. So we'll start out with the treatments. In our review, including the long-term benefits, harms, and drug holidays. We identified about 58 different studies. When we analyzed only those that we considered to have just low or medium risk of bias. So if something was thought to be high risk of bias, we didn't analyze it. And then within that, most of the data were based on a small number of trials and observational studies, about a little less than 10 individual trials, some with multiple reports, and then about a dozen observational studies. For the efficacy, or people asked about patient populations. In the trials, they were all postmenopausal women. Nearly all were white, and very little reporting of comorbid conditions. Most studies didn't report any, and like the Moore study we'll get to, I'll tell you that had very low prevalence of comorbid conditions. So for alendronate, there was one trial that provided long-term data. This was the FIT2 study. It was a 4-year trial conducted in postmenopausal women aged 54 to 81. They were osteoporotic or osteopenic by BMD at the femoral neck, and this portion of the FIT study had no baseline radiographic vertebral fracture. The main finding is that there was about a 45% relative reduction in risk of radiographic vertebral fracture. It was statistically significant. The red boxes are around results that are statistically significant. The absolute risk reduction was 2, so that converts to about a number needed to treat of 50 to treat for 4 years to prevent one of these radiographic vertebral fractures. For the other outcomes, the clinical outcomes, none of them were statistically significantly different between alendronate and placebo. The hazard ratios were less than 1, but again, none were statistically significant. So we looked at whether the results differed as a function of different criteria, and the effect on the risk of incident fractures varied by baseline BMD. In the subgroup with osteoporosis, before the data was opened, they chose to look at whether the effects on clinical fracture and radiographic vertebral fracture varied as a function of BMD. And in the group with osteoporosis, a t-score of -2.5 or worse, the reduction in risk of clinical fracture and radiographic vertebral fracture was significantly reduced. In the osteopenic groups, there was no statistically significant reduction in risk of clinical fracture or radiographic vertebral fracture. Though if you'll look at in the T -2.5 to -2, the hazard ratio for radiographic vertebral fracture is similar to that in the osteoporotic group, but they had fewer events, the confidence intervals are wider, and the results were not statistically significant. In the column, the strength of evidence column, just so you know here, we listed high, moderate, or low risk of bias and insufficient, and NG is not graded. So there are a few that we have not graded yet. Okay, whoops. Okay, then in women with osteoporosis, we found no eligible trials of long-term alendronate that reported whether fracture efficacy varied by patient bone or treatment characteristics. But within women with osteopenia, the efficacy versus placebo on risk of incident fracture did not vary by past non-vertebral fracture, baseline FRAX score, or baseline bone turnover markers. For alendronate, there's a trial published earlier this month, a 6-year trial in 2,000 postmenopausal women 65 or older who it's described as being osteopenic by hip BMD, but but between 13 and 21% would be categorized as osteoporotic by most definitions, in that they either had a baseline radiographic vertebral fracture or a T-score at the hip or spine that was worse than -2.5. And in this study, the group treated with zoledronate every 18 months for 6 years had significant reductions in clinical fracture, non-vertebral fracture, and clinical vertebral fracture. Hip fracture, the hazard ratio is 0.66, but there are only 20 hip fractures in the study, and this was not statistically significant. They looked at whether the results varied as a function of different characteristics, and they found that in the whole group, the efficacy did not vary by baseline radiographic vertebral fracture. They did a number of analyses where they found that the results were similar to overall after they excluded people with baseline radiographic vertebral fracture or baseline BMD T-score, and then when they excluded people who had a FRAX score of greater than 3% at the hip or 20% for major osteoporotic fractures, and excluded people who had a past non-vertebral fracture, that the reduction in risk of fragility fracture and non-vertebral fracture was similar to overall. For raloxifene, this was from a 4-year trial, or 3-year trial with a 1-year extension, in postmenopausal women who were osteoporotic by BMD and or past radiographic vertebral fracture. And after 4 years, the risk of clinical vertebral fracture and radiographic vertebral fracture was reduced 35 to 40%. There was no difference in risk of any other fracture outcome. And the results between raloxifene and placebo did not vary as a function of age, baseline BMD, and baseline radiographic vertebral fracture. For denosumab, there was one 4-year phase 2 dose-finding study that enrolled postmenopausal women with osteoporosis or osteopenia by BMD. And in this case, they reported clinical osteoporotic fractures as adverse events. Because the results for the denosumab long-term treatment group were pooled with other treatment arms in which denosumab was stopped, or denosumab was stopped and then restarted, it was not possible to compare the continuous treatment directly with the placebo. But the group denosumab studies arms had similar risk of fractures compared to placebo. But, for estrogen, this is from WHI. There was a 7-year trial in a little over 10,000 postmenopausal women who were unselected by fracture history or BMD, didn't have vertebral fractures measured at baseline, and were status post-hysterectomy. In the overall WHI population, there was a significant reduction in risk of clinical fracture, hip fracture, and clinical vertebral fracture. They did subgroup analyses, one in which they reported the results in people who had reported a past fracture at baseline. And results were similar in this group, where they had a significant reduction with estrogen compared to placebo, and significant reduction in clinical fracture and in hip fracture. They measured BMD in fewer than 10% of the people, and so they reported the results in a small number who were osteoporotic at baseline, but the data was insufficient to draw any conclusions. They looked at a lot of different factors to see if the results on risk of fracture varied as a function of different baseline characteristics. The two that were consistent for both the hip and any clinical fracture outcomes were the higher baseline fracture risk score and more than 10 years since menopause had significant interactions with the treatment outcome. Then there's the older age non-smokers had for one of the outcomes, and then this list on the right, fall history, calcium intake, other factors, the results didn't differ as a function of those characteristics. For estrogen and progestin, this is another WHI trial. In this case, a little over 16,000 women, 50 to 79 postmenopausal women were randomized to estrogen, progestin versus placebo for 5.6 years. Again, they're unselected by fracture history or BMD, no vertebral fractures at baseline, and these were women who had an intact uterus. Results were similar to the estrogen study in that overall there was a reduction in clinical fractures, hip fractures, and clinical vertebral fractures. The results were similar in magnitude for clinical fractures and hip fractures in the past fracture group, but were not statistically significant for hip fracture. The results on what factors affected the treatment outcomes were not consistent with the estrogen group, the estrogen study. And so this is a summary, an attempt to summarize the results. You can see that for hip fracture, estrogen and estrogen progestin, so basically a green and a down arrow is that there's at least low strength evidence that this significantly reduces the risk of fracture. 0 is there's either insufficient evidence or there's no data. Red and a two-way arrow to the side is that there's no difference and there's at least low strength evidence for that. And then the down yellow question mark is there's some data. It's leaning in that direction, but it's not statistically significant or it's not consistent. So the limitations, there were few long-term trials. There was only one each of 6 agents. There were only 2 of them that had incident fracture as their primary outcome. There were no data on long-term fracture efficacy of sequential treatments, and the trials had low power for incident hip fracture. Another limitation is that the trials are generally in healthy, largely white postmenopausal women. Generalizability to other populations is unknown. As I mentioned, the alendronate study didn't report any data on comorbidities. The zoledronate didn't either. The raloxifene one had 5% or fewer with diabetes or cardiovascular disease, so it's a healthy population. Another limitation is the analysis of possible effect modifiers are mostly post hoc. So future research recommendations would be addressing these. Ideally, that the trials would be powered to assess clinical fracture endpoints. They evaluate additional agents, including sequential therapy. They include men, non-whites, individuals with comorbidities, include populations who are at high risk but may not meet definitions for osteoporosis now, and would specify effect modifiers to examine a priori. And then, given the difficulty of doing some of these trials with these large, or with the clinical endpoints, analyses, ongoing analyses to look at the possibility of bone density changes and bone turnover changes on treatment as possible surrogates are important. So this is our team and the people who helped work on this. I want to thank you. And I had a misunderstanding about when the questions would be asked, so this is just my last slide, but thanks.
Sorry if I went over. What time is it? I'm just looking for make sure you don't. Okay. Don't start yet. Okay. Okay, great. All right, I'll just wait. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. Thank you. Taking a slightly different tack, rather than talking about randomized trials, I'm going to answer some of the same questions, but by looking specifically at more from observational perspective.
These are my disclosures. I've consulted for Radius and done symposia for Amgen. I'm going to skip the summary in the interest of time and come back to it at the end. Okay, so I'm going to talk about two things. I'm going to talk about primarily observational studies, the effect of long-term continued use of treatments, and then the impact of drug holidays. So two different topics, both of them in terms of their effect on three fracture types: hip, non-vertebral, and atypical femur fractures. And I thought I would try to include some new results from ASBMR and recent publications to supplement some of the things that have already been presented. In terms of long-term continued use of medications, the challenge, as you just heard, is there are not very many randomized trials. So ideally, we would have long-term 10 to 15-year randomized trials of active versus placebo, but that's not possible due to both practical and ethical concerns. So the data that we do have is pretty limited: 3 to 4 year placebo-controlled RCTs followed by non-randomized extension. There are 2 of these for alendronate, 1 for denosumab, and again, as I say, they're not controlled, and there are selection biases in those who continue. So these are far from perfect. For alendronate, this is the extension of the phase 3 trial. You can see, let's see where my pointer, I guess I have a pointer here. You can see in the beginning here that this is the rate that was seen in the alendronate groups in the randomized part of the trial, and that could be compared to the rates seen for non-vertebral fractures for the alendronate group in the years 6 to 10, and you can see they're fairly similar. And they came up with an estimated placebo group here, and you can see the bar is higher, suggesting that the rate for non-vertebral was lower than it probably would have been because the people were, of course, a lot older. So suggesting that certainly non-vertebral fractures remained low, maybe even were lower than they would have been. We can also look at this in the FIT and the FLEX trials. I expected Howard to talk about these trials, so just to give you a brief summary, FIT was the randomized trial of alendronate that you heard about. FLEX was a randomized extension where half of the people continued, half of the people didn't. So for the people who got alendronate, the rate in the original FIT trial is 3.5% of non-vertebral fractures annually, and the rate of the FLEX trial was pretty similar. Again, the women in the FLEX trial were 5 years older, so you'd expect a much higher rate. Again, supporting the idea that rates do remain low over a long-term treatment with alendronate, possibly lower than they would have been. These are some data for denosumab. The blue bars represent the rates of non-vertebral fractures, and then you can see the first 3 years is the randomized part, and then the extension is shown. And if anything, the rates seem a little bit lower. Again, worth keeping in mind it's not controlled, and that only about 36% of the randomized patients completed the 10-year trial. On the right-hand side, you see the cumulated rates of non-vertebral fractures, about 6.5% over the 3 years. That's over 3 years. In the FREEDOM trial, 9.3% in the extension, but that's over 7 years. And once again, they used the virtual twin method to estimate what the placebo rate would have been, suggesting that the rate remained lower in the extension as well. What about the third type of fracture, AFFs? I wanted to kind of go on. This is my current passion, so I apologize if you indulge me. Let me talk about this a little bit. AFFs have been studied in many epidemiologic studies, but there are significant limitations. If you're interested, I'd point you to the NICE endocrine reviews that a group of us just completed and published. It's really nice talking about this, and if you gave me 20 hours instead of 20 minutes, I'd be happy to talk about it. But there are a lot of limitations, and I think we all agree now that the most informative studies of AFF are population-based studies with radiographs for AFF assessment, preferably using ASBMR criteria, and there are only about 3 or 4 of such studies. One of the studies that's been the most influential you've heard about today already is a study done at Kaiser in Southern California, which is a big HMO, done by Rick Dell over a period of 4 years, and they found 142 cases. And what you can see is that if you look at the duration of bisphosphonate use on the horizontal axis, and then the risk, which is the incidence per 100,000 person years, there is an increase seen, particularly after about 6 or 7 years in the risk of AFF. However, as an epidemiologist, this study is not really very satisfactory because there was no control for confounding other than age. So the high risk of AFF that you see in those out years may be because of the patient characteristics, not necessarily because of the treatment. So, for example, did those women who were treated for a longer period of time have low BMD or fracture history? So those are important limitations. So to get around those limitations and the limitations of the other studies, we did this one study, which I'm going to talk about, that was presented at ASBMR. I'd like to say this is the first of a new generation. There are actually 3 large studies that are being done concurrently that you'll hear about over the next year or two. We're not doing them all, but and so this study basically, we looked over 11 years. We adjudicated all femoral shaft or subtrochanteric fractures using ASBMR criteria, yielding a total of 306 AFFs. And then very importantly, this study was done as a prospective analysis with adjustment for many covariates. So the hypothesis was that adjustment would attenuate the effects of duration. Actually, let me just go back one and just say, the data I'm going to show you is from a subgroup of patients, about 200,000 who had almost all the AFFs. Those were patients who had at least 1 prescription of bisphosphonates during the 11 years of the trial. So these are the AFF duration, the incidence per 10,000 person years by BP use categories. This is unadjusted, and you can see it shows the same general effect that was shown in the other study. And that is that there's an increase primarily after 5 years where it about doubles, the risk about doubles, and then after 8 years it doubles again. So quite a dramatic relationship to duration. I think it's very informative to look at actual rates. Here you see, though, the relative hazard. So this is the relative risk, again, unadjusted, and you see this doubling after 5 years and then a doubling again. And then we adjusted for age, height, BMI, ethnicity, prior fracture, time since last bisphosphonate use, glucocorticoid use. All of these were significant predictors. And we did find the risk was attenuated, but there's still a strong increase after about 5 years. So unlike our hypotheses, in fact, there does seem to be some relationship between a longer duration of use and increase in AFF. We also were able in a subgroup to adjust for pre-treatment bone density, which we thought would make a difference, but that made no further difference. So to summarize, 10 years of continuous osteoporosis therapy suggests that non-vertebral fracture risk remains low and may even continue to decrease. However, AFF risk increases greatly with longer BP duration, especially beyond 5 to 8 years. So with that, let me go on and talk about drug holidays and what's the impact of drug holidays on fracture risk. We're going to primarily focus on bisphosphonates, and I'll say just a word about other therapies, and again, talk about non-vertebral hip and AFFs. There are really 4 sources of evidence that I was aware of for these. There are 2 randomized trials, the FLEX trial and the Horizon trial. Both of these were continuous treatment for a certain period of time, followed by randomized placebo versus continuing. The FLEX is 5 and 5, Horizon is 3 and 3. And then there are 2 observational studies. Those are both very new. The Kaiser Southern California data was a study that was published in JBMR in spring. And then Medicare data was presented by Ken Sag and Jeff Curtis at the ASBMR meeting last month. So just to give you a very quick summary of the results for non-vertebral fractures shown here, it's a little forest plot showing that they're both the alendronate, the FLEX trial, the Horizon trial, and then the Kaiser trial all showed that on a drug holiday there was no increase in the risk of non-vertebral fractures. And this continued, again, for 3 to 5 years, the holiday, in these studies. The Kaiser study, of course, is not specifically randomized to drug holiday, just people who discontinued bisphosphonate therapy. In terms of hip fractures, again, the Lendronate trial, the Zolendronate trial, and the Kaiser trial show no increase in hip fracture risk after discontinuation of bisphosphonates. The Medicare data shows a small increase, about a 25% increase in hip fracture up to 4 years of a holiday. And so it's a little bit discrepant. So I think one of my conclusions here is we need more data to really definitively determine what's going on here in terms of hip fractures. So in terms of AFFs, what happens after you stop bisphosphonates? There's two sources of data here. There was a Swedish study published in 2014 that showed a fairly dramatic decline in the risk of AFF after stopping, about a 70% decrease in the first year, a 90% decrease in years 1 to 4, and that seems sort of implausible. But we looked at that in the Kaiser study that I talked about before, presented at ASBMR, and showed something almost as large. So about a 44% decrease in AFF risk in the first year, and about an 80% decrease up to 4 years of a drug after drug discontinuation. So this is useful data that I think lends important information towards supporting the usefulness of a drug holiday. So to summarize the effect of drug holidays, for non-vertebral fractures, there's no risk increase on a bisphosphonate holiday as far as we know. For hip fractures, there was no or a very small risk increase on holiday. We need more data here. And then for AFF, the two studies available suggest a very large decrease in risk within the first year of a drug holiday. So what I'd like to do is spend just a minute trying to make some sense of all these results and what should they lead us to in terms of kind of how we deal with this data clinically. These are some data looking at different risk groups. I'm going to show you here. These are the women in the Kaiser study over 85 years of age, and the orange bar shows hip fracture risk, and then the white bar, which is very small, the blue bar, very small, shows the AFF risk. And you can see that the AFF risk is very small compared to the risk of hip fracture, suggesting that if we were to calculate, which we will do in the future, the risk versus benefits would be very favorable in this over 85 population. However, if you look at the younger women, the women 50 to 64, the ratio is only about 1 to 10, so much less favorable. So that suggests that given that we know that that risk will increase greatly after 5 years, the younger women might be a good candidates for drug holidays. Another risk group that we looked at in this study were risk groups defined by race, and you see Caucasians on the right have, again, a very favorable benefit of AFF risk to hip fracture risk, whereas the Asians have a much higher risk of AFF, and that's been shown by several different studies, and at the same time have a much lower risk of hip fractures. So in the Asian population, again, the AFF to hip fracture ratio is not nearly as favorable, again suggesting that they might be better candidates for a drug holiday. So that kind of brings me to the conception here of what I'd like to propose, that we as a field try to develop a more sophisticated assessment for who should have a drug holiday that takes into account risk of AFF as well as risk of osteoporotic fractures. So if we're going to evaluate women after 5 years of bisphosphonate therapy, for example, and say you have a population who we might know in the future are at high risk of AFF, but low risk of osteoporotic fractures, those might be women who would be much more predisposed to benefit by a drug holiday, whereas those who have a low AFF risk but a higher risk of osteoporotic fractures might be a group who could continue taking bisphosphonates. We looked at 3 different risk factors. I told you about age and race. We also looked at bone density. It's not something similar. I think in the future, a very productive line of reasoning would be to look at femoral geometry, where there's a lot of data coming out of Korea and Japan suggesting that more bowed femurs and the hip angle also may be a predisposing factor and may explain this higher risk in Asian. Also, I think there's a lot of promise potentially at finding a genetic factor that might explain this. So eventually we might compile a list of risk factors. We could develop a FRAX-like score for AFF and use that to balance against risk of other fractures. So just to say a word about drug holidays for non-bisphosphonate therapies, for anabolic therapies, denosumab and SERMs, the answer is drug holidays don't apply. Benefits are quickly lost after discontinuation for all of these. Drug holidays are not appropriate. And these therapies should be followed by some kind of anti-resorptive or possibly bisphosphonates. I think I have about 4 minutes left, actually, because I started a couple minutes late. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm almost done, so it's okay. Actually, I will finish in 2 minutes. But okay, so here's my summary. Long-term therapy in non-vertebral hip and atypical femur fractures risk. Over 10 years of continuous therapy, non-vertebral fracture risk remains low and may continue to decrease. AFF risk increases with longer duration of oral bisphosphonate. During drug bisphosphonate holidays, non-vertebral fracture, there is no increase in risk for 3 to 5 years. Hip fracture, likely no increase in risk or not a very large increase. However, there is more uncertainty and we need more data here. For AFF, the 2 studies available so far suggest a large decrease starting in year 1 of the holiday. And then in the future, I hope that we'll develop risk-benefit analyses to give us an individualized approach that takes into account AFF risk in deciding on drug holidays. In terms of research recommendations, in terms of bisphosphonate holidays, again, I'm very strongly in favor of developing algorithms to predict AFF risk. I think that needs to be done. I think we need to determine the optimal length of the bisphosphonate holiday. That's something I think we'll talk about tomorrow. My point of view is keep it simple, and perhaps one fixed drug holiday might be simpler than trying to calibrate them. I think it's a little bit challenging. Very importantly, we need more data on hip and non-vertebral fracture on bisphosphonate holidays. And then something we know nothing about, risks and benefits to restarting bisphosphonates after a bisphosphonate holiday. So these are some important research needs. And then lastly, in terms of AFF risk, again, AFF's risk factors and risk prediction, we have some data from this initial study. 2 other studies are in progress, but we need a lot more data there. We need to understand the pathogenesis of AFF better. There does seem to be some role for hip geometry, possibly genetics, possibly other factors as well. Similarly for Asians, why do Asians in North America seem to be at 4 to 5 times higher risk even after adjustment? And then lastly, I think this was mentioned already, but we know that there is a relationship between denosumab and zoledronate in terms of AFF, but we don't know if that risk is of similar magnitude as it is to oral bisphosphonates, which I've primarily been talking about. And so I think that's a very important thing that should be researched more completely. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much.
My name's Rebecca Jackson. I'm from The Ohio State University. I'm a little short. The lift is broken, so many of you can just watch the slides rather than trying to look down here at relatively short me. I'm going to talk today about menopausal hormone therapy, selective estrogen receptor modulators, and tissue-selective estrogen complexes, and really the risks and benefits of those therapies for the management, for the prevention and treatment of postmenopausal osteoporosis. I have no disclosures to report today, and kind of to review the summary of findings and then the data that are going to support these. First is that postmenopausal hormone therapy is effective at preventing bone loss and decreasing the risk for fractures. However, the balance of risks and benefits are such that it should not be used for the primary prevention of osteoporosis in older women. Second, for younger women using hormone therapy for the management of menopausal symptoms, postmenopausal hormone therapy does appear to reduce the risk of bone loss and subsequently to decrease the risk of fractures. Transdermal and low-dose estrogens do prevent bone loss, but the data to date are inconclusive regarding whether there is more beneficial balance of risks and benefits for these doses or regimens of therapy. And lastly, raloxifene is effective at preventing bone loss and reducing the risk for vertebral fracture, but evidence regarding non-vertebral fracture reduction is still lacking. So let's put this all back into perspective for all of you. As you probably are aware, over the past 20 to 30 years, the average age of menopause has actually been constant at about 51 years of age. What has changed is the length of life expectancy for women. So at this time, a postmenopausal woman reaching the age of 50 is expected to spend about 1/3 of her lifespan in a period of time with significantly reduced estrogen levels. When you bring that interplay of aging associated with the estrogen deficiency associated with menopause, we see an increased risk of a number of diseases that could be modulated by these concurrent changes, including gynecologic changes, postmenopausal vasomotor symptoms, osteoporosis, atherosclerotic disease, and cognitive impairment and the development of dementia. Almost 40 years ago, in the 1940s, the association between the decline of estrogens at menopause and the development of osteoporosis was first noted by Fuller Albright when he termed the phrase postmenopausal osteoporosis. Subsequently, there have been many different studies that have demonstrated that there are accentuated bone loss that begin in those perimenopausal years and then proceed into aging. Concurrent with this decrease in estrogen levels is that increase in the risk of fractures, first being seen with that increase in the risk of vertebral and wrist fractures, and then 10 to 15 years later, an increase in the risk of hip fractures. Those fractures are associated with the greatest amount of morbidity, mortality, and loss of quality of life. As a result of the data suggesting that there was a contributory factor of estrogen deficiency associated with the development of osteoporosis, there's been a great deal of interest of whether postmenopausal hormone therapy replacement might actually be an important therapeutic modulation for the reduction of this disease. But to understand this more fully, we really need to put this into a precision medicine initiative. So how do we apply the scientific evidence to osteoporosis care to determine the right treatment for the right woman at the right time? What's the appropriate timing for the initiation of hormone therapy? Does it have any same risks and benefits across the entire lifespan? Are there other forms of hormone therapy, duration, or regimens that might be more effective or give a more valuable risk-to-benefit ratio? Over the last 20 years, we've seen studies of estrogen therapy have consistently shown that estrogens are an anti-resorptive agent, actually slowing the rates of bone remodeling or bone turnover and restoring that balance between bone resorption, here shown by C-telepeptide, and bone formation, as depicted by bone-specific alkaline phosphatase. Furthermore, when estrogen therapy is given to postmenopausal women, either orally or transdermally, as seen in this slide, it prevents additional bone loss as determined by DEXA findings, not only at the spine, but in fact at the hip, total body, and radial sites as well. So restoring the balance of these intermediate biomarkers of therapeutic efficacy, reduction in the rates of bone remodeling, prevention of the rates of bone loss are certainly important. But what matters to us as clinicians and what matters to our patients is whether or not postmenopausal hormone therapy is in fact effective at reducing the risk of the patient-centered outcome, which is the clinical fracture. And so the WHI was really designed to actually address this answer. This is a randomized clinical trial of more than 27,000 postmenopausal women between the ages of 50 to 79 years of age, average age of 63, average length of time since menopause transition of about 13 years, that really wanted to address the benefits as well as the risks of postmenopausal hormone therapy. And as you can see on this slide, estrogen therapy, with or without progestin, was associated with a significant reduction in hip fractures, clinical vertebral fractures, and in fact total fractures almost equally with both forms of therapy. This benefit was seen within the first 12 to 24 months of initiation of therapy and was maintained throughout the therapy. Similarly, results were recently presented in the U.S. Preventive Task Force data, which shows similar types of reductions of about 44 fractures per 10,000 women year reduction with estrogen plus progestin. The estrogen alone data was dominated by the WHI data, so really doesn't show significant changes. The next question then was to determine who is the hormone therapy most effective for? And so in looking at this, we actually looked at individuals by their fracture risk score, because as you know, in WHI, we didn't select individuals at high risk for fractures. We took individuals in the normal community at varying groups. So subgroup analyses show that hormone therapy is effective at reducing risk of fractures, both hip fractures and total fractures, in individuals at high risk for fractures, but it was equally effective at reducing fractures in those individuals at lower risk. So these kind of data actually support that the benefit of menopausal therapy is useful as a preventive strategy, a primary preventive strategy for osteoporotic fracture in postmenopausal women. Despite these unequivocal results that show a benefit of hormone therapy in terms of reduction of fracture risk and maintenance of bone mass, it's well known that the estrogen receptor is expressed on multiple tissues, and therefore it's important to understand the risks and benefits of this almost ubiquitous therapy. Up until the WHI, we had relatively limited data, primarily looking at intermediate variables or some small studies that suggested outcome data. So the WHI was really designed, again, to rigorously examine the risks and benefits of postmenopausal hormone therapy on the absolute predicted outcomes. As you can see in this subsequent analysis, so this is analysis over the course of the entire WHI trials in an integrated analysis published in the last 2 years, hormone therapy, estrogen with or without progestin, was associated with a consistent benefit in reducing the risk of hip and total fracture, as well as, unfortunately, a consistent risk of about 33% increased risk for stroke. In addition, estrogen plus progestin was associated with a non-significant increase in coronary heart disease, a 24% increase in the risk of breast cancer, an increase in pulmonary embolus and venous thromboembolic disease, and dementia in women over the age of 65. For estrogen alone, this balance of risks and benefits is actually more balanced, where we did not find any increase in the risk of coronary heart disease and no increase in the risk of invasive breast cancer. As a result of the body of evidence that came from the WHI in the mid-2000s, many women discontinued estrogen therapy. And although some early observational studies suggested that there may be an increase in the risk of fractures associated with this discontinuation, subsequent studies from the WHI published in the last year and a half showed no difference in the risk of hip or total fractures after discontinuation. Most of the other risks and benefits, however, after discontinuation of hormone therapy gradually waned, except for breast cancer, which is maintained in individuals who are exposed to the increased risk with estrogen plus progestin therapy. So in summary, although estrogen is an effective drug for the management of postmenopausal osteoporosis, the overall balance of risks and benefits of therapy do not support its use for the primary management of postmenopausal osteoporosis and older postmenopausal women. So although WHI certainly gave us a great amount of understanding in the role of menopausal hormone therapy, it didn't answer the question that many physicians and many women wanted, which is that estrogen is often prescribed for the management of menopausal symptoms. Is there a differential response to hormone therapy when given early in the time of menopause or given in women at somewhat younger age? So seen in this slide, what you can see is in women who'd had a hysterectomy who received conjugated equine estrogens in the WHI, that there was no increase in cardiovascular events in those younger women relative to the older women, where you begin to see a slightly increased trend towards greater cardiovascular disease. In 2013, we extended those analyses further by looking at the estrogen progestin and the estrogen trials and looking at composite cardiovascular outcomes. With estrogen plus progestin therapy, we saw an interaction when you looked at years post-menopause and risk for myocardial infarction and revascularization procedures. And in the estrogen alone trial, where the risk was somewhat lower, there was also a significant interaction between advancing age and the risk for cardiovascular events. To extend these findings further, 3 additional studies are worth highlighting. And the first of these is a study by Hodis and his associates, which stratified more than 600 women into individuals who were less than 6 years postmenopause or greater than 10 years postmenopause, and then randomized them to an oral estrogen with a vaginal progestin versus placebo, and studied carotid enamel thickness. And what you can see is in the younger individuals that there appeared to see some benefit in terms of a decrease in CIMT relative to the older individuals. The KEEP study was a study that actually randomized women within the first 3 years of menopause to either a lower dose of conjugated equine estrogens or transdermal estrogen therapy versus placebo. And that showed no increase in coronary events, CIMT, or progression of CAC scores during the 3-year period of time. And finally, the DOP study, the Danish Osteoporosis Prevention Study, which is an open-label estrogen study, showed that women who took this for more than 8 years had a significantly lower rate of cardiovascular mortality associated with therapy. Well, what about risk for breast cancer, which is another concern with estrogen plus progestin therapy? Like WHI, the Million Women study confirmed the findings that the risk of breast cancer is higher among users of estrogen plus progestin relative to estrogen alone, but they really extended those findings to suggest that in terms of this timing hypothesis, that the earlier that one starts that hormone therapy, that the greater the risk associated with breast cancer incidence, and we're talking about invasive breast cancer. And then finally, in summary, when you look at the overall balance of the risks and benefits of conjugated equine estrogens and estrogen plus progestin, and look at that relative to age, the important finding is even though there is some risk in younger women, the low magnitude, the low prevalence is such that it appears that for short-term use of menopausal symptoms, there will be both a benefit in terms of reduction in osteoporotic fracture risk and prevention of bone loss, as well as the management of menopausal symptoms. So in summary, for women who are in the early menopausal early menopausal period, that balance of risks and benefits of postmenopausal estrogen plus progestin is more favorable than in older women, although the risk of venous thromboembolic diseases and stroke persist. For women who've undergone a hysterectomy, who are taking estrogen alone, the balance is more favorable. And based upon such evidence, in women who require menopausal hormone therapy for the management of severe menopausal symptoms, hormone therapy does provide prevention of bone loss and reduction of risk of fractures, and so additional treatment for the management of their osteoporosis is probably not necessary. So what about dosing? There's been a lot of interest in whether there's a dose response, and could we get the dose of estrogen low enough to maintain the benefit for osteoporosis and yet reduce the risk of some of the negative effects. And so we have a large body of data showing that low doses of estrogen are equally effective at preventing bone loss. And more recently, even ultra-low dose estrogens, 17-beta estradiol, reduces biochemical markers of bone turnover to a degree that's similar to that seen with higher doses, suggesting a bone benefit. Transdermal estrogen also has similar benefits to oral estrogens. However, by avoiding the first pass metabolism by the liver, there is the potential that it has a lower risk in terms of venous thromboembolic disease and stroke, and therefore a more favorable risk to benefit ratio. When one looks at this in a little bit more detail, because of the lower dose HT and transdermal estrogen was associated with lower thrombotic risk, there was the hypothesis that this would be associated with a lower risk of ischemic stroke. In a large French medication database that was recently published, they were able to show that oral estrogens significantly increase risk in a dose-dependent relationship, or the lower the dose of estrogens, the lower the risk of stroke, and that transdermal estrogens displayed no increased risk of stroke. So the first outcome data suggesting that lower dose estrogens and transdermal estrogens may actually have a more favorable risk to benefit ratio. So in summary, although both low-dose and transdermal hormone therapy do prevent bone loss and have a favorable effect upon intermediate biomarkers, for example, lipid profiles or others, there are no definitive data other than the stroke data that I just presented that there is a greater benefit to risk ratio in terms of their effect on fractures, breast cancer risk, dementia, or coronary heart disease. And then finally, there's been a great deal of interest in harnessing this potential benefit of hormone therapy for osteoporosis management and menopausal symptoms. And so advances in our understanding of the estrogen receptor and ways to actually modulate this have resulted in new therapeutic classifications of drugs that actually optimize estrogen receptor activity, those of the selective estrogen receptor modulators and the tissue selective estrogen complexes. The first of these that we're going to discuss is raloxifene, which is the only selective estrogen receptor modulator that independently has been approved for the management of postmenopausal osteoporosis. As we've heard by several different speakers today, the pivotal MORE trial demonstrated a significant reduction in vertebral fractures, both in individuals at high risk for osteoporosis, as defined by having one or more prior vertebral fractures, as well as in those individuals at significantly lower risk. The CORE study, or the CORE trial, which is the continuing outcomes relative to EVISTA trial, further extended our knowledge about the risks and benefit ratio of raloxifene. So over 8 years, the benefit in terms of vertebral fracture reduction and prevention of bone loss was maintained, but there was no reduction in non-vertebral fractures, as you can see in a hazards ratio that doesn't cross 1. There is no increase in cardiovascular benefits, but breast cancer rates did significantly decline. And unfortunately, venous thromboembolic disease continued to be maintained. So finally, one hypothesized that could you use the benefits of SERM to antagonize the estrogen at the uterus while adding the estrogen to get some of the additional benefits that might be present. And so that combination of bringing together a selective estrogen receptor modulator together with an estrogen is what a tissue selective estrogen complex is. And the only one that is currently FDA approved is the basidoxifene, a third-generation selective estrogen receptor modulator, together with conjugated equine estrogen, which has unique tissue activity in a number of different tissues. And so in the SMART trials, what we see is that we see a significant improvement in vasomotor symptoms, a stabilization to small improvements in bone mineral density, an improvement in lipid profiles, but to date we have absolutely no data supporting patient-centered outcomes of fracture, stroke, and dementia. So what are the recommendations, or where are the gaps in our knowledge today? Well, I think the first of this is that we really have relatively little data in understanding the balance of risks and benefits of hormone therapy with women with premature menopause. How long do we treat them? At what kinds of doses? Should we transition at the age of 50, or do we continue to use it longer than that, and because they act much more like taking estrogen during the menopause transition? Second is that although transdermal hormone therapy and low-dose hormone therapy show some promise at maintaining bone mass and some reduction potentially in the risk for stroke, are they efficacious at reducing fractures? Do they really have a superior risk-to-benefit ratio when we're considering these patient-centered outcomes, including that risk of dementia? Third, is there a benefit of other estrogen-like compounds in the prevention and treatment of osteoporosis? Do bioidentical hormones, something we're not going to talk about today, but certainly a lot of women are asking questions about, some of the new, more selective estrogen receptor modulators or other tissue-selective estrogen complexes and combinations give you a more favorable benefit to risk ratio? And then lastly, in that precision personalized medicine approach, can we identify biomarkers, clinical risk factors, or other predictors that will actually modulate the risks of hormone therapy and SERMs to provide a more individualized approach to inform choices regarding hormone therapy and selective estrogen receptor modulators? Thank you very much for listening to me today. I'm sorry I'm so low, but as everybody knows how we finish every talk, go Bucks.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting me to speak here today. My name is Felicia Cosman. I am an endocrinologist from Columbia University, and I do have several relationships with the pharmaceutical industry, including Amgen, Eli Lilly, Merck, Radius, and R-Pharm. So what I'm going to try to do today is define the highest risk patients. We've heard a lot about high risk. I'm going to define the highest risk, I think, and talk a little bit about the rationale for using anabolic therapy as initial therapy in these highest risk patients, concentrating on a few observations, looking across different pivotal trials, and then focusing on fracture trials that compare anabolic and anti-resorptive therapies. And then we'll talk a little bit about optimal and suboptimal treatment sequences and the limited potential role for combination therapy. So we know that prior fracture is the most important risk factor for another fracture. We've talked about this many times. But the key point of this large database study, 377,000 plus women with their first fracture, is to suggest that these are the people who really have an osteoporosis emergency, because the imminent risk in the next 2 years of another fracture is so exceedingly high in this group of patients. So if you look at the purple bars, the absolute risk of a recurrent fracture is 10% in the first year and 18% in the first 2 years. And then the risk starts to fall off about 4.5% per year over the ensuing 3 years. So cumulative risk over 5 years is 31%. And there are similar trends if you look just at hip fracture as the recurrent fracture, 2.5% risk in the very next year, 5% risk in the next 2 years, and then it falls off a bit. So these are the people who indeed are at really, really high risk for more fractures. It's also true when you look at radiographic vertebral fractures. If you focus on the purple bar, this is the risk, the 1 year radiographic vertebral fracture incident risk in people who have a prevalent vertebral fracture of unknown timing. And that's about 5% and about 5-fold higher than people who did not have any prevalent vertebral fracture. But if you look at those who were diagnosed with a recent vertebral fracture within the preceding year, the risk of another radiographic vertebral fracture in these people is about 20%. So again, a recent fracture is a much bigger predictor of future risk than the prevalent fracture. Now, it's also key, and I'm very dismayed by the fact that we've been here for about 6 hours. We've talked a lot about bone density testing, and there hasn't been a single mention of using vertebral imaging to find vertebral fractures. And these data come from an NHANES study that was published last year using very strict criteria from Harry Janant and looking at a population-based 3,000 plus individuals. We see that the prevalence of vertebral fractures, about 5% in people before 60, about 10% in the 70s, almost 20% in the 80s. And fewer than 10% of people in this study had a known history of vertebral fracture. So the only way we are going to find these fractures is if we go out and look for them using targeted spine imaging criteria. And the National Osteoporosis Foundation, the International Osteoporosis Foundation, ACE, and ISCD all have submitted criteria that are quite consistent with each other to find these fractures, because these are the people who need to be treated. Multiple fractures, even if they're not recent, suggest very high risk. And people with very low bone mass, especially young people without other major risk factors, may not have a high imminent risk, but they do have a very high remaining lifetime fracture risk. And these people are also in the high risk category, and we should consider anabolic therapy, but perhaps for different reasons. So now, once we've identified these very high-risk patients, what about anti-resorptive therapies for them? So looking at the two, I think, most potent therapies, zoledronic acid from the Horizon trial and denosumab from the Freedom trial, you see that, in fact, there is no significant reduction in risk of non-vertebral fracture before 3 years. And at best, at the end of 3 years, you have risk reductions for non-vertebral fractures that are 20 to 25%. And in contrast, if you look at the two anabolic therapies that are currently available and another therapy that's in development, as you know, you see that over a much shorter period of time, we see reductions in not only vertebral fractures, of course, but also non-vertebral fractures. For teriparatide, over 19 months, for abaloparatide, over 18 months, and for romosozumab, a strong trend toward reduced non-vertebral fracture within just 1 year. Of course, we have to be cautious when we compare across pivotal trials, different patient characteristics, different risks of the population, different definitions of fracture, and so forth. So the best studies to look at are the ones that are head-to-head, of course. And there were two older studies where fracture outcomes were assessed, but they were not the primary endpoints. And one was the glucocorticoid trial, where teriparatide was compared with alendronate, and one was a trial in patients with acutely painful vertebral fractures, where teriparatide was compared with risedronate. And they both showed a significantly lower risk of vertebral fracture with teriparatide compared to the bisphosphonate used. But the best data probably come from the two trials where fracture outcomes were the primary endpoints. The first is the Vero trial. And this study enrolled 1,360 postmenopausal women who had severe osteoporosis. They had prevalent fractures, at least 2 moderate fractures or 1 severe vertebral fracture, as well as low bone mass at spine, hip, or femoral neck. And they were randomized to receive either teriparatide or risedronate. And the data show within 1 year, about a 50% reduction in the occurrence of new vertebral fractures with teriparatide in blue compared to risedronate in red, and over 2 years, about a 56% reduction in the occurrence of new vertebral fractures with teriparatide compared to the active risedronate arm. We also see that teriparatide reduces non-vertebral fractures within about 6 months compared to risedronate over the 2-year period of time, a strong trend. P-value is 0.1. If you look at the non-vertebral fracture count rather than subject incidence of non-vertebral fracture. Since there were many people in the risedronate group that had multiple fractures, the total number of non-vertebral fractures was significantly reduced with teriparatide compared with risedronate, so supportive of the trend that we see for subject incidence of non-vert fracture. One other point is that there were a number of planned subgroups assessed in this study, and none of them showed any significant treatment by subgroup interaction. I call your attention to the category of recent bisphosphonate use, because the way they defined this, I think, was overly liberal. It was a total cumulative use of at least 6 months of an oral bisphosphonate over a 3-year period of time preceding enrollment in the trial, and I don't think that really qualifies as what most of us would consider to be recent use. The second head-to-head study is the ARCH trial, which compared 1 year of romosozumab versus alendronate, followed by 2 years or more of open-label alendronate in both groups, and enrolled 4,093 subjects. Again, these were severe patients with either a prevalent moderate or severe vertebral fracture, or at least 2 mild fractures, or a recent hip fracture within the 2 years prior to entry into the trial. And the data here also show that romosozumab reduced the risk of new vertebral fracture within the first year compared to active alendronate, and reduced the risk over a 2-year period of time by about 50% compared to the alendronate arm. Similarly, there is a reduction in the occurrence of both non-vertebral fracture and hip fracture seen in the romosozumab group compared to the alendronate group. So I think for those patients at high imminent risk of fracture, the data clearly show that anabolic agents reduce fractures faster and to a greater extent than anti-resorptive agents, and should be considered as first line for these patients. But a key point is whether the anti-fracture effects are sustained after transition to anti-resorptive therapy. If you see it just during the first year or 2 years and they're not sustained, then maybe you're not gaining that much. And for this question, I'll draw your attention to the ACTIVE and the ACTIVE Extend trial. In this study, placebo was compared with abaloparatide and teriparatide for 18 months, and then the placebo and abaloparatide groups transitioned to alendronate for approximately 2 years out of the total 3.5-year trial. And the data show on the left set of bars the results for a new vertebral fracture during the initial trial, showing an 86% relative risk reduction for abaloparatide compared to placebo for new vertebral fracture. And if you look just at the extension period now, the patients are now on alendronate, all of them, and the only difference is that the abaloparatide group received 1.5 years of abaloparatide compared to placebo. You see that there's a similar relative risk reduction over the entire period of the extension study. And this is also true for the non-vertebral fracture incidence, where there's a reduction of some 40 to 50% in the first 18 months, and that risk reduction is maintained over the entire time that patients are on alendronate in the extension study. So I think it's clear that the anti-fracture effects are faster and greater and are sustained after transition to anti-resorptive therapy. Now, what about BMD building? We know now that bone density, especially in the hip, is a major predictor of future risk of fracture in people who've already been treated. We've known for a long time that it's a major predictor of fracture in untreated patients as well. But these data on the left are from the Dennis's FLEX trial, showing that the bone density that you attain after 5 years predicts your risk of fracture over the ensuing 5 years on placebo. And the same was seen in the extension study with zoledronic acid. The T-score that you achieve in the hip after 3 years of zoledronic acid is a predictor of your subsequent risk of fracture while on placebo over the next 3 years. And it's also true with denosumab in the FREEDOM and FREEDOM extension studies, where the total hip T-score that you achieve predicts your risk of subsequent non-vertebral fracture. We presented data at ASBMR just last month to show that this was also true from the ARCH study, where the 12-month total hip T-score achieved at 1 year was a predictor of subsequent risk of non-vertebral fracture, and this was true for both the subjects who were on romosozumab as well as on alendronate from the ARCH study. And so clearly, the idea of building BMD to the greatest extent, particularly in the hip, should be one of the goals for people who are at highest risk for fracture. And toward this end, treatment sequence matters, and you get the best BMD gain in the hip, particularly when you use anabolic first line, followed by anti-resorptive second line. These data are the total hip BMD results from the active and active extension study, showing about a 7% gain with 1.5 years of abaloparatide followed by 2 years of alendronate. In contrast, when you use teriparatide second line after therapy first with bisphosphonates or denosumab, you see consistent declines in hip BMD for the first 12 to 18 months. And we reviewed that last year in JBMR, looking at all the cohorts of people on alendronate or risedronate or denosumab, and switching then to teriparatide. And you see that the 6-month change and the 12-month change in total hip BMD was uniformly negative in all of these studies. And by 18 months, it starts to turn around for the bisphosphonate cohorts, but not for the denosumab cohort. So one strategy that we came up with a number of years ago to try to deal with this disappointing hip BMD outcome is to compare a strategy of adding teriparatide to ongoing alendronate in pink versus the group that switched from alendronate to teriparatide in yellow. This was a randomized study, and you see the decline in BMD in the switch group at 6 months and the increase in the add group, and the difference is still significant over 18 months, with the combination group doing better than the switch group. So the way that I think we can interpret this clinically is first that for people with remote exposure to bisphosphonates, I don't think it matters so much. I think the effect that you get with abaloparatide or teriparatide is probably similar to what you see in treatment-naive individuals. But one question is, when does recent exposure become remote? I would suggest that probably 2 years from the exposure would qualify as remote. Maybe it's 1 year. We don't know. But for people who are currently on bisphosphonates, for those who have an incident spine fracture or a very low spine BMD, but the hip BMD is okay, it may be fine to switch to abaloparatide or teriparatide. But for those patients on a bisphosphonate who have an incident hip fracture or any fracture and have very low hip BMD, I think the strategy of switching to a PTH receptor agonist might not be the best plan, and instead we should consider adding abaloparatide or teriparatide while continuing the anti-resorptive therapy. Now, what about romosozumab? There was one study by Langdal and colleagues where a group of women, 400 women on alendronate, were switched to either teriparatide in blue or romosozumab in green. And again, the characteristic decline in BMD of the hip is seen for the first year in those who switched to teriparatide. But for women who were randomized to romosozumab, there was an increase in hip BMD, significant increase at 6 and 12 months. So certainly a more favorable response, and this was backed up by QCT data, volumetric BMD of the hip, as well as finite element models of the QCT findings. Our biggest problem is really what happens with denosumab in patients who might require anabolic therapy. And these data come from Ben Leader and colleagues and from the DATA trial. And so if you compare the red line and just focus on the total hip, because that's mostly what we've been looking at here on the right side, people who get denosumab for 2 years and then switch to teriparatide for 2 years have a precipitous decline in BMD of the hip, and this is a much bigger decline than what I showed you for the bisphosphonate switch cohorts. And in fact, at the end of 2 years, there's still not a BMD that gets to the baseline, the post-denosumab baseline. And compare that to the sequence in blue where patients receive teriparatide first for 2 years, followed by denosumab, where the ending hip BMD level at the end of 4 years is about twice that, what we see with the sequence of denosumab first. Now, the green line on this graph looks at the combination de novo of denosumab and teriparatide. And there, hip BMD is actually the greatest, and even at the end of 4 years is still slightly greater than what you see with the teriparatide followed by denosumab sequence. And this finding, in fact, is totally consistent with every single combination therapy study, some of which I've done and some of which have been done by my colleagues. It's always better to do a teriparatide plus an anti-resorptive as a de novo for hip BMD outcome. But realistically, if the fracture data are so good with just anabolic therapy alone for the first 18 months or 12 months, and it's such a challenge to get people on therapy, even one therapy, I think we should probably focus more on just the best sequence rather than de novo combinations. So what is the strategy for people on denosumab who need anabolic therapy? We have no data looking at this specific group. I think by virtue of analogy with what I showed you with bisphosphonates in these patients and looking at the de novo combination of teriparatide plus denosumab, that we could consider adding abaloparatide or teriparatide and continuing denosumab. That's one approach. What about romosozumab after denosumab? Well, here, if you just focus, this is a complicated graph, but if you focus on the right side, this is from a phase 2 study where you see that patients received denosumab for a year in the pink and then received romosozumab, and bone density goes up nicely in the spine during that romosozumab year. And now if you look at the total hip after the denosumab in pink with romosozumab, there's really not an increase in hip BMD, but at least there is no precipitous decline with romosozumab after denosumab, while we certainly gain BMD in the spine. Of course, there are safety considerations for the anabolic agents, as shown here. So what are the key recommendations for the use of anabolic therapy? I think the optimal treatment for the highest risk patients, those with recent fractures, both clinical and radiographic fractures, as well as those with multiple fractures and those who start with very low BMD with or without risk factors. Optimal treatment is to begin with an anabolic and transition to a potent anti-resorptive. This will provide the fastest and largest anti-fracture effect and the best sequence to attain the greatest BMD, particularly in the hip. For patients who are currently on denosumab or bisphosphonates who require an anabolic agent, consider adding rather than switching to a PTH receptor agonist, particularly in the setting of incident hip fracture or low hip BMD, and clearly more data are needed to confirm the validity of this combination therapy approach, and romosozumab might be an option in some of these patients for monotherapy. Thank you very much for your attention.
This is part 2 of the information from our evidence report. Part 2 is going to be focusing on the harms of long-term osteoporosis drug therapy and the effect modifiers of those treatment harms. My disclaimers are unchanged from an hour and a half ago. I have none. The goals of the systematic review, again, this is to review the evidence on benefits and harms of long-term osteoporosis drug therapy and drug holidays and the factors that modify these. For this part, this is key question 2B. We're looking at the harms and possible effect modifiers of the harms. So like before, same population, men and postmenopausal women aged 50 or greater with osteoporosis or osteopenia, in the trial data, they're being treated for fracture prevention. As you'll see, we also looked at observational data for information on harms. Long-term treatment, as before, is defined here as more than 3 years of treatment, and we looked at whether the harms of treatment varied by patient bone or osteoporosis drug characteristics. The background, as you've heard in detail, some of these drugs have been associated with side effects. Very briefly, bisphosphonates and denosumab have been associated, bisphosphonates in particular, with the rare atypical femoral fractures and osteonecrosis of the jaw. Raloxifene and hormone therapy increase the risk of venous thromboembolism and stroke. That's not comprehensive, but the understanding of factors that modify the likelihood of harms with long-term drug therapy may inform treatment decisions, which is the motivation for or looking at possible effect modifiers. The methods are mostly the same, so I'll just highlight the differences. For looking at harms, the population, we looked at the same population, people treated with to prevent fracture, people with osteoporosis or osteopenia being treated to prevent fracture. For rare harms, we expanded the population to include anybody regardless of osteoporosis status, knowing that many of the observational studies would not provide information on the initial indication for the patient's treatment. And we had the same exclusions: secondary osteoporosis, metastatic cancer, and bone healing. For the study designs, we looked at RCTs and controlled clinical trials, but we also, for harms, looked at controlled observational studies. They had to have a control group. For most of the harms, they had to include at least 1,000 participants, but for rare harms like AFF and ONJ, we included studies that were as small as 100 participants. For this presentation, I'm not going to be talking about side effects like GI side effects. We're focusing more on the harms that seem to be of the greatest interest for this workshop: atypical femoral fracture, then subtrochanteric or femoral shaft fracture, where the studies did not confirm that the fractures had radiographic AFF features, osteonecrosis of the jaw, and then serious adverse events. The potential effect modifiers are the same as before: patient, bone, and osteoporosis drug characteristics. So the talk is organized by drug, and then within that by the harms. The slides are laid out similarly. So in the left column, so the title gives you the drug of interest. The left column is the control group, the control treatment group. The years, where is this? Is the follow-up duration, then the study design indicating whether it's a trial or an observational study. RC is retrospective cohort. There's some other studies on, that were case control, and they'll be labeled as CC, and then describes the population, the hazard ratio, or whatever the estimate risk is, and the absolute risk reduction and strength of evidence. So we didn't find any eligible alendronate studies that reported on evidence of confirmed AFF. There was one that looked at, but rarely had radiographic was able to get radiographs. So so what we found were studies that reported subtrochanteric or femoral shaft fractures without radiographic confirmation of AFF features. There was one trial, this was from the FIT study, and hazard ratio of 1. There were very few events, and the data were insufficient to draw any conclusions. We found 2 observational studies looking at the risk of these femoral shaft or subtrochanteric fractures with alendronate. They were both compared to no osteoporosis drug treatment. One study they're both in national databases, and they had different comparison groups in terms of the fracture outcome. One study showed no significant increase, but no statistically significant difference, but we felt that the strength of evidence was insufficient to draw a conclusion. And then the larger study broke the results out. Subtrochanteric and femoral shaft fractures separately, both were significantly increased in risk with alendronate compared to no treatment. For ONJ, we found 3 studies. One compared alendronate to raloxifene, and in this case they had both radiologic and pathologic confirmation of the ONJ diagnosis. This was an observational study done in one hospital, and the results were statistically significant, showed a large hazard ratio, but the confidence intervals were very wide, and we didn't feel that from this study we could draw conclusions. There were 2 other studies that reported ONJ based only on diagnostic codes, one compared to no treatment and one compared to alendronate to some other osteoporosis drug treatment, most commonly raloxifene or calcitonin. The first of these, comparing it to no treatment, showed a 3-fold increase in risk, and that was significant. We thought the strength of evidence for this finding was low. The second study reported a hazard ratio of 0.9, and that this was not statistically significant. The event rates in the study suggest that the hazard ratio possibly should be greater than 1, but we haven't been able to reconcile that. But in either case, the results were not statistically significant. For zoledronate, this is based on this recently published 6-year trial in patients mostly with osteopenia, and there were no statistically significant differences between the zoledronate group and the placebo group in serious adverse events, vascular or composite vascular outcome, mortality, although the odds ratios were all less than 1. For cancer, they reported a statistically significant reduction in risk. For AFF, they reported no events. ONJ, they reported no events. So it's impossible to draw any conclusions for those outcomes. And for atrial fibrillation, they reported that a hazard ratio of 1. There were a number of observational studies that reported results for bisphosphonates as a class. And there were 2 of them that reported on the risk or the likelihood of AFF, in which they confirmed that AFF radiologic features using ASBMR criteria. And the first one was from a national database. They performed both retrospective cohort analyses and case control analyses. They compared the cases were radiologically confirmed AFF. The controls or the control outcomes were subtrochanteric or femoral shaft fractures that were not radiologically confirmed. So treatment that lowers the risk of other fractures would lower the denominator, and you get very high estimates of effect in this study. You can see the retrospective cohort has a relative risk was over 100. And then the case control, they looked at exposure for 3 to 4 years compared to no bisphosphonate, and 4 to 5 years versus no bisphosphonate, and greater than 5. And what I'm not showing you is they also in the paper reported exposure for less than 3 years, and there appeared to be an increase in risk with the longer exposure. The second observational study was looking at bisphosphonates versus past bisphosphonate use, and at least 6 months earlier, and for at least a year. And they ran a number of different models, but all of them showed a risk, a 3 to 5-fold increase in risk. We concluded that the strength of evidence for both of these findings, the increase in risk of atypical femoral fractures with bisphosphonates was low. There were some observational studies that reported on subtrochanteric or femoral shaft fractures without the confirmation of AFF features, and all had different comparison groups, either no bisphosphonates, past bisphosphonates, or another active treatment. They were done in different data sets, and they reported different results. The first study compared to no treatment had a risk estimate of almost 10-fold increase. The second one, you can see, had no significant increase with 3 to 5 years of follow-up, but a significant, almost 3-fold increase with at least 5 years of bisphosphonate treatment. And then the comparison versus the active treatment, there weren't a whole lot of events, and I think it was 34 cases, and while the hazard ratios are greater than 1, the results were not statistically significant. For raloxifene, these data are from the MORE and the CORE study. Most of the results, the first 2 rows. So for serious adverse events were reported 8 years at the end of the CORE study, and there was no difference between treatment groups. For DVT, there were multiple papers derived from MORE and CORE study that reported about a 3-fold increase in risk of DVT that was significant. Results for PE were reported in multiple MORE and CORE papers. All those were also increased compared to placebo. There was one database study that reported on risk of raloxifene compared to no osteoporosis drug treatment, and they reported no difference, or no statistically significant difference in risk of subtrochanteric fractures, femoral shaft fractures. They had too few ONJ events to conclude anything, and then there was no statistically significant difference between treatment groups and atrial fibrillation. For denosumab, these are data from this phase 2 dose-finding study that I mentioned earlier, where they had several arms of people who had denosumab for 4 years. There was one arm of denosumab for 2 years, then off for 2 years, and there was another arm with denosumab for 2, off for 1, back on for 1. All the results for those 3 arms were pooled and compared to placebo. So it's not possible to tell what the risks of continuous long-term denosumab are compared to placebo. This relative risk is based on those 3, all the denosumab groups pooled, and it may be different between the denosumab continuous versus the denosumab holidays. So that probably I would go back and say that's probably insufficient evidence to draw any conclusion. There were no data reported on AFF or ONJ in this paper. For estrogen, you heard from Dr. Jackson about some of the risks of cardiovascular disease for estrogen and estrogen plus progestin, and for the estrogen and progestin for dementia and breast cancer. And I'm not going to go into that here, but the estrogen study in looking to see if, so the results on reduction in total fractures and hip fractures were pretty clear, but then there are these risks. So they have this measure, the global index, which looked at the time to the first event of a combination, a composite of either coronary heart disease, invasive breast cancer, stroke, PE, colorectal cancer, hip fracture, or death from some other cause. And they looked at it in tertiles. So they defined, I think this was based on a soft-based calculator, the highest, middle, and lowest tertile of risk for incident fracture. And they found that the risk of reaching that global index didn't differ between tertiles, and there was no tertile in which the benefit of reduced hip fracture outweighed the increase in risk of these other events. And the results were the same for estrogen and progestin. The global index was not reduced by hip fractures outweighing the risk of these other events in any tertile, and statistically significantly was increased in the middle tertile. We looked for whether the risk of long-term treatment harms varied as a function of patient bone or drug treatment characteristics, and didn't find a lot of information. For the comparison between any bisphosphonate treatment and control, whether that's no treatment or past bisphosphonate treatment or another active therapy, there were results from 3 different observational studies that had long-term follow-up that were included in our review that suggested that the risk was increased with longer treatment duration. These studies all compared, all reported data stratified by the treatment duration, and where the risk appeared higher with more than 5 years of treatment compared to treatment with 3 to 5 years, although none of them directly tested them or reported a test for interaction by treatment duration. For estrogen or progestin versus placebo, I already showed you that the risk of the global index appeared similar across the tertiles of the fracture risk scale, and there was little data for other treatments. There's another attempt at a summary figure, and it doesn't cover all the harms, but you can see that the any bisphosphonates was really the only category where they reported AFF with the radiographic confirmation by the ASBMR criteria, and risk was higher. For the subtrochanteric or femoral shaft fractures without radiographic confirmation, bisphosphonates also increased the risk. For alendronate, there were some mixed results that suggested the risk may be increased, and the same went for ONJ. And then their raloxifene increased venous thromboembolism. A couple of these studies reported no difference in stroke. Zoledronate looked like it may increase risk of death. This raloxifene finding on death is really just in the subgroup that I think was on 60 milligrams the whole time and had follow-up through all 8 years, and it's hard to know what to make of that. Alendronate had no difference in risk of death. And then for serious adverse events, zoledronate was sort of borderline for possibly being decreased, and the others didn't show a difference between treatments. So the limitations, harms reporting between studies was inconsistent, often incomplete, particularly for the observational studies. reporting AFF, the subtrochanteric and femoral shaft fractures, and ONJ. The inconsistency in those studies is really, I addressed more in bullet 3, but that they had variable definitions of what constituted a case, what non-case control they compared to, what the treatment intervention was, what the treatment control group was. They adjusted differently for possible selection bias and other risk factors for these outcomes. So we didn't try to mathematically pool these studies because there was so much heterogeneity. There was no data other than what I reported. There wasn't data on long-term harms of other individual studies, although we hadn't fully incorporated the zoledronate results yet, and then or of sequential drug treatment. As before, at least the trials, they were in generally healthy, largely white postmenopausal women. The observational studies were mostly women, 84 to 100% women, and so the generalizability to other population is unknown. Like with the treatment efficacy, the analyses on possible treatment of harms modifiers are almost all post hoc. So future long-term osteoporosis drug treatment studies looking at harms should collect harms using standard definitions. For example, for AFF and ONJ, using the ASB-MAR criteria, use standard ascertainment methods, have complete follow-up. Cohort studies looking at risk of AFF and ONJ should use standard definitions for their non-case and exposure controls, adequately adjust for selection bias and for risk factors that would increase their risk of fracture and these harms outcomes. Evaluation of other agents and sequential therapy harms would be useful. Future studies also should include men, non-whites, and individuals with comorbidities who are not represented or underrepresented in these studies, and populations who do not meet criteria for osteoporosis but are still at high risk for fracture and may be considered for treatment should be studied. And then studies that, if they're going to look at whether results vary as a function of different characteristics, they should specify these in advance. So it would be possible to use data from existing studies to look at, perform exploratory analyses on modifiers of harms to generate hypotheses for future studies, and coordination between different studies to use common methods or validate findings to look at harms would be useful. This is the team. It's the same as before. And that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Adler, Bob Adler. I'm an endocrinologist at the VA Medical Center in Richmond and at Virginia Commonwealth University. Here are my disclosures. My institution is reaping the rewards of my hard work for the TRAVERSE and ADAM studies, a safety study of testosterone and a study of abaloparatide in men. And I will mention some potential novel administration schedules for FDA-approved medications. The opinions expressed will be mine and not necessarily those of the Department of Veterans Affairs. To summarize, the pathogenesis of AFF remains unclear. Identifying patients at risk is still incomplete. We clearly need new tools to determine the risks and benefits of treatment, and in those patients who have AFF but still have osteoporosis, their treatment is challenging. So here are all the topics that I'm going to attempt to cover in this short time with the research agenda. The original definition by the ASBMR task force led by Dr. Shane and Burr is listed on one side, and then the updated 2014 definition on the other side. And the major difference was the direction of the fracture. And this may turn out to be somewhat important in terms of the number of atypical fractures. And this is a study from Kaiser looking at the different aspects of the ASBMR updated definition and what proportion of 240 femoral shaft fracture patients had these different abnormalities as part of the updated definition. And interestingly, only a small proportion of the patients with femoral shaft fractures actually met all 5 criteria, or even 4 out of 5 criteria. So I think one of the take-home points is there are a lot of shaft and subtrochanteric fractures that are not necessarily atypical fractures, and that the definition is actually important. But even, and therefore our agenda for research is to be sure that some of those that didn't quite make the new definition should be looked at more carefully. And we have changed the definition once, and I think it may be important at some point to revisit the definition and be sure that we are not missing some potential patients who may not quite meet all the criteria. But if you look at Kaiser data, and if you look at the if you look at the yellow and the green bars here, even with the more permissive 2010 definition, the incidence of atypical fractures per 100,000 patient years in older adults is really very low, even with the more permissive definition. And I think this is illustrated even more dramatically in this 2 observational studies, but large observational studies, one from Italy and one from Korea. The one from Italy was from a consortium of hospitals in which they looked at all of the typical neck trochanteric osteoporotic fractures as shown in orange, and all of the subtrochanteric and shaft fractures shown in yellow. And you can see there are so many more of the fractures that occur in the classic places that we look for osteoporotic fractures. But the shaft fractures shown in yellow include all sorts of shaft fractures, but these are all low trauma. In Korea, this was one huge referral center. And over a 5-year period, they had a tremendous number of typical hip fractures and a significant number of shaft fractures as well. Now we're going to look at just the shaft fractures, shown in this next slide. In Italy, the great majority of the subtrochanteric and shaft fractures were typical fractures. These were compatible with osteoporotic fractures. They're all low trauma, and only a small percentage were atypical. However, in Korea, there were more atypical fractures among the fractures that occurred in the subtrochanteric or shaft area. This is an interesting ethnic aspect to it, which I think we'll come back to a little later. So our agenda for the incidence, the epidemiology, the ethnicity of atypical fractures means we need more large population observational studies. We need to compare typical osteoporotic fractures and atypical ones, and this may actually help in our management of patients showing graphs like the ones I showed you, but it also brings out the importance of adjudicating those fractures and not just taking administrative databases without actually looking at the images. Whether we will ever have an ICD-10 code that will be good enough so that we can use administrative databases without corroboration by looking at the actual images, I don't know, and I'm not particularly optimistic. What about the pathogenesis of atypical femoral fractures? Well, there are a lot of potential contributors, and I've listed only some of them here. They seem in some respects to be stress fractures. There's general suppression of turnover and homogeneity of the tissue. There may be localized increased microcracks, increased brittleness, impaired fracture healing. Geometric qualities may be very important. I'll come back to that. There are some suggestion of abnormalities of the cortex. Osteoporosis may play a role. These are occurring in people with osteoporosis. Patients on glucocorticoids appear to be at higher risk. Maybe those on proton pump inhibitors. Diabetes mellitus may play a role, and the acronym AGE here is not age, but rather advanced glycation end products, which may play a role in the protein content of bone. And finally, there may be underlying genetic variants, and we got a hint of that from the observational data. So I obviously can't go into this, but I want to show you a recent study from Mary Boxheim's laboratory in which they looked at some naive patients, that is, naive of osteoporosis bisphosphonate treatment, some women on long-term bisphosphonate but without any fractures, some hip fracture patients, and patients who had had atypical femoral fractures. And the naive patients tended to be the youngest patients. The hip fracture patients, not surprisingly, were the oldest. And they did an indentation technique in vivo. They measured DEXA, and they looked at HRPQCT to look at the cortex of the patients in this study, the subjects in this study. The duration of bisphosphonate use was about 7 years in the long-term group. In the hip fracture group, there were a few patients who were on bisphosphonate, an average of about 4 years, and the atypical femoral fracture patients had been on bisphosphonates 8 years. Well, there were no differences in the indentation technique, in DEXA, of the femoral neck or the total hip. And while there was a trend towards increased cortical porosity in the hip fracture patients, there was no difference in the long-term bisphosphonate group who had an atypical fracture versus those who did not. And the other measures of cortical anatomy were really no different as well. So we didn't get what we had hoped in terms of a new way to identify patients at risk. However, this area of femoral geometry, which Dennis Black mentioned, really is kind of important. It turns out that even having bilateral fractures is a hint that geometry is important. Bowing, varus alignment, a shorter angle between the shaft and the neck seems to be important. This increased incidence of atypical femoral fracture in Asians who are more likely to have femoral bowing, which suggests a genetic component. And in a recent study using cadaver bones, looking at lateral strain, that is tension on the lateral aspect of the femur where these fractures begin, suggested that lateral bowing and the diameter of the shaft had the greatest impact on diaphyseal strain. And then there is this, a very interesting study, review rather, from Peter Ebeling's group, looking at genetic disorders, only a few of which were ever treated appropriately with bisphosphonates. Most of these disorders would not be treated with bisphosphonates. And atypical femoral fractures have been reported in each one of this very varied group of rare bone disorders. Fascinating. And it suggests that genes are clearly playing a role in the propensity to atypical femoral fractures. So, is atypical femoral fracture a perfect storm? By geometry, the greatest tension is on the lateral cortex, but it's a bone that is homogeneous, that may have increased brittleness. There may be increased microcracks locally, a general decrease in remodeling, and an underlying genetic risk. Do all of these components come together to make those very few patients at high risk for atypical femoral fracture? So our research agenda, I'm not sure that more histomorphometric analyses are going to enlighten us, but I am open-minded to that. It would be great if we could find an animal model where we could put strain on the lateral cortex of the femur. I'm not sure that's possible. We clearly need more studies of genetic variants. This may be another instance where our study of rare bone disease is going to lead us to insights in the common bone disorders. And we need new assessments of bone. We have to find ways to study geometry in an easy, potentially clinically available, some anthropomorphic measurement that might tip us off to femur geometry that might be very helpful. And I will mention later, looking at images of femurs in patients on long-term bisphosphonate therapy may be helpful as well. So how do we predict it? Well, should we raise the threshold for treatment in people with femoral bowing or varus alignment or Asian ethnicity? Just because you have a T-score of -2.5, does that mean that's an automatic prescription for treatment? Maybe not. I think we ought to think twice. Should we do some sort of x-rays for femoral geometry first? Are there anthropomorphic measurements that are going to be helpful? Should we, as Dr. Kostman mentioned, should we consider using anabolics for a longer period of time and say glucocorticoid induced osteoporosis where the risk for atypical fracture may be greater? After all, the SAG study that she alluded to was actually a 3-year study of alendronate versus teriparatide. Maybe we should think about that. Should we do DEXA images of femurs on anti-resorptive? I'll show you that in just a minute. In my bone clinic, every patient who's on long-term bisphosphonate therapy gets asked about prodromal, we don't use that word, we ask them about thigh or groin pain at every visit besides looking at their mouths. And will there someday be genetic testing as we find out which of the many potential target genes may be conferring risk? These are a couple of very subtle findings. I hope you can find them in these two images. Only the one on your right shows up well. This is not enough to make a diagnosis of AFF, but it's enough to send your patient for better images. And we've started doing this routinely on all of our long-term patients. I can do this because I work in the VA and I read all the bone densities. So we're doing this now, have done this now for a year. I haven't picked up any, but whether or not that's going to turn out to be a cost-effective way to look for patients at risk, I don't know, but it's certainly a tool. So, what is our research agenda for predicting atypical femoral fractures? Well, we need some prediction tools. And as Dennis suggested, we need development of a 10-year atypical femoral fracture prediction calculator that we could discuss with the patient when we're comparing it with the 10-year osteoporotic fracture risk calculator. We need perhaps tools for patient education to remind them about thigh and groin pain. And again, does anabolic treatment first decrease the risk of atypical fracture? Will we ever develop a simple genetic test? Would this be a really good use of personalized medicine to determine which of our patients are at high risk? So, what about treatment to lower risk? Again, should we use anabolic agents more often? Should we try to treat to target more quickly? Should we use an anabolic, then denosumab, then bisphosphonates? Or if we follow the data from the data switch study, maybe we ought to use an anabolic plus denosumab, then bisphosphonates. Should we do some cyclic treatment of anabolics with anti-resorptives? I think these are all potential ways that we might change the side effect profile of long-term treatment. So our research agenda is listed here, and it's basically exactly what I've said. Should we change our treatment paradigm, particularly at those at the very highest risk for osteoporotic fracture, and will that change the side effect profile? These are not going to be easy studies to do, but I think these are things that we should be at least thinking about. So, what about management of atypical femoral fractures? This is still basically surgery, and I will not go into that. I don't have any expertise. But what about medical therapy? Should these patients also be given an anabolic agent? We don't have any good randomized controlled trials. I don't know if we ever will have anything like that. And what to do if your patient who has suffered an atypical femoral fracture still has osteoporosis and is still at risk for another osteoporotic fracture? So we need some randomized controlled trials of anabolics after atypical femoral fracture. We need to discuss the length of anabolic treatment after atypical fracture. We have to consider cycles and maybe use of the less potent anti-resorptives such as raloxifene or basidoxifene, or even consider perhaps hormone replacement therapy in some people. And we also have to determine reasons why there's great variability in the rehabilitation responses of our patients after atypical femoral fractures. And then there are these other disorders. I've mentioned some of the rare bone diseases, but what about periprosthetic fractures, some of which have some of the characteristics of atypical femoral fractures? And what about cancer patients who also are at risk? Do we need to go back to the dosing schedule for cancer patients and maybe decrease the amount that they're getting? Should the periprosthetic fractures be considered AFFs? What about screening with alkaline phosphatase, looking for hypophosphatasia? So I want to conclude that we've made some progress in diagnosis and pathogenesis. We've made some progress in identifying patients at risk. Some patients are not being prescribed anti-resorptives. The good thing is some young women with osteopenia are not getting treated today. That's good. But older patients at high risk for fracture, as you know, are not getting treated. We need to consider our overall treatment paradigm. We have to think about the definition and get some more large observational studies, and we have to learn about atypical fractures from rare bone diseases. So my key recommendations are to try to treat the osteoporosis patient with the highest benefit to risk ratio, continue our study, do some genetic studies to try to find predisposing genes, and perhaps identify new treatment paradigms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon.
This is your advancer, and this is your pointer.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your attention and for sticking around and staying so engaged. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room now this afternoon, so about osteonecrosis of the jaw. I'm an oral and maxillofacial surgeon at UCLA, and so I see about 350 patients with O&J. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion about that it's very rare, and in fact it is, but in my practice I see quite a lot. And so these are my disclosures. I was part of the American Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons position paper in 2014 and have received some funding and as a consultant in the past for Amgen. And so this is the definition, and all of the following have to be present. We have to have exposure of bone, previous treatment with an anti-resorptive medication, denosumab or a bisphosphonate, and sometimes it's not necessarily exposed, but the bone can be probed through a fistula, either from the outside of the mouth or from the inside. And of course, not to have a history of radiation therapy to the jaws, because then we would be talking about osteoradionecrosis. And of course, as you already saw, I'm going to show a few gruesome pictures, but again, most of these sometimes look a bit worse than they are, and so one of the goals here is to really show you that even though we do have patients with this, and it can be a devastating complication of these medications, there are some ways definitely to manage this fairly easily, and a lot of it is about education. Education to the dentists, education to the physicians, and definitely education to the patients. And so this is really looking at the prevalence, and in osteoporosis, the prevalence is very low, as we've heard multiple times today, and it's true. But as we've also heard, when the patients see that it happens to them, it's very, very meaningful, and it can be very devastating. And so one of the things that I think that I took home from today already is that it's about education, about these honest discussions with our patients, not to make it seem like, oh, this will never happen to you, so we don't even need to discuss it, but to bring it up, to discuss it, and then to say, if it does happen, then we'll take care of it, and we'll even try to prevent it as best as we can before it happens. And so you can see that if patients have dental disease, or if they're on longer-term therapy of anti-resorptive, then the prevalence increases. And it may be underdiagnosed or even a potentially unexposed variant, which is why the screening is so important, both before anti-resorptive therapy is initiated and as it's ongoing, especially as it's in the longer term. And then with denosumab, we're starting to see some of these numbers, but again, because it's so new and there are so few patients still that have not had a previous bisphosphonate, it's a little bit difficult to determine the exact prevalence here. And so one of the things that my lab and my research, both clinically and translationally, focuses on is why are teeth extracted? It's not necessarily the trauma from the dental extraction or the surgical procedure, but the disease that happens before that. And so really that's a lot of what I've been studying. And in fact, in a lot of the clinical studies, it has shown that if patients have poor oral hygiene or really don't have good dental treatment, then their incidence is going to be higher. And then really going beyond that, if they come to the dentist very regularly, then they're less likely to develop osteonecrosis of the jaw. And then, of course, if more preventive measures are untaken, for example, this is a patient that has a dental infection, and so really he's already at risk for O&J, and so this has to be treated sooner rather than later. And of course, what happens, and if you hear the commercials on television, they'll say, you know, no dental work, no dental treatment. And this is really the opposite of what the message that we should be sending. There should be more dental visits, more dental treatment in the preventative fashion so that we prevent patients from needing to have teeth extracted or have any kind of surgery. And so I'm going to go through a few of the stages. Stage 1, which basically just shows that there's some exposed bone, but there isn't any symptom associated with that. No pain, no bleeding, no signs of infection. Stage 2, we start getting a little bit more, unappealing. Of course, if you look in the mouth and you see something like this, you can see a lot of plaque and bacteria. And this is dead bone, necrotic bone. And so bacteria and plaque just really attach very well to that. And so the patients, what they do is they avoid this area completely. No dentist wants to touch this. Nobody wants to see it. And of course, then that can make it progress and become more uncomfortable and more infected. If we move on to stage 3, it can be much more severe and significant. You can imagine how painful something like this would be, with a sea of pus in your mouth, with a lot of inflammation, and it can even progress in some cases with a fracture of the jaw. And when we get to this stage, then oftentimes there has to be surgery done or some kind of more invasive therapy. Now, of course, this is the least common. Much more common is stage 1 and 2, and so we can definitely intervene much more quickly and prevent this from happening. And as I said, this is much more rare than the other stages. And so these are the treatment guidelines that have been developed by the American Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. And I'll draw your attention to stage 1. And, really trying to get the patient to be comfortable, to be out of pain, and to make sure that we keep any plaque and bacteria away from the area. And so an antibacterial rinse and good follow-up and patient education. If we're looking at stage 2, this is where we have to manage it symptomatically as well. So the use of antibiotics are often considered. And then the AOMS guidelines will often discuss debridement as well. This is where that differs a bit from how I treat them personally, and I will go over that in a minute. And then stage 3, when we're getting into sometimes more surgical therapy, meaning surgical debridement or often resection of a portion of the jaw. And so really, what evidence can we learn from translational studies? And this is where being a clinician and a scientist really has impacted my life significantly in treating these patients, where identifying a problem in the clinic, taking it back to the lab, going from the basic to the translational studies, and then taking some of that information back to the patient. And really, I think that the patients benefit a lot from this type of approach, which is why getting together and having such a conference like this and a workshop is very, very helpful for all people involved. And so first thing we want to do is minimize the risk. And how can we do that? Well, like I said, dental disease is a really big predictor of patients that are going to develop ONJ. And it's not always when patients have an extraction. It's often just the dental disease itself, whether it's periodontal disease or periapical disease when they need a root canal, for example. And this has been shown in some of our animal studies where we've looked at, together with the rat, rodent, and patient, that we get similar radiographic features. And these are cone beam CT scans that we often do. Actually, nowadays, almost all of my patients get this, sort of like what was said earlier about getting some of the films to look at femurs. I'm really looking at the jaws to see if we can determine any of these radiographic features, both in patients that are symptomatic and also as a predictive measure. And so we can see that the features look very, very similar. We have the more dense bone, we have this periosteal bone formation, and often sequestration of the bone. If we look at the histologic analysis as well, we see the necrotic bone very similar to the animal studies and the human studies together that we've done. If we go on to treatment of the lesions, once they've already happened, then obviously we're getting into a little bit of a different realm. And here we can look at some of the treatment options. So I often have exactly what was mentioned earlier. What if you have patients that have these problems and they still need to be on some type of treatment for osteoporosis? What can we do? And from our animal studies, we can look a bit at parathyroid hormone and some of its effects. And when we look at some of the studies, if we have parathyroid hormone, it increases the bone remodeling to heal an extraction socket. This is in a mouse model. And if you have alendronate and dexamethasone, where these are basically empty extraction sockets that have not healed, but then use parathyroid hormone, you can increase that remodeling and the bone formation and healing. And has that been followed up in any studies clinically? And the answer to that is yes. Patients have, both with stage 2 and 3, been treated with PTH when they have osteonecrosis of the jaws. And you can see here that it does improve both the clinical and the radiographic outcome in these patients. But of course, these at this point are only case series and case reports, but oftentimes this is how some of this research starts. Now, of course, we've heard a bit about the anabolic therapy and some of the potential problems, and we know, of course, that they're contraindicated in patients with cancer. We know that there's the risk of osteosarcoma, so we're limited in how much time the patients can be on it, and also the cost is significant. And so this sometimes, a lot of what I've heard today is that a lot of the clinical recommendations that we want to make really don't go along with either what's going to be covered by insurance or Medicare and what patients can reasonably afford. And so how else do we treat this? And non-operative therapy has been studied pretty extensively. And we can see here that there are a various range of success rates with non-surgical therapy. And some of the numbers are not very good when you look at these. We have some that are about 20%, some that are 60%, 80%. But if the patients and the surgeons look at this, they're going to say, well, you know, we really don't have a very good track record with some of our conservative or non-operative therapy. And, you know, but these studies are pretty limited, and what defines success? Are we thinking about complete healing? Are we just trying to get the patients out of pain? And really, these studies are not very well standardized. Now, what has been shown is that surgical therapy is pretty effective. And you can see that the numbers here are much better in general, and there are more studies showing that if there's involved surgical debridement or even surgical resection, then the studies are pretty effective. But again, a lot of these patients are not going to be up for this. It's a very invasive procedure, general anesthesia, and then once surgical therapy is done, the bone is resected and it often can't be reconstructed. And so it really leaves a very debilitated patient. And so when we're looking at that, really the patients and can they tolerate surgery, and is there some other things that we can do, that was really one of the focuses of working with these patients and trying to see if we could get something alternative. And so what do we know so far? Inflammation or infection from dental disease plus anti-resorptive therapy in some cases will lead to osteonecrosis of the jaws. And so again, like I said, in osteoporotic patients, the prevalence is low, 0.1 to 0.01%. It's very, very rare, but not zero. And so this is my surgical instrument, and I get made fun of a lot, of course, as you can imagine, at surgical conferences because I use the Q-tip. And basically, it's to decrease that inflammation, the infection in the area, so that we can get rid of all the bacteria around the wound. And so the patients are really told by me to scrub the area, keep all the plaque and the bacteria off of it as much as possible. And so you can see here I have a little short video for you to see, and hopefully it's not going to be too graphic for anyone, but I want you to see how aggressive I want the patients to be. So they're really scrubbing around this. And over time, with the better that they keep it clean, then I'm going to be able to come in and remove it with a cotton plier that's not even surgical at all to really wiggle the bone out when it's already sequestering and remove it very easily. And I know this seems a bit gruesome, but if this is the more aggressive surgery that we're doing, I think we're in pretty good shape, okay? And so then this is what happens. We have our patients that have exposed bone. This is stage 1. Eventually, it exposes more because we can see preoperatively or pre-debridement that we actually have a pretty large sequestrum in the area here on this cone beam CT scan. So getting that scan really tells us that if it exposes more, it's telling the patient, no, it's not getting worse. It was already there that large, and now it's just open more, and you're able to access it better so you can clean it. And over time, what happens is this bone comes out. It's startling to the patient, of course, if this happens, but then it heals very well with really complete mucosal coverage. And this has been recently published, actually, this month in the Journal of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. And so when we basically take a look at afterwards, the bone is still not normal, okay? We've lost that part of bone. It's not regenerating, but it doesn't cause fracture of the bone. The patient now has an area of mucosa that is completely healed, and they can continue with their regular hygiene without surgery. And so we looked at 117 patients in this study, and basically you can see we have patients with stage 1, 2, and much less with stage 3 disease. But we had basically, you can see complete disease resolution in 71% of patients, another 22% with disease improvement, and only 8% where we didn't. And these numbers are at least as good, if not better, than most of the surgical therapy. And you can see that the better their wound care was, the faster was the time to resolution. But we have to have a very, very compliant and patient because it takes quite some time sometimes for disease resolution, as you can see. And so I want to conclude with some things really to take home and to discuss with our patients, trying to get them into a pre-anti-resorptive preventive dental visit so that we can take care of all the active dental disease as much as possible. Encourage hygiene and increase dental maintenance, and really work to speak and work together with our dental colleagues so that we really improve the education throughout, and it's only going to benefit our patients. Discuss the risks and benefits of osteoporosis therapy. I spend a lot of time telling my patients not to go off their medications rather than telling them that they should, because they come to me often and they want to go off. And so most of what I'm doing is telling them the benefits and why they should not stop. And then, of course, the education about if they do develop ONJ, that we have a team in place that can deal with that. And then identifying patients at risk with either radiographic features that we can get early on, or with disease processes or patients that have other comorbidities. And then, of course, diagnosing and treating it as early as possible. And then, of course, if we do get it, if we can consider non-surgical therapy. And so I want to end with some key recommendations. We do have a lot of knowledge gaps. What is the true prevalence? Because oftentimes with such a rare disease, we need thousands of patients to be able to tell us what the true prevalence is. And this is difficult, clearly, to do in most studies. We need to diagnose it early and use some of these tools that we're starting to get to try to determine this prevalence and identify these patients as early as possible. And then research recommendations would be to do exactly that, determine patients that are at risk, get some tools and validate these tools for early diagnosis, and then really validate more some of these non-invasive treatment protocols with multi-center studies. And then maybe also one of the things that we're working on in our lab with our animal models is to identify molecular targets where we can either identify at-risk situations or diagnose very, very early. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliet Compston. I'm a bone doctor from Cambridge Biomedical Campus in the UK. These are my disclosures. I have no financial conflicts of interest. I do have associations or activities with professional associations in the UK and US, as shown on this slide. A number of side effects have been associated with anti-resorptive therapy, although the evidence for some of these is conflicting and proof of causality has not been established in all cases. These are the side effects I'm going to discuss. Obviously, atypical femoral fractures and osteonecrosis of the jaw have already been covered very extensively, so I shall only mention these briefly and concentrate on upper gastrointestinal cancer, cardiovascular disease, and mortality. Here's a summary of the findings. First of all, the estimated incidence of atypical femoral fractures is 1 to 50 per 100,000 patient years in people treated with bisphosphonates, and the risk increases with longer duration of therapy. Osteonecrosis of the jaw is very rare, with an estimated incidence of 0.001 to 0.01%. Now, for these two side effects, I think there's a very strong consensus that there is a causal link with bisphosphonate and denosumab therapy. And that's supported by the association with duration of disease and also the presence of biologically plausible pathophysiological mechanisms for their development. For osteonecrosis of the jaw, there's a strong dose response seen, so patients with cancer who have higher doses of either bisphosphonates or denosumab have a significantly higher incidence of these complications. Interestingly, this dose response is not really apparent for atypical femoral fractures, and this may suggest that there's a threshold effect at lower doses. For the other side effects, most evidence does not support an association between bisphosphonates and upper GI cancer. Evidence for an association between bisphosphonates and atrial fibrillation is conflicting. and associations between bisphosphonates and cardiovascular disease and mortality require further investigation. Now, most of the data I'm going to show you on these long-term side effects come either from clinical trials or from observational studies. And these two sources of data have both their own strengths and limitations. For clinical trials, the advantages are obviously that there's randomized treatment assignment, so the probability or possibility of confounding is minimized, and there is blinded and pre-specified documentation of adverse events. But as has been discussed earlier today, clinical trials may have limited generalizability in terms of the patients treated. The timescale is generally limited to 3 years. And rare adverse events may not be detected, particularly if they're not expected and if they're related to duration. Observational studies have advantages of much greater generalizability. You can have very large numbers in observational studies and longer duration of therapy. But they are subject to confounding, and some of the factors are shown on this slide. So with these differences between clinical trials and observational studies, we may sometimes get different answers if we look at these two sources of data for the same outcome. I should say for observational studies, there are clearly more and more sophisticated statistical methods for trying to adjust for confounding, but it's not possible to do this completely. Now, a striking example of how confounding may influence the conclusions drawn from observational data is shown on this slide. This slide shows data from women treated with placebo in the WHI study. And women were divided into high adherers, that's greater than 80%, or low adherence, less than 80%, to placebo. And when they looked at a number of outcomes, so hip fracture, myocardial infarction, cancer death, and all-cause mortality, you can see that there are significant and really quite large benefits in the healthy adherers, the high adherers, compared to the low adherers. So clearly this effect may lead to overestimation of true treatment benefits. And I should say that in this study, what I'm showing you here are hazard ratios adjusted for over 30 potential confounders. And a problem in looking at observational data is that there may often be unknown confounders. So for bisphosphonate-associated atypical femoral fractures, you've already heard this, so I'm not going to go through all the points. One thing I'd like to stress is the high morbidity of these fractures. They are quite often bilateral. They may take a long time to heal. And so in considering risk-benefit balance, it may not be appropriate to equate, let's say, one hip fracture with one atypical femoral fracture. And here again, really a repetition of what you've already heard about osteonecrosis of the jaw. There has also been very rarely reported osteonecrosis of the external auditory canal. This has been reported with both bisphosphonate therapy and denosumab use, and is more common probably in people who have had chemotherapy or who have local infection or trauma in the ear. These are incredibly rare complications. I personally have never seen osteonecrosis of the jaw or of the external auditory canal in people treated with bisphosphonates or denosumab for osteoporosis. The data we have for denosumab mainly come from the FREEDOM trial and extension. And just to remind you, the extension study has run altogether for up to 10 years. There's a long-term group who have had denosumab for 10 years, and a crossover group who had placebo for the first 3 years, followed by denosumab for the next 7 years. There was a high dropout rate in this study, 42%, and just worth remembering, there's no placebo group in the final 7 years of the study. So in the first 3 years of the study, the placebo-controlled trial, there were no cases either of ONJ or atypical femoral fractures. Atypical femoral fractures occurred in 2 women after 3 and 7 years of treatment in the extension study. And there were 13 cases of ONJ, 8 during the first 5 years of extension, and 5 during years 8 to 10, perhaps suggesting an association between the risk of ONJ and duration of therapy. Now, turning to bisphosphonates and upper GI cancer, interest in this was really stimulated by a report to the FDA of 23 cases of esophageal cancer associated with alendronate use. These were reported in the New England Journal of Medicine. And subsequently, there are a number of observational studies, 13, and 3 meta-analyses, which produced conflicting results. Of the meta-analyses, 2 were negative and 1 was positive. And then there was a 4th meta-analysis conducted in 2015, which added 2 further studies, and to my knowledge is the most recent one. And the results are shown here. You can see that the overall risk was not significant. The authors, however, do point out the limitations of the studies included in this meta-analysis. There were inadequate data about confounders. For example, one study had no data on smoking. There was variation in the duration of the studies, and also variation in the outcomes in terms of the histological subtypes and the site of the cancer. So this is an area where further studies are needed to get a definitive answer, but the evidence to date does not suggest an association. And as with any association, the likelihood of causality is increased if there are plausible biological mechanisms. And really, this is not the case for oral bisphosphonates and cancer, esophageal cancer. We know that nitrogen-containing bisphosphonates have localized irritant effects on the esophageal and gastric mucosa. And this is thought to be a typical pill esophagitis, really induced by contact of the pill on the esophageal mucosa, and is certainly reduced, although not eliminated, by ensuring compliance with the dosing regimen and also avoiding use of oral bisphosphonates in people at risk of upper GI disease. To my knowledge, there's no evidence from preclinical data for carcinogenic properties in the GI tract. And a large cohort study from Medicare recently found a negative association between oral bisphosphonate use and Barrett's esophagus. Now, Barrett's esophagus is a metaplastic condition which predisposes to adenocarcinoma of the esophagus. And so it might be expected that if there was a potential mechanism linking oral bisphosphonates with cancer, that the risk of Barrett's might be increased, but this seems not to be the case. Now I'm turning to bisphosphonates and atrial fibrillation. The interest in this really started when, in the Horizon trial, a significant increase in atrial fibrillation reported as a serious adverse event was reported by Dennis Black and colleagues in 2007. And you can see the absolute risk, 1.3% versus 0.5%. And Stephen Cummings then did an analysis of data from the FIT trial and reported a similar, but not statistically significant trend with the use of oral alendronate. And subsequently, there have been inconsistent results from meta-analyses reported for this potential association. Are there mechanisms which could explain this? Well, at first sight, because of the pharmacokinetics of bisphosphonates, very low concentrations in blood being avidly taken up by bone, systemic side effects would seem unlikely. With intravenous zoledronic acid, obviously you have higher concentrations of bisphosphonate in the blood, but for short periods of time. And occasionally, clinical hypocalcemia can occur, although this is very rare. However, very small fluctuations in serum calcium do occur after administration of oral or intravenous bisphosphonates. And it's possible that these could be sufficient to alter the transport of calcium and other cations in cardiac myocytes. And then there's the usual possible other effects which might contribute: pro-fibrotic, pro-inflammatory, and anti-angiogenic effects. This slide shows results of 2 meta-analyses looking at bisphosphonates and atrial fibrillation, both from Dan Solomon's group. On the left is a meta-analysis of observational studies, on the right of randomized controlled trials. And these are pretty much broadly in agreement. This meta-analysis is for all bisphosphonates, shows no significant increase or decrease in risk of AF associated with bisphosphonates. In the meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, again, no increase in risk. There was a suggestion when they just looked at zoledronic acid that there's a trend towards an increase in risk of atrial fibrillation here, although this is not statistically significant. Now, atrial fibrillation and atrial flutter are not included as contraindications for bisphosphonate therapy, nor are they included in the special precautions or warnings. But it may be prudent just to consider when you're choosing therapy for a patient, if you have a patient who is already at high risk of atrial fibrillation. And here are some of the risk factors which you'll be familiar with for atrial fibrillation. So turning now to cardiovascular disease, and here the data are very interesting because there are suggestions from some data of a protective effect on cardiovascular disease, although this is by no means a consistent finding. So there were 3 observational studies in groups of patients. I think one was rheumatoid arthritis, another was chronic kidney disease, and the other, I think, was postmenopausal osteoporosis, where a decreased risk of acute myocardial infarction and/or stroke were reported. But these findings were not universal by any means, and there were other studies that reported either neutral or actually negative effects. There were then 2 meta-analyses of randomized controlled trials which reported no effect on cardiovascular disease. I'll show you one of these in a moment. The one of Cranenberg et al. Included patients treated for cancer with higher doses, so perhaps is less relevant. And then looking at potential mechanisms, there certainly are some which can be invoked. So decreased vascular calcification has been shown to be associated with bisphosphonate therapy. There are both animal and human studies showing this. Bisphosphonate therapy improves the lipid profile in the blood. They have anti-inflammatory effects, which could contribute. And in animals, although there aren't any human data, beneficial effects have been shown on cardiac muscle. This shows the result of the meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, again from Dan Solomon's group. What you have here is various outcomes: myocardial infarction, stroke, cardiovascular mortality, and all adverse cardiovascular events. And you can see that in no case is there any significant effect. And the absolute risk of bisphosphonates versus placebo is shown in the last column. Now, these data contrast with a study which has recently been reported in JBMR, looking at cardiac disease and mortality in patients with hip fracture, recent hip fracture, treated with aminobisphosphonate. And these are observational data from a database in Hong Kong, nearly 35,000 patients with newly diagnosed hip fracture, of whom only 4,500 were treated, so that's a treatment rate of 13%, confirming the very low treatment rates, and a mean age in this cohort of 80 years. So we're looking at quite a frail and elderly cohort. And if we look at the outcomes, in the red, you've got incident myocardial infarction, in the purple, incident stroke, and in the turquoise column, cardiovascular mortality. And they looked at these at year 1, 3, 5, and 10. And here I'm showing data for all nitrogen-containing bisphosphonates. And you can see that there are really large benefits in all of these outcomes at all the time points, although they're strongest in year 1 and then tend to decline slightly over time. Now, these kind of effects on incident myocardial infarction, for example, are much higher than you'd see for statins. And although the authors in this study made the best possible effort to adjust for confounders, it's hard to believe that there isn't some influence of confounding in these data. But we should also keep our minds open to the possibility that in this particular population, an elderly, frail population, there might be benefits on cardiovascular disease and mortality that aren't seen in randomized controlled trials, where generally the population being treated is much healthier. So I want to end by looking at whether bisphosphonate therapy for osteoporosis is associated with reduced all-cause mortality. And we've seen earlier today that fractures, many fractures, particularly hip and vertebral fractures, but also others, are associated with a significant increase in mortality. And the interest in this subject really came with the study from Lyles et al., showing a significant 28% reduction in mortality with zoledronic acid in hip fracture patients, a mixture of men and women. And subsequently, there was a meta-analysis showing a significant 11% reduction in mortality for all osteoporosis treatments, although it wasn't actually significant for bisphosphonates alone. And in a moment, I'll show you a very recent meta-analysis from Steve Cummings, which did not show any significant reduction. And there have been quite a lot of observational studies, and I'm not going to go into detail about all these, but a number of these have shown a reduction in mortality, particularly in patients with recent hip fracture treated with bisphosphonates, but also in other settings, for example, fracture liaison services, where the fracture sites are mixed. These were the data from the study by Lyles et al., showing this 28% reduction in mortality after 3 years. You can see that the sort of separation of the line begins probably around about 18 months and appears to perhaps increase thereafter. And they were unable to pin down the cause of the reduced mortality. It certainly wasn't due only to a reduction in subsequent fracture, although that may play a role. And this is Steve Cummings' meta-analysis, very up-to-date, includes the recent data from Ian Reid on zoledronic acid. He excluded strontium ranulate and estrogen studies from this meta-analysis, and also tibolone and SERM studies were excluded from the primary analysis. But, and what it shows is no reduction in mortality. Overall relative risk was 0.98. And this was really unchanged when only bisphosphonates were considered. So in terms of key recommendations, there are obviously many possible ones. For atypical femoral fractures, very important to work towards a consensus on optimum case definition based on radiographic features. So apart from other things, we can define more accurately the incidence of these fractures, and an improved understanding of pathophysiology and risk factors. For cardiovascular disease, this is a huge area of great interest, I think, clarification of potential risks and benefits, and further investigations of potential mechanisms, both in human and animal studies. Clearly, further studies are required on the potential association of bisphosphonate therapy with mortality and how this might be mediated. And finally, I think safety data in subgroups, and again, this has come up several times today, is really important. So we have relatively few safety data in men, in people treated with steroids, because steroid trials are usually relatively short. Type 2 diabetes, now probably the commonest secondary cause of osteoporosis, and associated already with a number of comorbidities. the oldest old and frail people. Thank you for your attention.
At this point, if I could ask all the speakers to come up to the stage. Here we go. Okay. Great. So we have Dr. Jackson as well. As with the earlier session, I'm going to open this with questions from the panel.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for your presentations. I think we've all learned quite a bit. And so I would like to really be responsive to our patients' perspective, because we heard about how their lives were changed and how the lives of other people that have different sorts of osteoporotic fractures or events may be changed. And so one thing I wonder about is many of you talked about the need for consistent definitions for different sorts of fractures or osteonecrotic jaw disease, a number of things where you're really looking for those consistencies. Can you make any comments about important functional outcomes that either you have recorded or other studies or trials may have had as secondary outcomes, and how you would like to see the patient perspective incorporated into future research?
I can't answer the whole question, but in terms of secondary outcomes, I know in some of the trials that we've done, we've looked at things like back pain, activity limitations due to back pain as outcomes in trials, and they're shown to be reduced along with vertebral fractures. Doesn't fully address the question, but yeah.
Great. So I think one of the things I've learned in aging research is that oral care is very poorly covered. And so hearing the importance of the presentation on oral care and hygiene, and often we find in nursing home residents as well as older frail people, persons with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias may have very reduced ability to have oral care. What would be your recommendations and gaps that you see? Are you seeing that your specialty is among the more frail?
Yes, that's a great question. I think we can learn a lot from what has happened with osteoradionecrosis risk when patients have had head and neck radiation. They now undergo a complete dental evaluation before they start radiation therapy, and a lot of that now is covered by certain medical insurance, at least the initial part, and then some of the care that escalates to, when you get to something like this, it becomes more medical rather than dental anymore. And so there's a big crossover. And so I think that starting to really talk to insurance companies and Medicare and some of those key partners in this, it's very important and a big step forward to try to get those patients screened and evaluated, maybe with a visit before they start the therapy, to kind of get things under control, and then also have this educational visit so that they can understand what to look for and that the follow-up is extremely important. But these are difficult because, as you know, most people don't have dental insurance, and it's all out of pocket, and so they often don't seek that care until it's a problem.
I think a lot of older Americans don't realize that Medicare doesn't cover dental problems, and this is a big hole in our insurance system.
So I know this is an unfair question because we don't have the data, but we talk about drug holidays because, as we heard, it's a drug holiday because it's not drug retirement. Do you have any predictions about when someone goes back on, and particularly bisphosphonates, and the particular risks and benefits that might come after a drug holiday? And do you have any ideas about how long those drug holidays would be?
Well, just from the two randomized trials that we've done, the one primarily of alendronate, it was a 5-year period off drug. And over that 5-year period, we didn't see a difference in non-vertebral fractures. We saw that the people who stayed on it had a benefit in terms of vertebral fractures. But what you saw with these secondary endpoints, like bone mineral density, gradually went down over those 5 years. So by the end of the 5 years, the bone density for some sites was back where it was before treatment. And then bone turnover markers gradually went up, although in some cases not quite up to the pre-treatment levels. So I think, from that, I would say sort of think 5 years would be kind of an outside period for a drug holiday.
And then when they go back on, would you expect the same response as their initial response?
Yeah, I don't know. There's really no data as far as I know. There's no data at all. You'd just be speculating. Yeah. I mean, the concern would be that if you imagine that someone's at a high risk, say, of AFF, and you go back on, they might immediately become at high risk again. We just don't know that at all.
Yeah. I just want to ask you another thing before I pass it to you, Matt. So I was wondering, we've heard different speakers talk about sequential treatment therapies. I think we can learn a lot from our colleagues in cancer research, where they do a lot of adaptive trials. They're comparing against other marketed therapies. There's a number of trial designs that allow you, if you have a failure, you have a pre-specified secondary. Have any of you, we heard some of the results of things on sequential trials. Do you have any particular recommendations of sequences, how long sequences should be? We heard some things about trying to pick patients that may be appropriate for different sequences.
Yeah, I want to try to simplify this. I think the right sequence is an anabolic treatment, and the course is usually for the current drugs that we've got somewhere between 18 and 24 months, and then moving to a good anti-resorptive drug. That is the preferred sequence. Now, how long the anti-resorptive drug should be and what to do if you reach your goal, and the goals I think are both remaining free of fracture for at least 5 years probably, and also achieving a T-score, especially in the hip, perhaps in the spine as well, which usually suggests minimization of subsequent fracture risk. Those would be the two targets that I usually try to attain. Once you get there, if you're on denosumab, there has to be some kind of transitioning to get to a bisphosphonate in order to maintain the gains. And we don't know exactly what that regimen is, but there are studies ongoing to look at that. If the person's already on a bisphosphonate and has achieved these goals, then I think stopping temporarily is the right approach once those targets are achieved. Now, what you do a few years later, if the person appears to be at risk again or at high risk again, might be another course of anabolic therapy. Currently, We have a recommendation, an FDA recommendation, that we not use PTH receptor agonist treatments for more than 2 years total use. So we have a limitation there. We do need other anabolic therapies to help, be available for patients who might need another course of anabolic therapy, or perhaps you go to something like denosumab at that point if a person's at risk again. My personal view about this is that the treatments need to be individualized, that I don't think we can, in general, say, 5 years of therapy is the appropriate duration of therapy, and then 5 years off is an appropriate duration of drug holiday. I think this all needs to be individualized. We can have certain guidelines how to make those decisions, but I think that the decisions need to be individualized. But in terms of sequences, the best sequence, if you identify the high-risk patient, is start with anabolic and then move to anti-resorptive. There's nothing else that we should think is optimal.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I just wanted to stress, and this was mentioned earlier today, that osteoporosis is a chronic disease, and many people will need lifelong therapy because age is such a strong independent risk factor for fracture that even if you've been on treatment and had some risk factors corrected, that's one thing you can't actually correct. So for the first 5 years of treatment, yes, there's pretty good evidence for efficacy and risk-benefit balance. Years 5 to 10, there's less evidence. There's some, but less. And beyond 10, there's really nothing at all at the moment. So that's a huge research gap, because many women, if they start treatment at the age of 70, 75, or even 80, will need treatment for longer than 10 years.
Just one more comment about your analogy, which I really like. You brought up, some of the things that we might do with cancer treatment. I have used that analogy myself in thinking about patients who are at very high risk, who have severe osteoporosis, and that we use anabolic therapy to put them into remission, to really lift them off of this high risk curve, and then we use anti-resorptive therapy to help kind of maintain and sustain that minimized risk, and then make further decisions down the line. But I like that inducing remission and then maintaining the remission concept.
That people haven't really mentioned today in terms of long-term, very long-term treatment, and that is the possibility of, especially in terms of bisphosphonates in particular, of using a lower dose. And for example, in the FLEX study, we actually, half the patients who continued on alendronate had half of the dose, and there was no indistinguishable difference in efficacy between half the dose and the full dose. So that does suggest that after an initial course of bisphosphonate, you might be able to do just as well with a shorter course. And then in terms of zoledronic acid, there are a lot of studies looking at fewer infusions as you go through time. So instead of, I wouldn't imagine you would want to need to continue annual infusions, for example, for 10 years. And there's the extension study of denosumab, of zoledronic acid basically showed no difference in the second 3 years, whether you got 3 more infusions or not. And so I think that's another way to think about this very long term, is going back on, but going in more gingerly with lower doses.
I just want to make a comment that the patient who is likely at high risk and likely to need long-term treatment, and if we believe that some of the side effects are related to duration of bisphosphonate treatment, that's one more reason to consider anabolic treatment first, in hopes that the amount of time that the patient would be on a bisphosphonate might be shortened, or they might go to a lower dose, or they might go to extending the time between zoledronic acid infusions. But I think you have a step up by getting anabolic therapy first. I think the main stumbling block, there actually are two. The main stumbling block is the cost, and the second stumbling block is the nuisance of a daily injection. and I deal with men mostly, and they're bigger babies in general as far as getting them to take a daily injection than women. But those are the two stumbling blocks. But I think if we could eliminate them somehow, if we had an alternate route of anabolic treatment, and two, if the cost came down, I don't think any of us on this panel would hesitate for a moment of using anabolic therapy first in a great number of our patients.
I might want to add one more caveat, though, because we're talking about long-term use and intermittent, or we have relatively little data in treatment of individuals in the 8th and 9th decades. And so we know, in fact, that age and frailty and risk for falls and multiple other factors are as important or potentially more important than bone remodeling and the changes that are occurring there for fracture risk and the disability that occurs. And so balancing or thinking about those things and thinking about where there might be other approaches to actually reduce the sarcopenia and the frailty and the things that go along with risk become increasingly important to add in as part of that treatment armamentarium as you get into those later adult years.
Well, before we leave this topic, though, let me just give Dr. Fink a moment here to comment. I think, that a number of different approaches have been discussed in terms of sequencing treatments, but I just wanted to clarify that at least from your review, I sense that the strength of evidence was lacking for some of this.
Well, we didn't find any trials of sequential therapy that were more than 3 years, that randomized people to one sequence or versus a control group that were more than 3 years that met our eligibility. So I guess evidence was completely lacking. Evidence that met our eligibility criteria was completely lacking. I should qualify that.
Just a question about hormone replacement therapy. Given that you have all the indications came out of the WHI study, but the benefit that a woman would receive also from the hormone replacement therapy, in addition to the osteoporosis benefits, my question is, how do you counsel? Would you counsel someone who wants to stay on the estrogen replacement therapy for the first the hot flashes and then later on for the osteoporosis issues?
So I think that the conventional wisdom hasn't changed dramatically for a woman with severe unremitting menopausal symptoms that can't be managed with other forms of lifestyle changes, that hormone therapy for the shortest duration possible is appropriate, and that the addition of another treatment for osteoporosis prevention certainly is likely to be unnecessary, because estrogen alone or estrogen plus progestin are clearly effective for reducing bone loss and risk for fractures. The conundrum, of course, is how long, and that's a problem whether you're dealing with premature ovarian failure. How long do you continue that? Whether that's dealing with somebody for 5 to 10 years after the age of menopause. And what we don't know is if you start that estrogen at the age of 50 and you continue it consistently into the 6th, 7th, 8th decade, are you going to look much more like those individuals that we had in WHI who at an average age of 63 started hormone therapy, estrogen alone or estrogen plus progestin, and had that increase? The risk of stroke is consistent, and you see it across everything. So the stroke risk, unless you look at transdermals or those very low doses of estrogen, and then again, the problem is you really don't have the objective evidence in terms of outcome to be absolutely certain. So we don't know where that threshold is, that threshold that gives us actual fracture benefit, that threshold that gives us reduction in stroke risk or others. And until we have that kind of data, which we may never have, but until we have that, we make the best guess and the best recommendations with the data that we currently have.
we have, considerable evidence in terms of, what happens to patients with hip fracture, vertebral fractures, et cetera, in terms of what the course of their disease is, as was described to us this morning. I understand that the data are obviously, more sparse, with the more unusual side effects, ONJ, AFF, et cetera. But even in the, I think it was 360 patients with AFFs in the Kaiser series, what do we know about the characteristics of these patients and about their course, their function, their hospitalizations after their AFF?
In that study, in terms of the characteristics of the patients before the fractures, that I can tell you, for example, half of the patient, even though Asians represent only about 10% of the Kaiser population, half of the AFFs occurred in Asians. So that's an important characteristic. They also tended to be older, the middle older ages, like in their 60s and 70s. So they weren't 85 years old. That's kind of what I showed. Mm-hmm. So those are in terms of characteristics. In terms of what happens afterward, that's not something that we've studied yet. I think it's possible, although I'm not sure that Kaiser is necessarily the best venue for studying sort of the functional outcomes after AFF. But perhaps, Juliet, you might have something. You mentioned something about AFF morbidity.
Oh, morbidity. Yeah, well, just based on the patients I've seen, so this is anecdotal rather than, sort of solidly evidence-based. I've been really struck by the high morbidity. I've seen people who've taken 2 or 3 years to heal and been on crutches all that time. And the other thing that has struck me is that they're relatively healthy people. They're people who were previously very active, walking, going up mountains, this sort of thing. And so it's a huge impact on their life. And that's what struck me. But it's very anecdotal. And hopefully now they are diagnosed earlier and treated earlier, so the outcomes may have improved a bit.
Yes, I think all we have are case series, and there's great variability. Some of the patients have been treated with anabolic treatment with variable results, but it's all anecdotal, and as far as I know, there are no systematic studies of the outcomes, but it's very, very variable.
Had a question about the European perspective. Are the treatment regimens pretty much the same? Are the issues the same as what we have here?
There are similarities, but the situation is not identical. We don't have a baloparatide. That was declined by EMA, and they appealed, and that was declined too. So we don't have a baloparatide, but we have the other drugs that have been mentioned. The cost of drugs in the UK is considerably less, generally speaking, than in the US. So alendronate, I think, is now about £10 a year. So, it's tiny. It's alendronate, zoledronic acid for the actual drug itself, I think is about £80. £10 a year, right, so it's come down again. But you have the cost of the IV infusion, but, it's still very little. And teriparatide is around 3,000 a year, whereas what is it in the States now? It's £3,000.
$3,000 per month.
Per month. Well, I'm talking per year, sorry. So a huge difference in the price of those drugs. And as I'm sure is the case in the US, cost effectiveness is really a very important criterion in deciding what treatments to give. So I think those are probably the main differences. But they're quite big ones, actually.
And Dr. Comston, I may have misunderstood you, but I thought that you were suggesting, at least on one of your slides, that ONJ was not related to duration of treatment, and yet on a subsequent slide, it seemed that like perhaps it was.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that. I said for denosumab, and the data are very limited because we really only have the data from the Freedom Study and Extension. There is a hint there that there is actually an association with duration of therapy with denosumab. For bisphosphonates, there's also some evidence now that the risk is related to duration of therapy. It's not nearly as strong as for atypical femoral fractures, but it's there. So I think you must have misheard me. I hope I didn't say that.
Let me open it up to the audience.
Is there a role for people who are on potent anti-resorptive drugs who need a dental extraction or an implant for prophylactic use of an antibiotic, rinse, or oral systemic antibiotics perioperatively?
Yes. So because of the role of inflammation and infection, if I have to do that, then yes, I do give prophylactic antibiotics before and then after as well.
And both systemic and rinse?
Yes. Mm-hmm. But of course, that's all anecdotal, right?
Let's start with Dr. Kosa.
So I would agree with Juliet and Dennis that the evidence for short-term treatment, 3 to 5 years in terms of anti-fracture efficacy, is really about as strong as you see in any area. And then out to 10 years, we're relying more on the observational data that Dennis presented. I guess the question I have is that when you look at other chronic diseases, hypertension, diabetes, MI, stroke, how many areas is there data out to 10 years and beyond in terms of preventing that primary endpoint? And I just want to make sure that, in osteoporosis, we don't set ourselves up for unrealistic standards that are going to be very hard to reach in terms of the kind of data that Dr. Fink would want, to be included in those types of analyses. And it may be that the best data we have is that kind of observational data. I'm just curious about your thoughts.
I think data, as long as we're talking about ideally wanting osteoporosis, is not common in other areas. I'm doing a review on dementia, and typical trials are 24 weeks, and 3 years is an outlier for being that long. And for the cardiovascular trials, they're not 10 years. And a lot of things, with antihypertensives and statins, and people get started on these based on trials of intermediate length, several years, and stay on them for decades.
I was going to say one of my favorite examples is antidepressants. They're typically studied for maybe 3 months in 200 people, and I'm sure we all know lots and lots of people who've been taking them for many, many years. And there's no randomized data, and not even any cohort data.
Well, I think a lot of those patients, the doctors need to revisit whether they still need to be on it. I get a lot of people who are on drugs that they may have had an indication for at one point, but they don't probably have it anymore.
But I think Sandeep is making a good point that maybe we're in this field setting ourselves too high of a standard that other fields don't reach.
Primary care physicians and patients to prescribe medications for which we actually have better evidence than in many other areas of chronic diseases, I guess. And that's really kind of the irony that we have to deal with, I guess.
Yeah. I agree with your comment.
University. Kristen Beavers from Wake Forest University. So at my institution, we do a lot of geriatric weight loss trials, and there's concern in this population that the weight loss that they experience causes bone loss and can exacerbate fracture risk. And I know this topic wasn't directly discussed, but in consideration of the title of the workshop, I'm wondering what the panel thinks about the use of osteoporotic or drug therapy to minimize weight loss associated bone loss and potential fracture risk.
That's an interesting, very difficult question to answer. So you're presumably talking about unintentional weight loss. Oh, intentional weight loss in people who were previously overweight. Is that correct? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, they do lose bone, and it's kind of a physiological adaptation to having a lower weight. But there's also some evidence that they have an increase in fracture risk as a result of that. There are some data that suggests that if you combine exercise regimens with weight loss, then that does at least attenuate bone loss. There aren't any fracture data. And of course, particularly in the sort of elderly, frail population you're describing, exercise regimens may not be really appropriate. There may be safety issues, and certainly there'll be issues of compliance. So it's a difficult one because the weight loss is beneficial from many points of view of their health. But from the point of view of bone disease, of the skeleton, there is bone loss, there is an increase in fracture risk if there's intentional weight loss, let's say of 10, 12 kilograms or above. And mitigating that bone loss and reducing that fracture risk is difficult. Should you give a bisphosphonate? Well, you know, I think that would be a decision to make on an individual patient basis, but it would be difficult to recommend it simply as a prophylactic measure for people who are losing weight.
Good. As a courtesy to the 4 people who are asking questions, I'm going to ask us to move it along. Okay.
Yes, Elizabeth Shane. I just drug holidays. As you know, and I don't think this was really stated, somebody was thinking about 5 years might be a duration or less than 5 years. And there are certain bisphosphonates that are shorter acting, such as risedronate or abandronate, and one would not want to perhaps wait as long in one of the shorter acting drugs to end a drug holiday. So there are differences among the bisphosphonates. And of course, denosumab, we shouldn't give a drug holiday after that point was made. And then my second question was really for Dennis about when you talked about drug holidays and fracture risks, you focused on non-vertebral fractures, and I didn't really hear much about vertebral fractures, and you have shown in your work that vertebral fractures actually may be more of an issue, and also that there are some bone density targets that might be relevant into whether one might recommend a drug holiday. So I thought that was important, and you might want to comment about that.
Yeah, I had expected that that the review would cover the flex and talk about the vertebral fracture, so I didn't say anything about it. But just to reiterate what you said, that the one fracture benefit that we found in both of the extension randomized trials was that the people that continued had a reduced risk of vertebral fracture compared to those who stopped. And that led us to make the recommendation that women who are at particularly high risk of vertebral fractures, that would kind of count toward them more likely to continue on therapy for longer because of that risk of vertebral fracture. So that would mean, in particular, women who have multiple vertebral fractures already, or women who have very low bone density already, that they might be better candidates to not have a drug holiday.
I'd also like to make the point that having a drug holiday doesn't mean taking a holiday from the clinician. And I think that if you're going to do that, you need to see the patient annually and consider a DEXA maybe every 2 years, but it doesn't mean forgetting about your prior fracture risk.
So I'm Ken Bridboard with the Fogarty International Center. So several years ago, Fogarty put out a request for information on the role of lead exposure in cognitive function and also bone health. And so we identified a number of gaps for research, but particularly want to point out a couple of things that came out of that. There are a number of studies that show how with age, lead comes out of bones and gets recirculated. One of the data points we've identified is that actually bisphosphonates reduce blood lead levels. So there are recent studies that have called attention to the role of relatively low-level lead exposure in cardiovascular disease risk. So one of my points is that that potentially could be a mechanism if there is a protective effect of bisphosphonates on cardiovascular disease. That is at least one possible pathway that it might work through. One other point, I would also recommend that as part of your future studies that you consider adding measurements of blood lead as another indicator of breakdown of bone and also as an additional risk factor for other outcomes. Thank
you. Paul Miller from Denver. I see a large number of very, very sick patients with multiple fractures, and I'm a tertiary referral center for Denver, and we use an exceptionally large amount of anabolics, and have now for 17 years. And I'd like to have the group at least have a responsible discussion sometime, maybe not this particular session, to consider discussing with the FDA removing the black box warning from teriparatide. The osteogenic sarcoma is not seen in animal models that remodel bone like humans, hasn't been seen in 17 years any higher than the background incident rate. And the biggest problem with it is not because often we want to use it beyond 2 years. The P1 and P staying high, people are on high-dose steroids, multiple fractures, they stop fracturing, their quality of life is better. The biggest problem is the insurance companies use that as their excuse not to pay for it beyond 2 years, and that restricts our care. So I just want, just for a consideration, not a vote, but I think there's enough evidence for us to begin discussion tonight in that way.
I just raised one point about whether long-term administration of teriparatide you maintain the efficacy, because I mean there are data which suggests that the efficacy wears off after 18 months, 2 years, and we certainly don't really have good evidence at the moment of long-term efficacy.
No, I think it's a good point, Julie. I think that, and of course there are people who live in the world of the Wnt pathway who believe that if you hammer the Wnt pathway long enough, you may direct it into a bad pathway. But I do think we need that data, but I do think the consideration there, because out in the real world of medicine, we're dealing with this issue all the time.
It might be that instead of continuing it beyond 2 years right at the time, you consider another course of anabolic therapy a few years later if you need it. When you regenerate your osteoblast precursors, you don't have as many inhibitors, of Wnt signaling that might be induced during the initial course of therapy.
To the right.
Hi, Jerry O'Connor, Bucks County, PA. I figured everybody's stating where they're coming from. Just two comments. One, regarding adherence, if perhaps you could look at it by patient age, because I've been motivated to stay adherent to the drug that was recommended for me. I turned 60 last month. I have a lot to live, versus if I was 80, I might not be as adherent. So to think about looking at adherence by age. And my second comment was, when I was diagnosed, I was motivated to find a doctor, and I couldn't find one till after I had that fracture. So if there's any way, I mean, obviously everyone in the audience today is passionate about this disease. If there's any way the panel, together with the NIH, can help to identify physicians that are willing to treat this disease, or educate doctors that if they're not going to, they're going to diagnose it and not treat it, to refer out. But that's where I think there was a misstep for me, because cancer, you go to an oncologist, a cardiac, go to a cardiologist, but in this category, no specialty owns the disease. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Art Santora. For the purpose of disclosure, I worked for Merck in clinical research for about 27 years until I retired from Merck last year. So now I have the opportunity to ask some questions that I always wanted to ask. So actually, this is not really a question, this is just a request. There's an excellent review of ONJ, but for the people in the bone business and patients with osteoporosis, it'd really be terrific if AAOMS described the epidemiology of ONJ in people taking an osteoporosis drug and the appropriate treatment of people taking osteoporosis drug who develop ONJ. Because it's, I think, dramatically different from what one would do in a cancer patient taking, high doses of zoledronic acid, 20 times higher, or denosumab, much higher, and have underlying risk for infection and a variety of other conditions. And you just can't stop the therapy in cancer patients. Sorry, that was my request. Thank you very much for consideration.
I think that's a great point, and something potentially to do in the next position paper. But one of the things that I think would be difficult is that there's not enough evidence to make recommendations because, like I said, you have to have thousands of patients to even get the incidence, and then from there to test. So it would really be expert opinion, which, could be done, definitely, but it wouldn't be very scientific, but maybe that's something that has to be done as a first step. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Last question.
Doug Keel, Boston. As I was thinking of the reason for this P2P conference that Sandeep and Elizabeth shared with us at the onset about a large number of patients who contacted them about these rare side effects and the treatment gap that we saw in the introductory session, and Bob Adler's endless slides saying what we don't know about atypical femur fractures, it would seem that somewhat of a positive approach to this would be to create, going forward, a registry of atypical femur fractures that are well characterized, especially if we succeed at closing the treatment gap, we might see more atypical femur fractures. So I'm just wondering if anyone thought this could be a research gap that needs to be filled.
Great idea, Doug, and certainly could put that on the research agenda.
Doug, I might follow up on that I think this is a real opportunity to leverage the clinical data research networks and EMR, and to be able to look at these things that I think there was an earlier discussion, as we get standards and define better within that, the ability to actually use the electronic health record in a concept of a learning health system to be able to move forward, not just at a single institution, but at a national perspective, going to really drive our decisions. It'll drive some of the things I think that Sandeep was worried about, that we can't have randomized trials going on for 20 years, but we can leverage well-characterized cohorts with good definitions and multiple outcomes, so we don't have to spend the $750 million it costs to do WHI to answer those questions, but we also be able to use real-life data in order to be able to understand risks and benefits of all the different drugs that we have available.
So with that, let me take this opportunity to thank our speakers today, Drs. Cosman, Fink, Black, Constant, Agarlu, Adler, and Jackson. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to the subject of drug holidays with a session on drug holidays. Dr. Fink will do part 3 of the Minnesota EPC presentation on that, and we're going to spend a session as well talking about patient and clinician factors that relate to the prescribing of osteoporotic drug treatments. So with that, let me thank all of you for the stamina of sitting through all of this afternoon, all day. I recognize that we have many people in the audience who are not speakers. Thank you.